Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome to the stage Marty Durbin, conference host, Senior Vice President of Policy, and President of the Global Energy Institute at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2026 Energy Future Forum, and welcome to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Let me start by thanking our terrific co-hosts, RealClearFoundation and the National Center for Energy Analytics, and especially David DesRosiers and Mark Mills for their partnership and their leadership. We really are grateful to be able to do this together again with them, and I'm really delighted to be a part of kicking off this important conversation. And thanks to all of you for being here. We've got an exceptional group with us today: policymakers, business leaders, energy producers, innovators, investors, and analysts, all focused on one of the most important questions facing this country and the world. How do we build an energy future that is secure, affordable, reliable, and capable of supporting growth? That's the right question for this moment. Because just as I noted at this event last year, if I had to sum up in one word the energy challenge that we're facing, it would still be more. More electricity, more fuels, more infrastructure, more transmission, more pipelines, more transformers, more permitting efficiency, and more urgency. That was true last year and is even more true today. Over the past 12 months, the global landscape has only reinforced this point. The supply disruptions tied to the Iran conflict remind everyone that energy security is not theoretical. It's not a background issue. It's not something we can afford to take for granted. Because shipping lanes matter, supply chains matter, geopolitical stability matters. And when those things are disrupted, the consequences show up fast in prices, in markets, in planning, and the broader questions of economic and national security. At the same time, another trend we were talking about last year has only accelerated: rising power demand. Data centers and AI have gone from being an emerging topic to a central energy issue, and for good reason. These facilities require enormous amounts of electricity, they're required around the clock, and they're being added at a pace that is changing how utilities, regulators, companies, and investors think about the future. This is not a temporary blip, it's a structural shift. And it brings us back again to that central theme of more. Can we generate more power? Can we move it to where it needs to go? Can we build the infrastructure quickly enough? And can policy keep up with reality? We need to move from planning to execution. And to address those questions, one conclusion is becoming harder to ignore. We're going to need all electrons. Nuclear electrons, natural gas-fired electrons, renewable electrons, any source that can deliver reliable, affordable power at the scale that our economy demands. This is not the moment for false choices or narrow thinking. Different regions will produce and use different sources. Different technologies will come online on different timelines. And different companies and communities will pursue different strategies. And that's exactly as how it should be. But the broader point is simple. If America is going to meet rising demand, strengthen reliability, and support growth, we need more supply on a stronger system. And we need it faster. That leads directly to one of the most important issues before us, permitting reform. Because no matter what energy source you prefer, no matter which infrastructure you think is most important, none of it happens at the speed or scale we need if it takes longer to permit a project than it takes to get it built. If we want more reliability, we need more transmission. If we want more electrons, we need more generation. If we want more energy security, we need more infrastructure. And if we want to make that a reality, we need a permitting system that's faster, clearer, and more predictable. This is not about shortcuts or ignoring public input. It's about doing it faster, more efficiently, and with better certainty to improve our ability to build. It's about recognizing that a country cannot talk its way to energy abundance. It has to permit, finance, and construct its way there. And this matters not only for energy policy. This is critical for economic policy. The U.S. Chamber has been advancing what we call the growth and opportunity imperative, a focus on creating conditions for at least 3% real economic annual growth. Right now, the economy is growing at about 2%. That's good, but far short of its full potential. The difference between 2 and 3% might not seem like a lot, but one additional point of growth speeds up economic advancement in people's lives by more than a decade. For someone born today, 3% growth means the economy will double by the time you're in your early 20s. At 2%, you're in your 30s. That's a transformative difference that raises wages, living standards, and opportunity years sooner, not just for Americans, but for people around the world. And let's be honest, we don't get there without energy. We don't get to sustain 3% growth with an energy system that is constrained, delayed, or unable to keep up with demand. We don't get there if manufacturers cannot expand, if data centers cannot connect, if infrastructure cannot be built, or if reliability concerns begin to slow investment. Growth requires energy. Opportunity requires energy. Competitiveness requires energy. So when we talk about permitting reform, linear infrastructure, generation, and fuel supply, we're talking about the foundations of growth. We have an opportunity to amplify this point on a global scale this fall when the U.S. Chamber hosts the B20. We'll have thousands of delegates from G20 countries at the wharf with us in November. I'm happy to provide more information about that event. But that dialogue, the dialogue there will help us focus on how to drive economic growth, both here and around the world. And energy is going to be critical to that conversation. Every major economy is grappling with the same basic challenge. How do we power growth, strengthen security, expand opportunity, and build resilient systems for the future? The U.S. is leading that discussion, and we're leading from a position of confidence. We have extraordinary natural resources, world-class innovators, deep capital markets, a strong industrial base, and we have the capacity to build an energy system that supports both American strength and global growth. But only if we act with realism, only if we recognize what this moment demands, and only if we're willing to build more. That's what today is about. It's a chance to take stock of how quickly the energy landscape is changing. It's a chance to hear from people who are shaping that response in real time. And it's a chance to have a serious conversation about what it will take to deliver the energy abundance this country and the world will need. So thank you again for being here and being part of this important conversation. So I'd ask you please stay with us throughout the day for this an outstanding program, including our networking lunch and a reception we'll be having later this afternoon. So with that, it's my pleasure to welcome David DesRosiers, Conference Co-Chair and President of the RealClearFoundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Thanks, U.S. Chamber. Welcome to our third Energy Future Forum. Elections have consequences. We're fast approaching a midterm, and energy is on the ballot. Energy is always on the ballot. Our first Future Forum was during what turned out to be the last year of the Biden administration. At that time, we were a real clear voice in the wilderness, just crying out for, thinking about abundance. We were calling for energy abundant mindset to replace an energy scarcity mindset. Basic ideas: change your mindset on energy and change your future for the better. What a difference an election made. One notable example, Chris Wright was a speaker at our inaugural Future Forum, and he was singing this mindset of abundance. Now he's Secretary of Energy, and he's working to make the energy future that is still in its potential stages come to market like the fate of our nation depends on it, because it does. For the past 3 years, RealClear has indulged the stable genius that is Mark Mills to see into the future, revealing the future that is unfolding in the marketplace and within reach. And if we get out of its way and get behind it, and then we defend it. The Chamber and Marty Durbin has been a party to this indulgence of Mark Mills and his abundant mindset for the past 2 years. Not all stages are created equal. It's RealClear's honor to have this event in partnership with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Carnegie Hall of Capitalism. And if all goes well, we'll be back. What makes Mark worth indulging? You'll see for yourself soon enough, but I'll give you a non-spoiler cue. Like Taylor Sheridan, the creator of the TV show Landman, Mark's mind has a secret formula. Sorry, buddy, I think we need more of you, so I'm going to reveal the secret. I cracked the code on Mills a long time ago, and it's the reason why I defer to him in all matters. Energy. Mark is a blended expression of the abundance promise. He is a demonstration product of what a free science, a free market, and a free politics can do to alleviate and elevate the human condition. We are presently witnessing a drill baby drill, build baby build pursuit of energy abundance and its fruits of affordable, reliable, and clean electrons. Drill baby drill solves the unaffordable prices at the pump. Build baby build solves the problem of unaffordable prices at the plug. Sadly, energy prices at the plug cannot be solved in a matter of months like they can at the pump. It takes years, a moonshot mindset, and a warp speed movement on the ground. It requires a return to a can-do mindset that America once had and we've lost, and we need to get back if we're going to get better. I like what I see on the ground. The vital spirits that built the Empire State Building are returning every year and every day. Natural gas fracking is getting the build baby build favoritism that it ought to have since it was perfected by Harold Hamm in the early 2000s. Harold Hamm's drilling methods stand out among the greatest American inventions. I think Walter Isaacson should write a book about him in his next series of Great Americans. The political problem, which is our problem, and better our future's problem, is that it takes years to get natural gas, plant online. And to make matters more politically and economically tenuous, we have a huge demand problem presently that is set on a hockey stick trajectory. Demand is outpacing supply because we spent the past decades favoring clean over a policy of affordable, reliable, and clean. In the interim, we are recommissioning everything that was decommissioned. Doing anything else is Hunger Games expensive, politically dangerous, and economically suicidal. America, we got into energy inflation at the plug because we had a politically correct measuring stick that favored clean over affordable and reliable in building new power for the grid. Sadly, this mindset that necessitates high prices and low growth is just an election away from making a comeback and is still governing all blue states and too many red. America, please hear this real clear, common good truth. Clean can be no longer in the driver's seat when it comes time to building back better and affordable and reliable grid and economy. Don't get me wrong, clean matters. Natural gas is clean, but also abundant and reliable, which solar and wind are not. And while I do favor natural gas, I have an all of the above mindset. I love nuclear. I love clean coal. I want everything coming to the market. But I do think if we're going to be rational, we have to put natural gas at the top. You know, when Democrats return to power, the high prices of their poor energy stewardship will be their problem. Natural gas favoritism ought to be a good blue politics. Senator Fetterman gets it. Governor Shapiro gets it. Blue states around them need to sync up. AI would not pose the energy pig problem that it is today if we followed T. Boone Pickens' plan he heralded 20 years ago, but was left in the wilderness. There's $18 trillion waiting at the water's edge for a grid to plug into. If the grid, if we don't build that grid and make those investments, they're going to go away. And just to give you a sense of what $18 trillion is, because I think we have a tendency of losing ourselves in big math. That's 120 Marshall plans that could be spent in our, on our own economy and our own way of life to improve it. President Trump and those listening, domestic energy and electron generations needs a strategic doctrine. Mr. President, folks in this room, I have good news. There's one at hand. It's the Affordable, Reliable, Clean Energy Security Act, but it's sadly captive and it can do nothing, Congress, and grid midterm prospects. President Trump, his word count and mindset is made for an executive order. It's a 700-word prescription to ensure and guide our energy future. In contrast, the prescription that was Obamacare was 906 pages and 400,000 words. Mr. Trump, ask your energy team to give it a read. It speaks Secretary Wright's, Burgum's, and Zeldin's policy language. It would clear the way and clarify their paths to energy abundance and prosperity and security. President Trump, you grew up in an America that was a powerhouse and the envy of the free world. You also experienced, and we have experienced with him, a nation that has chosen to be less. After decades of intentional deindustrialization, you want to intentionally reindustrialize an America-first economy and way of life. You want to build a 21st century striver economy that works for all, bottom, middle, and top. ARC-ES is the rising tide that can lift all boats and ensure the reality of a legacy you envision and you're working towards. It would create a prosperous American and clean way of life. It's an executive order away. Folks in attendance in this room and watching from Midland, Trump is not on the ballot in 2026 or 2028, but the future of this country, its economy, your industry is, and it's time to wake up. Democrats, you're going to be in power again, and this high price for electron problems will be yours. ARC and natural gas favoritism is your ratepayer GDP growth salvation. Take a winning solution to a shared problem and make it your own. There's a lot to lose with the political return of scarcity mindset. The future is passing to our hands. Defending the conditions of energy abundance is our shared bipartisan common good responsibility. Thank you. I would say one of the things that Mark does, he doesn't allow for questions, but if you do have questions, write them down and we'll make sure they're asked and answered by the folks after they get off stage. Thank you very much.
thank you, Marty, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for hosting this great event for the second year, and it's exciting to see everybody here. Marty's remarks were spot on, and thank you, David, for being a champion of the whole pursuit of, we'll call it reality, in the great real clear platforms for information dissemination. David called the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, as you might have heard, the Carnegie Hall of Commerce. I'll see you, David, and raise you and call this great organization in this building a cathedral of commerce. Of course, one of the core distinguishing characteristics of the United States is the fecundity and the variety and the creativity and, frankly, the unbridled enthusiasm of its businesses. Commerce and free markets is not only a hallmark of the founding and the expansion of this great nation, but as Adam Smith scholar Professor Munger of Duke University argues, and I'll quote him, commerce invented liberty. And of course, it bears noting that businesses are an assembly of free people organized to achieve purpose, to build great enterprises, products, services. And in every era, without exception, technologies are central to every enterprise, to every business. It might seem strange to have Washington, D.C. be the place to hold a conference focused on the realities of energy technologies instead of the politics of energy. But to quote the prescient writer Philip K. Dick, and I quote, "Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away." Philip K. Dick, as you know, is a science fiction writer and a seer of the future of first order. Congress and its penumbra of policymakers may, and often do, choose to ignore energy realities. But as we all know, realities can't be ignored for long. I don't need to tell anybody in this audience, but to repeat and slightly reframe the theme you've already heard from both Marty and David. Without abundant, low-cost, and reliable energy, there's no commerce, except that devoted to mere survival. Much of the complacency in energy systems much of the complexity of energy systems, they're hidden normally in day-to-day life, or whether it's personal or for businesses. But obviously, that changes when there are disruptions. And of course, disruptions always happen. This time, of course, we have two energy shocks unfolding simultaneously. They're beyond obvious. It's the focus of this conference. There's a supply shock and there's a demand shock. The Battle of Hormuz, and of course, the explosive growth of data centers and artificial intelligence. Each of those epitomizes a reality that, again, to quote Philip K. Dick, won't go away. And both are the center of the conversations you're going to hear today at this conference. With the Battle of Hormuz freezing out of daily commerce about 1/5 of global oil supplies, that conflict has utterly shattered any remaining complacencies in global energy supply chains. It's also shattered the illusion that the world is moving into some kind of post-petroleum era. Oil isn't just 30% share of global energy supplies. That's an unilluminating statistic that's often repeated in energy accounting. Rather, oil is essential to 100% of global commerce. Commerce requires the transportation of goods, materials, people that enable all the services that we need in modern society. And then over 95% of all transportation is powered by oil-fired machines, from the obvious role of big ships that move 90% of the tonnage of all global trade, to the magic of digitally enabled overnight deliveries. Oil makes possible everything, literally, from lattes to large language models. But this is not a public service message for our neighbors nearby at the American Petroleum Institute. This is just reality. Economic growth over the 20th century was animated in large measure by the development and proliferation of combustion engines, ergo, the great expansion in the production and distribution of oil. The one instructive statistic that reveals why we don't live in a post-petroleum era is this single fact. Global per capita use of oil has not changed significantly for 4 decades. That single statistic reveals the flaw in the popular narrative that we are, or could, transition away from oil or decouple from oil. Yeah, I'm aware that the decoupling narrative points to a different statistic, the one that shows oil as a share of our economy is declining. That isn't decoupling. It's a decrease in the sensitivity of the economy to the price of oil. But without oil, without delivering oil to markets, economies grind to a halt. Thus, when there's a disruption and a shortage, the bidding wars start. For now, adjusted for inflation and economic growth, oil today would have to reach $175 a barrel to match the last price peak that occurred in 2014. We're still some distance away from that, but it's not impossible, depending on the duration of disruption, that we'll see that again. Meanwhile, it's hardly news to anyone here that economic growth in the 21st century isn't being driven by combustion engines, it's being driven by silicon engines. Electricity, of course, is the prime mover of all things silicon. And looking at the same metric that I noted for oil use per capita, global electricity use per capita has increased by 80% per capita over the last 4 decades. But in the United States, that metric, kilowatt hours per capita, has in fact declined by 10% since the beginning of the 21st century. As a result, for many of the planners and the pundits in the electric sector, that 2+ decade interregnum has now been taken, or was taken, as the new normal. The idea that the future could be decoupled, economic growth could be decoupled from the annoying task of expanding electricity production. The flaw with that claim has been laid bare by the torrid demand for power coming from the hundreds of billions of dollars being deployed by the private sector to build data centers. Or put differently, the second energy shock is a rediscovery that significant economic growth driven by new technologies brings with it new energy demands, and in this case, electricity. It's a demand shock coming at a velocity and scale, as Marty noted, but it's a velocity and scale that was unanticipated. That is, of course, the very definition of a shock. And it's also a demand shock with characteristics that are, in fact, unprecedented over the century-plus history of the electricity industry. The power needed per single AI data center is truly staggering, and the number and velocity of construction of such data centers is as well. Dozens are already under construction, and hundreds have been announced, each with a power demand of over 200 megawatts, many far larger. You know, for the non-cognoscenti, 200 megawatts can serve a small city of 100,000 homes. The 1,000 megawatt, gigawatt scale data centers then that are under construction have power demands that can match the energy needs of a city of 500,000 people. For context on what this entails and why it is a shock to the system, consider this fact that over the past 60 years, there have been only a dozen industrial facilities, each individually at the 200 megawatt level or greater, that have been connected to public grids. All of these were huge chemical factories, oil refineries, steel mills, aluminum smelters, or LNG export terminals. But in the past decade alone, 8 data centers, each over 200 megawatts, have already been connected to public grids. That's just the warm-up act. Hundreds more at that scale or bigger are now under construction or planned to be connected to grids in the next 6 years. At least one credible study estimates that if public grids add enough power plants to meet the demands of the data center boom, consumer electric rates would jump as much as 40% or more by 2030. Hence, you would not be surprised in part the rise of the data center resistance movement. And on the critical engineering front of keeping grids stable, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation has warned repeatedly that the magnitude of data center demand will exacerbate already degraded reliability and could even destabilize public grids. In short, data centers are being built far faster and at scales far greater than most utilities, not all, but we'll hear from some today, but that most utilities can make decisions, never mind build power plants and transmission lines. The key question is how much more demand will come yet. Forecasting how many AI data centers will in fact be built presents the same challenges as forecasting demand For all previous technological revolutions, few imagined, for example, at the time of the invention of the automobile, that we'd end up with more cars in America than licensed drivers, or that the proliferation of the automobile would stimulate entirely new and derivative services and industries. Similarly, in more recent history, imagine circa 1984, that the invention of the affordable personal computer, that it would lead to more computers in the world than people, or that it would stimulate the creation of entirely new derivative and transformational services. Not least, of course, is the emergence of e-commerce. But there's something unusual about this particular revolution. Metrics for previous revolutions could be expressed in physical terms of, say, road miles, or air hours, or viewing hours, or restaurant eating hours, and so on. All of these things have clear limits. But when it comes to the services and activities in terms of information and data, for all practical purposes, the demands are infinite. Data, which is the resource that AI refines and curates, is unique because it can be created by what we imagine, by what we measure, what we want to understand, what we control. We will always want more granular data about everything, from the operations of machines and the processes they operate, to every feature of nature and our environment and even ourselves. The deployment of AI will accelerate because of a kind of two-factor phenomena. The power and the efficacy of the underlying software, AI software, is in fact progressing faster than it did for conventional computing and software a half-century ago. And the deployment of AI itself is being accelerated by building on the already existing cloud infrastructure. Before AI came on the scene, there were already more than 5,000 data centers in the United States alone. And the vast array of digital services that everybody has been taking for granted for the last 2 decades reside in and are animated by and made possible by those data centers. The cloud now is on track to be the largest infrastructure ever built by humanity. It's not hyperbole, it's measurable in dollars, material tons, and network route miles, and by the energy that will be needed to build and animate it all. It's no surprise that both energy shocks, the electrical power one and the petroleum one, are having economic, social, and of course political consequences. It's always been that way. Guessing where all this will go, it won't be easy. So my colleagues and I have importuned an array of world-class experts, leaders of great industries and enterprises across these 2 energy magisteria to join us today and to help unbundle what's going on, what's really going on, what's possible, and of course, what's not possible. I'm enormously grateful with my colleagues that they have offered their gift of time to join us as speakers today on the stage. And as we've done in previous Energy Future Forums, you won't see any canned speeches or corporate speeches or political speeches. There won't be any PowerPoints. There won't be any corporate pitches. There won't be any Q&A. You can buttonhole people in the networking sessions. Instead, this is a day of intense one-on-one conversations to get to the meat of the matter in each energy domain on the agenda. Each of our guests will be on stage shortly in one-on-one conversations with one of the 4 interlocutors. I thank my fellow interlocutors for their work to make this possible. And finally, I thank all of you for taking your time, your precious time, to join us today. So with that, let's get rolling. I want to welcome to the stage our special guest, the newest senator, the United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Senator Alan Armstrong, along with his intrepid interlocutor, my friend and colleague, Scott Tinker. Thank you.
All righty. Well, 3 years ago, we were sitting here and I was interviewing you about pipelines in the midstream, I think, and you were running Williams and I was nobody. And Now you're a senator and I'm still nobody. So
Hardly.
it's good to have you back.
Yeah, thank
Senator,
you.
and thanks for doing
This is very strange to me. There's a lot of my friends that would take real issue with the term honorable in front of my name there. So
We're going with it. We all think so. Appointed senator from the great state of Oklahoma and gubernatorial appointment, congratulations.
thank you.
And understand that that comes with the stipulation that you will only serve out the term of the former senator, which ends at the end of this calendar year.
Yes, correct.
So how'd you get so lucky? You get to go to Washington without a campaign and just do what you want to do for 8 months.
Yeah, you know, it is pretty liberating, and it hits on you when you're in this situation, when you're in midterms, and you realize how much energy and attention is paid to people's campaigns, to what they say and how that's going to affect their election. So it's pretty, you know, that has been impressed on me, kind of watching that. But it's super, you know, liberating being in my shoes, where I'm not having to spend the time and energy on that, and two, you know, I'm not worried about, you know, what somebody's going to accuse me of in the process of trying to get something done. So it is pretty liberating, actually.
Yeah, I know we'd probably all like to hear some insights from the Hill, but you know, let's hit this, our primary topic first. And I think it's been teed up already this morning. You took this job with an intention. Tell us about it, and how's it going?
Yeah, you know, first of all, this went pretty fast in terms of a call from the governor asking for me to meet with him, and then asking me if I would be willing to, which was a couple of weeks before he called me a day before and said, hey, I've decided it's you and you need to meet with Trump, and then we'll swear you'll be sworn in on Tuesday, and that was a Saturday. So that all went pretty fast after, you know, a period of it being quiet. But during that time, and in terms of considering it, I really made some calls around to people to say, do you actually think we could get some meaningful permitting reform done? Because if not, I don't really think I'm the right person to take the job. Plenty of other people really good to take the job. The governor, you know, I will say to his credit, has been really making permitting reform an important priority for the National Governors Association that he leads. And so it's nice to see the governors, you know, understanding how important permitting reform is. But truly, that was what compelled me, was believing that there is a good chance that we could actually get some permitting reform done. And my role is not to, you know, I'm not interested in just saying we got permitting reform done. I'm only interested in making sure that it's actually meaningful and pragmatic and actually solve some problems, because we've seen a lot of bills come out, a lot of attempts come out that really don't address that. And it's not because people aren't well intended, it's just that you have a plethora of, you know, that's one of the things that's really impressed me as well, is how much the staffs run things around there. And, you know, with all due respect, they haven't been out there getting their heads beat in and their noses bloodied in trying to get things permitted. So they're extremely well intended, and I'm very, very smart, you know, and very bright people to work with. But being able to lay out, here's the problem with that, here's why we need to do it this way, is great. The staff that we've been able to attract to this is fantastic. Lane Wilson, who is my chief of staff, is on a 90-day leave from his role as general counsel at Williams, and he also was a federal judge before that. So he has seen these things from both the bench as well as at the company level. So, and he's attracted because there's a lot of people that have been beating their head against this around DC, a lot of young, energetic folks that have joined the staff as well. So it is a kind of a one-track effort, and I'm trying to make sure that we don't let a lot of the other issues that that are to be dealt with distract us from being able to actually keep the pressure on getting something done on this.
Let's get granular with it a little bit, Senator. Where's the bill or where does it sit now? And then what are some of the misunderstandings about what that will accomplish? What needs to change for it to actually accomplish something? Help us, take us in.
Yeah, sure. So, boy, you asked for it. So see if people stay awake for this, because it is definitely, to get something done, you actually have to get into the details of this. But one of the things that, you know, the last big attempt at this from Senate was the Manchin-Barrasso bill, or the EPRA bill, and most of it actually just dealt with transmission for the most part, and then some oil and gas leases was kind of the R side of that, but most of it was focused on power transmission. And that did not deal with the 401 water quality certificate in an effective way. And it did not deal with judicial reform in an effective way in terms of so it brought some federal siting authority to the FERC, and it, you know, made some mandates, but it really didn't solve some of the more critical permitting issues. And so I'll just list out kind of the primary issues that need to be addressed. One is the 401 water quality certificate. If you go and look at what has stopped big linear projects over and over and over, it's been the 401 water quality certificate. If you read the headline on it sometimes, you'll see, well, it was this court or it was that court. But if you look to see where the handles were that the NGOs grabbed hold of and stopped the project in the first place, it was under the state's authority, under the 401 water quality certificate. And it's become a weapon of choice. One of the things that, you know, there's a belief, I think, in the Senate that this is just a pipeline issue. It is not just a pipeline issue. The only reason it hasn't become a power transmission issue yet is that you haven't had the feds giving eminent domain across the state. And as soon as you do that, and as soon as you have a state that doesn't want something across their state, you're going to see the red states be in a position to use the same tool, because it's kind of unfettered ability to veto. And so we've been, and the good news is a lot of the big merchant, you know, power developers and transmission developers like NextEra certainly understand that, and, you know, they're bringing light to that issue as well, because it has been used in a few places, but it hasn't been used, you know, all that big, because it typically is when it's under the FERC process. So let me explain why this part of it is so important. If today, when you go to build a linear infrastructure and you're underneath the FERC's authority, you're looking to get an EA, an environmental assessment, or an environmental impact statement issued. The process of deciding the route that goes into that has all the different agencies weighing in on, you need to go here, the community has input, the landowners have input, Fish and Wildlife and Species has input, the Corps of Engineers on water quality, the same thing that the 401 is supposed to be about, has input on that. Highway Department, you name it, everybody has a weigh-in on how to get this route established. Well, the states have taken the route to say, well, we're going to see that your application is complete when you get done with your EIS. And then we've got a year post the EIS process to tell you whether you get a certificate or not. So that sounds like, well, that doesn't sound very smart. You just got another year. It's a lot worse than that. Because then what happens is the state, if they're trying to object to it, they say, well, you need to do a reroute to meet the water quality conditions of our state. And once they've done that, if they push you off of that original route, you're back to square one on the 401, on the EIS. And so their ability to block projects is enormous. And when you take that to a court, the court can only, the way the language is written today, the court has to find that the agency was acting in an arbitrary and capricious manner. That is, you're not very good DEQ lead if you're found to be arbitrary and capricious. Said another way, you can always come up with a reason if you're just confined to just the water quality issue and not all this other variety of issues that are considered in the EIS. You can always come up with a way to not be considered arbitrary and capricious. So that is why it's been such an incredibly powerful tool at blocking interstate commerce and interstate infrastructure. So, you know, the 401's an issue. Getting the judicial standard changed from arbitrary and capricious to clear and convincing evidence that there's actually going to be harm done through the route. And then finally, making sure that we actually get no vacatur by the courts once a certificate has been issued and a project's been built. And so you might not realize this. People, you know, are really upset about the judicial oversight right now on things like offshore wind, but Williams actually had a project 2.5 years ago now. Project was built. It was $1 billion project that went from Pennsylvania into New Jersey, went through all of the permitting, all the EIS. It was up and running and the DC for about 9 months, and it was running at a 90% load factor in the middle of winter. And the DC Circuit came in and vacated the certificate that we had been issued to operate that pipeline. And thank goodness we had a friendly FERC at the time that issued an emergency certificate, and they really didn't have any choice. If we would have shut that line down, it would have been, you know, dangerous to life in the Northeast at the time. So having the courts...
Friendly FERC meaning intelligent? Or?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, actually, you know, nice. People a lot of times think that when you talk about permitting reform, they think it's the a federal agency, or that. It's not. It's really the NEPA process that allows all these handles, and the lack of concurrent process between things like the EIS and a state agency that says we don't have to work within the EIS. We get to come on the after part of that. So, you know, now I know a lot of people are asleep out there right now after that long, detailed description, but that's exactly the problem, is that it takes kind of understanding those details and how these things have actually been used to actually get the language right in the bill.
3 big pieces, but this is a kind of a bipartisan issue. I would think that both parties would support this kind of reform because it speaks to all forms of energy.
Yeah.
So do we have a chance? I mean, 3 big issues, do we have a chance, and does it need to get done before the midterms in November, or what's the?
Yeah, I think there's 3 primary barriers. One is whether Leader Schumer has any interest in getting anything constructive done ahead of the midterms, and you know, that's a tough issue to solve. I will say I know that there's a lot of Democratic senators, though, that are very interested in getting done, and there's a lot of House Democrats that are very interested in getting something done. Whether that's enough energy to come over the top of that issue is questionable. The second issue is, which is brand new to me, never seen it, I mean, I guess when you think about having corporate silos, which I spent a lot of my career at Williams trying to knock down, you understand it a little bit, but both the Energy and Natural Resources Committee and the EPW Committee have to see eye to eye on how jurisdiction is settled between some of these issues. And so, for instance, if you take the 401 water quality, or the clean water, which is under the Clean Water Act, that's clearly an issue for EPW, so Chairman Capito's committee. But if you take the FERC being over that Clean Water Act issue, then it's in E&R. And so trying to get to a place that this issue gets coordinated effectively between Chairman Lee and Chairman Capito, and making sure that we're not weakened in an effort to split up that jurisdiction. In other words, we don't get as good of a law as we could because of that committee jurisdiction issue, is something I didn't see coming, but it's, it's real, and that's what it is. And then the final thing is making sure we can get something out of the Senate that can be approved in the House. And this is where it really gets sticky on the power transmission side. And I would tell you, it's one of the things I think it can be solved, but it's pretty challenging. And that is the Senate bill and the Manchin-Barrasso bill gives some authority to the feds over siting of interstate power transmission lines under the Power Act. And the states, and particularly the state utility commissions, and including NARUC, are not at all in favor of the feds having any siting authority or any involvement in that, and you're certainly going to hear that back in the House. And so trying to thread the needle of getting a bill that comes out that on the transmission side is effective at being able to actually cite transmission, which the minority leads in the two committees, Sheldon Whitehouse and Martin Heinrich, they really want to make sure that we're where we can build transmission out. I think you're going to see House Republicans say, all fine and good, but not if it means any cost allocation back to our state and our state utility commissions. And they don't really have any interest in the FERC being able to grant eminent domain for a transmission line crossing a state. So there's been several projects like this already now. One of them was bringing wind power across Texas, across the state of Arkansas, into the southeast, into the TVA, and that project got stopped because Arkansas wasn't willing to give any eminent domain rights for a line coming across their state. So you're going to see, I keep saying, the same thing that's been a problem on the pipeline side will be a problem on the transmission side if we can't wrestle an appropriate balance between the Fed and states' rights on that issue.
Yeah. A lot of interested parties here in this. What should they do? What would be the most, as succinctly as we can be, you got a few minutes, what would be the most effective thing for folks to do to help get this over the wall?
Yeah, I think that folks like Chairman Sweat in the FERC have some really good ideas on how to ensure that the cost allocation is not done in a way that forces, for instance, today, the allocation is done based on benefits. Well, some states would say that reduced emissions from renewable power is a benefit. Some states would say, we're not paying for that benefit, so we're not going to get allocated the costs associated with that. So I think, Chairman Sweat's got some good ideas, and we're going to be working with her and her staff on trying to introduce those ideas that don't force cost allocations across the states. And so in terms of what you can do, I think, one, putting pressure on making sure that the 401 issue is dealt with squarely, because so far it's got some very weak language and reform in it, and we don't think it's going to be effective in any way. So keeping some pressure on the 401.
On your own senators.
That's right.
Okay.
And even even the House. But I think getting people aware that has to be dealt with to be effective. Second, on the transmission side, which I think is a lot stickier issue, but I think it boils down to two primary issues. One, this cost allocation issue, and the other, eminent domain rights for bringing power transmission. And I think at the end of the day, we ought to have interstate commerce, and we ought to be able to build infrastructure where we need to and have to across states. I think, and it's not always going to be all the way across a state. It's going to be across a corner of a state. There's a project in West Virginia right now that's 12 miles across the corner of West Virginia that's been held up for a while now, bringing power from Pennsylvania into Maryland. So, everybody has to think bring their own opinion on that, but I would just say, if we really want to be in a position where we can build out infrastructure quickly, we've got to take these issues on, and we've got to have the ability to get that infrastructure built.
The big theme of this today is affordability.
Yep.
How does addressing permitting reform help with affordability? And again, it seems like it should be a bipartisan benefit.
Yeah.
Just some of the highlights of that.
Yeah, I think it's amazing to me, all of the attention right now on gasoline prices on the one hand, and on the other hand, people are cutting themselves off from low-priced resources like natural gas into the New England area, like refineries and refined products into California. If you look at the spread between prices in western states that are, take a Utah, Wyoming, western states that have been friendly towards infrastructure and fossil fuels versus the price in California, there's a lot bigger spread that's been self-imposed there than there is between where prices were before the Hormuz Strait closing and now. So it's amazing to me how much of a big issue, particularly Leader Schumer, constantly takes on this issue every morning. Because I'm the new guy, that means you have to preside in the morning. So you realize as the freshman, it feels like pledgeship sometimes, and you sit in the presiding chair, which means you have to listen to. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Get the opportunity to listen. Get the opportunity to listen to both the leaders of both sides every morning, and every morning, Schumer is talking about gasoline prices and what a crippling effect this is, and it's so hard for me to listen to when, in the long term, if you really want to raise prices on people, make sure you can't get infrastructure built in our country. Make sure that people build an environment that you go from 43 refineries in California to 6. Make sure that you take actions that stop access. We have plenty of resources, low-price resources in our country. And the reason people's utility bills are high is because we can't let people have access to those low-cost resources. And so it's really hard for me to listen to why there's such a crisis around gasoline prices when it's such a self-inflicted issue in a lot of places.
Electricity prices.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
same problem.
Well, we have a minute left or so. You're a veteran now. You've been on the Hill for a few months or so less. Give us just a little inside baseball. What has surprised you the most? Something you completely didn't expect and have seen playing out now?
Yeah, I think it's the procedural inefficiency has probably caught my attention the most. We had one of these, what they call a vote-a-rama around there a couple of weeks ago, and it was 8 hours of 100 people that I would like to think are fairly intelligent and fairly accomplished people, literally doing nothing for 8 hours, but walking up and voting with their party over and over and over on issues that everybody knew how somebody was already going to vote on. And so you just see that kind of inefficiency and waste of energy. And like the staffs get all excited about it. Like the staff sit around in the offices all night too. There's really nothing effective done in that process. So that's kind of shocked me the most, frankly, is how much inefficiency there is built into the procedural issues that go on within the Senate. But there's also I've been really impressed with the intelligence of some of my colleagues. There's some really smart people, and I really, that's been interesting. Every morning I actually get up because I really see this as a fascinating challenge. And, you know, so it's fun every morning. I get up, I've got some energy because I see this as a really difficult challenge to get done. And it makes it fun for me, frankly, to, you know, have that opportunity to work with smart people. So, and I say that in terms of smart, there's smart people on both sides of the aisle. And you know, I'm really looking forward to getting something effective done on that front.
Well, I was with Senator Manchin at another event earlier this week, and he looks taller, his hair is darker again, he's tan, he's younger. So this is what you have to look forward, January 1. You know, but look, thank you for, I know you're very busy. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Appreciate all you're
doing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us here today. I'm Portia Roberts, the Deputy Executive Director for the National Center for Energy Analytics. It is my pleasure to be here to help welcome and introduce our incredible speakers today. To open session 1, Fuels Affordability at Scale, please welcome Ezra Yacob and Scott Tinker.
There was another guy out here just a minute ago looked a lot like me, but it wasn't. So we're going to change course here. Ezra, it's great to be with you, and thank you again for making the time. I've known you quite a while now. Oil is the topic, and you know, there are a few things going on in the world in oil. Let's start globally, if we can. Just give you run a large independent. Both U.S.-based and international. What are your perspectives from an independent perspective on Venezuela and Iran, and how does that impact oil globally? Give us just a little rundown.
Okay, so just dive right in, start big picture with it.
Yeah.
Let me first say I appreciate being here and the opportunity to kind of speak on behalf of the industry. Look, globally, in a normal environment, you know, oil prices are set really on the marginal. You know, just a 1 million barrel a day impact on either oversupply or undersupply can typically have a big ripple effect on the price of oil and eventually, you know, how it affects the consumers. Obviously, what we're seeing right now is more significant than that. I think the earlier talks were talking about, you know, 10, 15, in the early days of the conflict, 20 million barrels a day. Offline, and so that's having a dramatic impact, and you're seeing it. How does that play through longer term? What are we thinking? Well, look, I think everybody sees that the Middle East, Iran, the Strait being a choke point, sanctions even, plays a massive role. The uncertainty there, unstable environments or unstable situations like a single choke point can have a dramatic effect longer term on secure, reliable energy, and that ultimately is what filters down into affordability. Venezuela, you mentioned. You know, Venezuela in the future, I think, has vast potential. We've got a lot of resources there. Underinvestment has, you know, set that back a long time, and so for that environment really to push forward, you know, it's going to take introducing new technology. It's going to take infrastructure investment. And ultimately, you know, some sort of stability, geopolitical stability, rule of law, sanctity of contract, so that companies can feel confident in investing in the long term, kind of through typical cycles.
Right. I mean, sometimes it's easy to blame a big global event on things. Europe blamed Ukraine and Russia on some of their dumb policies that they've been propagating since 2007. Take us, I mean, before Iran, January 26. Was there a lot of spare capacity in the system, or I mean, where were we? Yeah.
Great. So that kind of filters into what's happening right now with response, right? Where's the industry right now with you're certainly seeing price signals that would warrant industry to pick up activity, and I think that's coming. The challenge here, as Scott's talking about, is when you rewind to entering this year with capital budgets and things like that, everybody was kind of on the same side of the fence that for the last couple of years, spare capacity has been re-entering the market, and we've been in an environment of slight oversupply. And just about everybody forecasts that to last for the next maybe year and a half, 2 years or so. And so what that had the impact of doing is kind of slowing down investment. And I don't just mean drilling upstream wells, I mean across the entire supply chain. New completions, hydraulic completions equipment's entering the market, high grading or upgrading drilling rigs, things like that. And so that's where we find ourselves today. While there's been this dramatic event and this dramatic shock, it's just not quite as quick. Shale is very responsive. Unconventional resources can be very, very responsive. But it's the entire supply chain that had kind of gotten down to a point of equilibrium with an anticipation of, quite frankly, less than historic, mid-cycle pricing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If we move to the U.S., conventional and unconventional production, we've gotten kind of sanguine, I think, about the ability to produce oil. You have to increase requires increasing production and replacing declines, which many people don't even understand, much less talk about. Talk about U.S. capacity. How long can we continue to increase oil production here? And once it starts to roll over, how quickly does that go?
Yeah, so let's start with that decline piece. Everybody knows oil wells decline, natural gas wells decline. That's just part of it. It's a depleting asset. That's how it goes. And so the U.S. has had tremendous growth in the last 15, 20 years, really, natural gas and oil, on the back dominantly of unconventional shale, which declines more steeply than some of the conventional resources, some of the traditional, Gulf of America and even Alaska resources that we talk about more often. What that's created is just about every year, roughly about 2.5 million barrels per day of new production needs to come online just to stay flat, just to fill in that gap from declining oil wells. That's a significant lift. That's a big ask. When you think about global demand, let's call it maybe 105 roughly. Maybe a little bit lighter with the current situation, but about 105 million barrels a day. You're talking about replacing roughly 2% of that every single year just to stay flat. So that's a big ask right there, and that, I think, is the first indication that investment is occurring regularly in the U.S., pretty regularly and pretty consistently. Now, to grow, it's not that complicated. You just need an environment that encourages the growth. And like I said, entering the year with a signal that there was oversupply, that's not necessarily it. Signal like you're seeing today, that is it. And I think you'll start to see industry respond. Now, how much can the U.S. continue to grow? How long, I think you asked? Look, I'm a big believer that the U.S. can continue to grow for a long time. Now, it has gotten more difficult. We've gotten very significant in the world, roughly 13.6 million barrels a day. But all you need is an environment to spur growth. I think it's Secretary Burgum has begun talking about, how America's balance sheet, and everybody focuses on the debt side, not necessarily the asset side. And what I think about when he says assets is I think about the natural resources and the oil and gas in the ground. That's my background's a geologist like Scott here. So we should have apologized up front, but that's how that goes. So listen, that's how I think about it, is mapping and think about the resources under there. It doesn't mean we have the technology today to fully capitalize on all those resources. You need to continue to invest in technologies, and that's one of the things that slows when there's a little bit less in investment in the industry overall. The U.S. has a vast amount of resources that they can continue to develop and bring forward, but it takes a positive environment, it takes a healthy industry that's continually investing, and that's on the unconventional side. On the conventional side, I think you're seeing what I'm talking about right now is because there's been this revisit, this kind of resurgence in Alaska, something that hasn't happened in decades, and that was somewhat technology driven. These are new reserves, they're identified through a new processing on seismic. You've got new operations and technology to actually extract the resources for a little bit less expensive. And that's one of the most important things for the U.S. is a resurgence in conventional production. Now, just as I said, the unconventional shales have steep declines. Conventionals work in the exact opposite. Think of Gulf of America and Alaska production, more conventional. These are slower to decline, shallower decline rates, so they can complement the highly responsive unconventional or shales very, very well. The challenge is they're longer cycle projects, typically. And what that means is that they can be vulnerable to policy changes. And that makes it at times very difficult to invest and kind of take some of these projects through FID. Again, in a healthy environment, shale is very responsive. Conventional is long cycle. They complement each other very well. But in any case, if investment slows, those declines really start to pick up. Right. And as those declines pick up, without a decrease in demand, then what happens is your price is going to go up, and that's eventually going to filter down to your consumers.
So affordability
ends up getting hurt.
Crashing in. Eastern Gulf, East and West Coast, Alaska, they all have access challenges. You can't go there quite a bit. Is that a challenge for us? How do we address that?
I think, and that's a good point. You say East Coast, West Coast, Alaska, Gulf of America. Even if you zoom back out to what we started the conversation with, Venezuela, Iran, you could throw Guyana in there. The best thing for energy affordability is really diversification of sources of supply and types of supply. So again, I come back to the Permian is fantastic. That's the most popular unconventional oil play in the world right now, right? And it has a lot of running room, and it's great. But that's a single basin in a single country. And whether we're talking about U.S. or globally, energy affordability benefits from diversification of sources and supply. So again, trying to find places where you can invest, trying to unlock reservoirs across the country in different regions across the globe is very, very important. Mm-hmm. And it is happening. We, as EOG, I'll do a small plug here for EOG, but in the last few years have undeveloped the oil-rich window in the Utica Shale, long known as a successful gas play. Companies have been, for almost over 10 years, quite frankly, been trying to unlock the oil window, and utilizing new technologies, we were able to do that. That's in an area where there weren't really oil plays. If you think about globally, right now, one thing we didn't talk about, quite frankly, was Argentina and playing the longer-term supply for global energy, and not just Vaca Muerta, but let's just say global unconventionals in general, where again, you're starting to see a lot of countries go abroad and try to unlock these resources. And the geologist in me again sees that, look, during the Devonian, the Mississippian, and the Cretaceous periods, there were these vast resources deposited all over the globe. It's just not in West Texas, it's everywhere. The challenge is lining up the surface environment. And it's some of the same challenges that we have here in the US with frontier basins. It's infrastructure, it's policy, it's creating a stable environment where you can invest long term to make sure that you can develop these resources correctly.
Yep. Yeah. In shale, we leave a lot behind, the resources there, we know the resource. In conventional reservoirs, you have primary, secondary, tertiary recovery, nice, more access to things. Take us through what the technology picture looks like for that. Are there things on the horizon that let us get another 5% out, and how do governments play in this, both positively and hindering and that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a great question. That's one of those things when you think about the assets in the U.S., especially on oil plays, unconventional, it's a relatively small amount of recovery. And so you have a tremendous opportunity for, quite frankly, enhancing primary recovery first and then secondary recovery down the line, or enhanced oil recovery. Then, when we talk through technology, right now I'd say the industry is doing a fantastic job applying smart technology, machine learning, even some AI to producing wells, on the surface. That's a little bit more straightforward. We utilize machine learning algorithms for, preventative maintenance to reduce downtime, to optimize fuel use and emissions versus production. That technology is starting to move upstream. It's starting to get to the drilling rigs for more automated drilling, because the first thing about increasing primary recovery is lowering our costs, right? If you lower costs, you can bring more marginal barrels to the surface, and that's going to increase affordability, reduce the cost for everybody. On the completion side, same deal, is trying to figure out enhanced completions. What's the best way to stimulate these reservoirs? That's actually the technology that we brought to the Utica oil play, was a different way to create more surface area downhole. That's the most important thing. And then we've gotten into companies, industry are starting to experiment with a little more traditional enhanced oil recovery. Things like injecting CO2, kind of traditional, non-traditional, I should say, kind of water flood and CO2 floods and things of that nature to try and increase. There's a tremendous amount of both new undiscovered resource in the US that's not working, that requires some sort of technological breakthrough. And then there's also reserves that are left behind that we should be able to go back and get.
We've got a midterm coming in November. Some are thinking the House might flip. We have a new administration of some kind coming in a couple years. What's the best thing a new administration could do, and what's the worst thing a new administration could do to address some of the things that are needed, and specifically as it relates to affordability?
Yeah, it's two sides of the same coin, quite frankly, the best and worst thing. It's a pivotal moment, and Senator Armstrong was just speaking to it. The best thing really is permit reform. And I don't mean, industry doesn't mean reducing standards by any means. It means more consistent policy. It means having consistent timelines for judicial review, regular permitting, coordination between reviewing agencies, maybe one lead agency. I truly believe, and I think Toby Rice will be up here in a few minutes also, and he said this before, that the U.S. should be the easiest place, the fastest place to identify, permit, and construct and manufacture. It really should be, and sometimes it doesn't feel like it is. We should be able, from conception of an idea to environmental review to economics review, build pipelines, plants, export terminals, storage, carbon capture and storage equipment, which takes delayed timelines. That's the best thing that will provide consistent investment, a consistent investment environment. Conversely, what's the worst thing? And it plays off of what I just said. It's create some sort of additional uncertainty. Remember, I talked about investing in Alaska takes long cycle. You have to be confident on what you're FIDing. Investment can handle regulation. Investment can navigate tariffs, fees, taxes, things like that. What investment can't navigate is uncertainty, unpredictability. So when permits get canceled, when midstream infrastructure rules change halfway through the permitting process, or leases get challenged, that's the challenge for going through making a financial investment decision. And again, when investment slows, that's when the declines show up, and that's when the consumer starts to feel the pinch on affordability.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're getting our butts kicked in infrastructure by China. The largest power plant in the world is Three Gorges Dam. They just moved 1 million people. Can you imagine? Mm-hmm. We couldn't move one person to build a new dam in this country. I'm not advocating for some of the impacts of that, but we ought to be able to get closer to doing things, and it's just been stalled for so long. And that impacts affordability across the board. Oil, I think most of us understand our gasoline, and maybe diesel, and even the kerosene, the jet fuel that I'm going to fly on later today. But oil does a lot of other things. What are some of those, and what are the realistic options of oil?
Yeah, its transportation is a big one, that's for sure. And you have electric vehicles are making a big push there. I'm not sure, even with aggressive growth rates, I think electric vehicles, it still takes decades to reach about 50% of the total volume. What electric vehicles struggle with are things like fleet and freight, heavy equipment, things like jet airliners, bulldozers, earth-moving equipment, things that are used in construction. Those are exceptionally difficult to electrify. And in fact, On EV penetration, if you look at the impact to oil for reduced transportation for electric vehicles, it's about the same. It's very similar to the impact on just increasing efficiencies of internal combustion engines. So there is progress there. Right. The things that really struggle to be replaced by oil, gas as a feedstock are petrochems and plastics. I mean, there's no easily identified, affordable substitution for those as a feedstock for things that go into everyday uses, medical devices, building and construction materials, fertilizer, things of that nature. When you think about overall electrification, that's not a one-to-one substitution with oil by any means. So things like renewables and nuclear, and those should come. They should, because they can electrify a big part of the world, especially when we're talking about, again, affordability. When you think about affordability, the way we think about it internally is it's not oil versus everything else. It's oil plus. It's oil plus everything. When GDP growth is easier with access to reliable, low-cost energy, we should be thinking about not substituting out for oil. We should be thinking about what can we do to add to oil. Energy, ultimately, as we heard in the kickoff commentary, I think, it's about energy abundance. That's what really makes humans flourish.
Right. When I go to a convenience store today, even at $5 a gallon gasoline, I think I still pay more for a pint of bottled water in that same store. Is our scale of affordability for gasoline a little spoiled, or and I don't mean to sound kind of terse about this, but what's the right price? Where should we be?
Yeah, it's funny when you think about that. In the U.S., at least, the way we view it is gasoline has become very, very affordable. We've done a fantastic job putting ourselves in that position. Part of the reason is, if we move up to a global scale, so much of the U.S. has become a service-dominated industry, right? So there is a lot less manufacturing here. I think in the last 30 years, our GDP has grown something like 400%, whereas the price of oil or gasoline has gone up about 17 to 20% adjusted. And so, no, I think right now oil is affordable, but it's because we're coming off decades where we've had new technology that's unlocked a significant amount of resource.
Yep.
For that to continue in the future, we touched on it during this conversation. You need technology, you need infrastructure, and you need a policy that's going to continue to encourage investment throughout the cycle.
Yeah. Well, the time's gone on us quickly here, but let me, one or two sentences as you look out in the future, what gives you hope?
Yeah, what gives us hope is right now the amount of conversation on permit reform, to be perfectly honest. And while this is a difficult time, there has been a big supply shock. This provides a lot of hope. Not that there will be, high oil prices and this supply shock. This too will pass. But what it does is it brings the conversation forward on what do we need? What does it mean for the U.S.? What does it mean globally to make sure that we can secure energy abundance? Essentially in the U.S., we think of energy abundance, energy reliability. That's a competitive advantage. So when the U.S. can provide reliable, responsibly produced energy, whether it's oil, natural gas, nuclear, solar, whatever, that puts us in a very advantageous position. When you can do that, households win, consumers win, manufacturing wins, small businesses win.
Yep. Terrific. Ezra, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Enjoyed our visit. We'll wrap this up.
Please welcome Chris Womack and Peter Bryant.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. Chris, welcome.
But we don't get any applause or anything? Or you
no,
guys...
I know. Terrible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Make us feel welcome here.
This is going to be exciting. So I'll start off with some framing remarks, and then Chris will jump straight into it. So we all know we're kind of in an age of what I call energy expansion, moving away from a transition mentality. But I think one of the things is we face significant headwinds to expand energy production and distribution in the US, particularly electricity. Especially that we have to double electricity generation in the next 20, 30 years, as some of the statistics. So what are some of these headwinds? Obviously, regulatory, everybody talks about it. Supply chain, 5-year wait for transformers, 5-year wait for gas turbines, skilled labor shortage in construction. We have the impending, what I call the copper minerals famine, which could further complicate availability and cost of key components to the energy system, and that's looming. And so if you think about these kind of headwinds, plus we need to do things faster than we ever have. At the Edison Electricity Institute Leadership Conference, Chris, you were there, Safra Catz, the CEO of Oracle, said to the assembled utilities, I need you guys to move as fast as us. And I thought it was kind of ironic that the fastest moving industry in the world was asking one of the slowest moving industries. No offense meant to move as fast as us. So she was throwing down a challenge, actually, to the whole system. So Chris, when you kind of think about this at Southern, how do you meet all these challenges, do things faster, and at the same time maintain the US's relative cost advantage of energy, electricity, to the rest of the world, and retail of customer affordability? It just seems a tremendous challenge. So how are you guys thinking about it at Southern?
A couple different ways, and let me start by saying, I think there are a lot of misperceptions about our industry. And I think it starts with this industry does so very well in doing what we do that so many times, guess what? All you guys take it for granted. You walk into your house, you walk into your office, what do? You flip the switch and the lights come on, and you just simply don't think about it. Now you think about it when it's not there, but most times you walk through your life, your daily life, and the power is on, the lights on, and you just simply walking down the street kind of enjoying yourselves, and it's an assumption that you build into the nature of your life and your business and your entire enterprise. U.S. has about a $32 trillion GDP. The utility electricity sector is about 5% of that GDP, but guess what? It's the first 5%. So you can't do much without us. And so I speak on behalf of Southern Company, but also I'm vice chair of the Edison Electric Institute, which is this conglomeration of investor-owned utility companies, about 168 of us all across the country. And we're always talking about all the things we're doing, all the investments we're making. There are some 52 gigawatts of power that were built last year. There are some 80 gigawatts that are under construction today, and about 115 gigawatts of power that are permitted for the future. So this industry, the perception about it being slow is not true. I mean, there's continuous investments in the grid and transmission and all the things to make sure that we are powering your daily lives each and every day. And I know that's what we're doing at Southern Company on an ongoing, regular basis to make sure that we're clean, safe, reliable, and affordable and resilient, thinking about extreme weather, thinking about so many things. And yes, we're in the throes of this kind of transformational period, this AI technology revolution that we're in the throes of, and having to meet this incredible demand that we see in front of us. We can do this, and I say all the time, there will be power, and we can do this in a way that meets the demands of the hyperscalers, that meets the demands of all of our local economies and all the economic activities, all the onshoring that's occurring. And we can do this at the same time while providing all the existing customers what we call rate stability. meaning that as we price these contracts and these relationships with these hyperscalers, recognizing the needs they have and what kind of power, the kind of reliability, what we call 99999, the 5 nines, that they pay their full share, and their costs are not being spread, no one else is subsidizing the power they need. Yeah. And so when we price those services to the hyperscalers, and we price it at a full share, we're probably another little incremental upside that provides rate stability to other existing customers. Our customers in Georgia, our customers in Alabama, we've got base rate freezes through 28 and 29. And as a result of the prices and the load that we're bringing on from hyperscalers, that's actually putting downward pressure on rates and bills. And as a result, bills could be almost $2 billion lower as we look through the rest of the decade. So there's a lot of good, wonderful, positive activity that's going on in terms of all the things we're doing to meet this transformational, revolutionary period that we're in the throes of, to make sure that we continue to power this economy.
Sure, yeah, no, thanks, Chris. I mean, it is a very complex system that we maintain and have to grow, so just trying to be provocative as well.
Yes, and you did that. You were very well at being provocative.
Exactly. So I'm interested with base rate stability. Is that something that's universal across all 50 states? Or
no, it's not. No, it's
not.
So
how do you think about that? Because it seems important to me to have hyperscalers pay their way.
And so that's the other thing, is that this industry, I think, is so, it's taken for granted and people don't understand it. I mean, there's some 3,000 power companies across this country. And like I said, about 160 odd investor-owns, and you got municipal systems, you got rural cooperative systems. When FDR decided he wanted to make sure everybody, no matter where you lived, had electricity. And so the REA was put in place. And so you've got different constructs all across the country. Yep. Because a lot of it was geographically based, because a lot of companies in a lot of regions, they take advantage of the resources that they have in their areas. And you got places like California with kind of more temperate climate, so they don't have the heat and humidity that we have in the Southeast in the middle of the summer. So situations are structured a lot differently. And then you have some competitive marketplaces like what we call PJM. And so those constructs were built for periods of stability, meaning there was not much growth, and so they could share to be more efficient. Now, they've got to do some things different to, I think, accommodate this growing demand in terms of having the proper price signals, the forward-looking price signals, to make sure they can build additional supply to help keep prices down. So no, everybody are not structured in a way where they can have that kind of rate stability that we're able to have in what we call our vertically integrated market. I mean, I do everything. I have from generation to distribution, serving some 9 million customers. I have it all. Yeah. Every company doesn't have that luxury and have that benefit.
It's an advantage and a luxury that you have. Tell me, I mean, I think, we see all the costs rising, of the inputs into the grid and generation. It seems to me that the investor-owned utility model of the returns to the market, increased cost, rate stability, must be creating a tension in the investor-owned utility model. Do you agree, or is there a different perspective we should have?
There's no question. I mean, there's this, like I said, I've got a capital budget next 5 years, about $81 billion, and that continues to grow. And so there's this kind of the need for capital, need for investment. So, and when you see interest rates where they are today in terms of them being higher for longer, puts a lot of pressure on cost. And then when you see all the issues around supply chains, can we get turbines? Can we get transformers? Can we get cables? All the input factors that are necessary to respond to this growing demand. Yeah, there are incredible pressures that we're having all across all supply chains, in addition to labor. I don't think we have enough workers in this country to meet this demand. Yeah, I feel good about the size and scale of our company and the relationships that we have with suppliers, with turbine manufacturers, with the companies that build transformers, with the labor community, the organized labor community, to make sure that I'll have the resources that I need. I'm going to be able to execute. I think there's going to be a challenge others without the scale, without the experience, and without what I call the wherewithal, the ability, and the capacity, and the commitment to get all this done.
Yeah. So, I mean, one question is scale going to be an important differentiator, do you think?
Scale's going to be critical.
Yeah.
Scale's going to be critical as we go forward with this incredible growing demand that we have, because, like I said, we're doubling the size of the company in terms of from a generation standpoint. So to get all that done, and from a balance sheet perspective, all the financial implications that come along with it, scale is going to be very, very important, particularly as we try to maintain this rate stability for our customers across the company.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's switch gears to the US government. Obviously, the current administration is taking, let's call it a more interventionist industrial policy. You guys just got a great low interest loan, many billions. What role do you see the US government playing? How interventionist should it be? Is it just low interest funding to help de-risk? Where do you see them playing?
There are so many places, because what we're doing is so central to the U.S. winning this AI race. Okay?
Absolutely.
We can't lose this race to China. We can't lose it to the Emirates. We can't lose it to anyone else. The U.S. must win this AI race. In order for that to happen, there's a lot of construction, a lot of build out that has to be done. And I think the government has to take a leadership role in facilitating to making sure all this happens. So it's a broad, comprehensive energy policy that I think the U.S. government must have in place. And there are so many areas where I think they must lean in. I mean, I got to say thanks to the Trump administration for what they've done around nuclear. I mean, we built the last 2 nuclear units in this country in 23 and 24 in terms of what they're doing from a regulatory standpoint, from a supply chain, long lead time for equipment in terms of what they're doing to make sure those kind of things are available to support that part of the business. But then the $26.5 billion we got, the largest loan DOE has made as it supports the investments we're making across our grid. But like I said, everything we're doing, making sure we think about how that impacts what I call rate stability, because with the financial preferences we get from the federal government, this is going to be some $7 billion worth of savings to customers over the life of this loan.
Okay.
So yeah, there are critical and important roles that the government must take in making sure that we meet this moment, that we win this AI race here in the U.S.
Yeah, no, I think kind of the de-risking, supporting rate stability, really, really critical. Let's switch gears, because I mean, obviously, it's quicker to build generation than it's, nuclear aside, than it is to build power lines. And I'll talk to the Commissioner of FERC later about that specifically. But it gets me to kind of the behind-the-meter systems, which seem to be growing, particularly with the hyperscalers. How do you see that playing out in terms of, we really want to get to a smart grid, a total system, but behind the meter seems very isolated to me at the moment. How do you kind of think about that in the totality of what you're doing?
It's one of those other conversations that in terms of understanding the rest of the story. Behind the meter solutions can't meet this incredible demand that we have in front of us. You have to make sure this grid works. This grid, this electric grid has served this country well for so long. This grid is going to be essential to meet this growing demand. There will be behind the meter or even in front of the meter solutions that can provide temporary power needs that data centers and hyperscalers will want. But that's not the long-term solution. Yes, I mean, there are going to be battery systems. I mean, we're building, right now we've got some 65 megawatts of battery storage on our system. That's going to be like 6,500 by the end of this decade. So yeah, we're going to build more batteries. We're going to do more things that supports microgrids and temporary power support kinds of activities. But the things we have to do is make sure we continue to invest in the grid. This grid is what's going to power this economy, what's going to power this country, and that's where the work, I think, needs to be done. We're going to do both, but let's not give up on this grid that has supported this economy for so long and has done it so very well. Yeah,
I mean, I'm going to ask David from FERC, but I mean, if regulatory reform just seems so far away, how do you keep the grid construction at the same pace as generation construction so you don't get this mismatch, which then makes us fall behind in the AI race?
And you have to do both. And so I'm building 1,000 miles of transmission.
Okay.
So as I build 10 gigawatts of power, I've got to build transmission. I've got to make sure I can connect this generation to customers. And so I've got to do both. Now, yeah, it's not easy. I mean, you know, whether it's, nobody wants power lines in the back of their neighborhoods. Nope. So I've got to find the right routes. I've got to do things underground. I got to be a lot more creative than I have been in the past to make sure I can build out this infrastructure to meet this demand, but recognizing how I do this in a very friendly and sensitive way to neighborhoods and communities. I'll do things on rail lines. I'll do things on highway right-of-ways. I mean, there will be a lot of different things that I'll consider to build out the grid to make sure that we're supporting this demand, this incredible demand that we see in front of us. It's an incredibly exciting time.
Yeah, and I think it's exciting in that, I mean, using some innovative thinking there, your railway lines, highways, already, you know, kind of using existing infrastructure to build on.
We got to do things we've not really done before.
Yeah.
With the magnitude of the build out that has to occur. So yeah, looking at different kind of solutions, I think is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, I like that, because we can all lament about lack of regulatory reform, but we've got to get on with it, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, you guys are big in nuclear, and, you know, small. Everybody talks about SMRs, and we've got that coming. I mean, and, you know, the hyperscalers are all on about it. How are you guys thinking about SMRs and nuclear in general?
I'm biased. I'm bullish on AP1000s. I mean, the larger units. I mean, that's what we brought online in 23 and 24. And to meet this growing demand, nuclear's got to be a part of the solution.
Yeah.
Small modular reactors, they have a role. We got to finish up the kind of engineering designs to make sure they are in fact smaller and they are in fact cheaper. So we got to finalize and figure that out. But right now, in terms of when you look at the demand that this country is facing, this country's got to build, I think, make a commitment, probably sometime in the middle of next year, to build some 10 AP1000s going forward that we have online by the mid-2030s. Okay. Yes, we're going to continue to do research and looking at new advanced nuclear technologies, and SMR is a part of that. And so as we think about the role of nuclear, I think we got to look at things that we've done that have been successful, and AP1000 technology has proven successful. I mean, these units are operating what we call 90% capacity factors and higher. I mean, they're running 90+% of the time. So they're very efficient. Yeah, they can be expensive to build, but they're very cheap to run.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the first step from a nuclear investment. But I think, there's a role to play for SMRs.
Okay, nice, good. Last question, and because the clock's counting down.
Yeah.
When I interviewed the EVP for Micron last year here, he talked about the reason they're investing billions relocating chip manufacturing to the US is our relative advantage on the cost of electricity relative to the rest of the world. In this one, I mean, obviously, lots of countries have more expensive electricity. How do we make sure we maintain that and don't sit in a bubble and let that escape from us? Because that's really important. So it still could be affordable in the US because of our high GDP, but we may lose that relative cost advantage at some point. So how do we make sure we keep on track on that?
Yeah, I mean, we all have to make sure we're operating our business as efficiently as possible.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, as we deploy AI all across our businesses, I'm going to use that to make sure all of my processes are efficient as possible.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure I use my scale, my size to negotiate wonderful preferences and from a cost standpoint for turbines for large equipment. I've got to do all the things that I can to make sure I'm always putting downward pressure on cost. Yeah, I love my price position today.
Yep.
Being double digits below the national average, being below the average in the Southeast. But I've got to continue I got to keep pushing in that direction to keeping electricity kind of somewhere at or below inflation. Yeah, I think if we make that kind of commitment, we can make sure that electricity, I mean, you'll see some upward pressure, but we'll make sure that it's clean, safe, reliable, but also making sure that it's affordable and supporting this incredible growing economy that we have.
Keep our eye on the ball all the time. So clock's almost out. One final takeaway that you want the audience to really take away in terms of the utility sector. I think you said some great things in the opening remarks.
Yeah.
We take things for granted, but one key takeaway that you'd like
There will be power. I mean, be certain. I mean, there's an incredible demand and opportunity in front of us and this industry all across this country. I think we're prepared, we're equipped, we have the wherewithal, we have the experience to meet this incredible demand in front of us. yeah, there will be power.
Exactly. Trust. That's great. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the stage Toby Z. Rice and Terrence Keeley.
Check. Sound okay? Toby, welcome back.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. Toby's 3 for 3 at the Energy Future Forum, and there's a very important reason for that, and that's because almost certainly, Toby, nobody's done more for natural gas development and independence in the United States of America than your company. So I'd actually like to start by thanking Toby and his colleagues for what he's doing for energy independence in America. Natural gas is a true blessing. We should all be grateful as Americans for our abundance in that space, but we want to get into that, Toby, directly. This is all we're doing on natural gas today, all right. So we've got a lot to get into. I wanted to start with Marty Durbin's one word. David DesRosiers, by the way, already said natural gas is his top pick, so you got. But Marty Durbin said that the real focus we need as a country and as a world on energy is one word: more.
That's right.
More. You recently said, Toby, that energy systems need to be affordable, reliable, and cleaner, but they also need to be bigger. So give us a sense of maybe some metrics behind that and natural gas's role.
Yeah, the energy we produce needs to be bigger, that's for sure. And every day at EQT, we produce a little bit over 1 million barrels a day of energy, but all in natural gas form. But I use the barrels to give you guys some context on the scale here. And we're doing that with just 3 drilling rigs. So just think about that. It just shows you the productive power of these shale resources, what we've been able to unlock with the innovation. But it's never been more important time for us to produce energy in this country. Americans' energy bills are up over 40%. This is not because of Iran. This is not because of AI data centers. This rise in energy costs started in 2020. We got energy security of our allies is crippled. We've got a major energy crunch coming with the AI revolution and the tremendous amount of energy that's going to need. And on top of this, billions in this world live without enough access to energy. We have got to make our energy ecosystem bigger. And we're at a really important point in time now where, thanks to the shale revolution, and it's not just EQT, there's hundreds of companies, independents that have transformed America from being energy dependent to being an energy powerhouse on the world stage. But we've achieved our energy independence. Now the next challenge, Terry, is we've got to go from independence to energy dominance. And energy dominance means we continue to provide Americans the energy advantage where they get the lowest cost energy in the world right now. In Europeans, they're paying $15 for the natural gas. In the United States, they're paying $2.50.
$2.50.
What an advantage. We need to protect that. Yeah. We need to make sure that we win the AI race. Our estimates, it's going to take about 18 BCF a day of natural gas. It's a 20% increase in natural gas supply to meet the energy needs for the AI revolution. We need to provide energy security to our allies. We're excited about the path to go from the 20 BCF a day we're producing today. We see a pathway to 30 BCF a day, and then past that, we see given the fact that this Iran conflict is showing that US LNG is the most reliable form of LNG on the planet, full stop. It's produced in a peaceful region, backed by the world's strongest military. We're seeing a rush to more LNG, US LNG. That could set the table for us to go from 30 to 40 BCF a day.
Wow.
There's another 20% increase there. Yeah. And then on top of all this, we need to continue to look for ways to replace the bad actors in energy. And energy dominance means that you get your energy from a friendly source like America. If you're a petro state that is going to use your energy sales, you're going to weaponize energy like what Russia has done, or you're going to use your energy sales to fuel bombs, terror, and tyranny like in Iran and Venezuela, we need to replace you with friendly sources. And America has a big role to replace that influence with American influence. And then on top of all that, you get through all that, Terry. And the biggest challenge, and what I believe is the biggest opportunity in energy right now, because energy is about people. And the biggest opportunity in energy right now in the future is going to be getting access to the billions of people in this world that live without enough energy to do it. And that is going to require us to triple the amount of energy that's produced and consumed in this world. All forms of energy, not just natural gas.
So let's get into the durability on this issue of dominance. EQT is mostly involved in Marcellus, very big basin. You're headquartered in Pittsburgh. Obviously, Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, very, very important to you. Separately, there's the Permian. You going to run out of gas anytime soon, Toby? You doing any exploration in Alaska yet? Where are America's reserves? How confident can we be about them? And where are the future reserves?
We would like to see a future where natural gas plays a leading role in the energy ecosystem. We believe that natural gas is America's superpower. And the value of that independence that we've been able to create today is evident by the fact that Americans have been insulated from this geopolitical price shocks. Right. But to get people to take that leap of faith with you, that energy should play the leading role, you got to make sure that this isn't a flash in the pan, that we've got the resource to be able to do this. So a couple years ago when we did our Unleash US LNG campaign, the biggest green initiative on the planet still is. Don't forget that. It's also the biggest energy security blanket for the world. We're seeing that today too. We estimated, we said, man, this is really great. How big could we make US LNG? And thanks to the shale revolution, what we've discovered but not yet drilled, we figured with two constraints. The energy has got to be affordable, it's got to be reliable. With a $4 gas price, what inventory is available to do that, and the reliability comes in, grow to a peak that you can sustain for over 30 years.
30.
And when we did that number, we can create 60 BCF a day of natural gas surplus in this country to provide energy security to our allies, to lower Americans' energy bills, to win this AI race. 60 BCF a day of surplus is what's available for us to create with those two constraints. Oh, and Terry, by the way, that doesn't even factor in the Permian, that doesn't factor in Alaska. That's just from—
Permian's at zero.
The Permian, I'm not even factoring that into the surplus, okay? This is just the gassier plays like the Appalachia region, Haynesville, Scoop Stack, and the Eagle Ford to contribute to that. So just with that, massive potential, and 60 BCF a day for people that aren't too plugged in on how much energy that is the energy equivalent of adding over 10 million barrels a day of clean energy. It's going to bring a tremendous amount of peace and prosperity to the world stage. That's why natural gas is our superpower, and as much as we're doing right now, we can do so much more, and this is a tremendous gift for Americans, and it's going to be an even bigger gift for our allies around the world.
I've been surprised prepping for this, and we were just talking about it backstage, about how localized natural gas pricing is. So you just pointed out to me when we were backstage that in Texas we have a negative price right now, negative. That contributes to affordability. But in actual fact, how does that get arbed out at all internationally? And maybe to illustrate that with how much you're exporting, how much you used to export, how much you plan to export given these price differentials.
Yeah, so we'll spend a minute just talking about some of the market dynamics we're seeing in the US, because one great thing that's happening in America is we've never produced more energy than we're producing right now. Think about that in context of the fact of what I said earlier, Americans' energy bills are up almost 40%. How can you have a situation where energy production's up but energy bills are still going up? It's just a symptom that there's a big bottleneck that's been created between where the energy is being produced and where it's getting consumed. And you see situations where we have an energy crisis going on in the world, but we have negative gas prices in West Texas. We have a situation, we have the biggest gas field in the world, and we sell our gas at almost a 75-cent discount to Henry Hub. But right next to the biggest gas field in the world in Appalachia where we operate is New England, and Massachusetts in New England is going to pay the highest natural gas prices in the world in the wintertime. Think about that. Higher, more expensive than Europe, more expensive than Germany. It's absolutely ridiculous. Typically how these things sort out is you see these price signals and the market forces will correct. Guys like Mike Howard will go out there and they'll build a pipeline and connect low-cost supply to a higher-priced market, and everything will normalize. But market forces have been overridden by political force, and that's why permit reform is needed to make this happen. But as it relates to the international arena, how do domestic prices relate to international prices? One of the risks that people had is that more exports is going to create higher prices for Americans. Well, that narrative is being decimated right now. We're showing you the true power of our energy independence here, with natural gas prices in around the world going up $10 when the Strait of Hormuz closed. In the United States, it went up 10 cents. Okay, we've protected Americans. Now, fast forward a few weeks, prices internationally are still up 50%. They're down 10% in the United States. The dynamic that we see with the international markets is you are going to be exposed to international prices, but as a producer, if prices internationally get soft, then the spread will close between Henry Hub and international prices. And if that gets below, our view is about 250, you will see U.S. LNG facilities turn down, which leaves demand, which puts pressure on domestic prices. So you have exposure to the downside.
Sure.
And we saw that in 2020.
Yeah.
So you have the exposure to the downside, whether you decide to take international exposure or not. But in a situation where prices increase globally, guess what? There's not going to be a big increase in domestic prices as we're seeing right now. And so as a domestic natural gas producer, that's not a really good skew on outcomes. We've got all the downside but no exposure to the upside. And that's why we've made the decision to get some international exposure to give our investors the best risk-adjusted exposure to natural gas markets.
I wanted to give you a few minutes. Prominently on your website, EQT, commitment to net zero. I think you've achieved net zero. What has that journey been like? Why did you do it? How much did it cost? What value did it create?
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to continue to reiterate our commitment to environmental excellence is unwavering. People need to know that ESG and taking care of the environment has always been a big, in the communities that we operate in, has always been a big part of the oil and gas industry culture. We just called it EHS. But let me tell you why this was important for us to do this net zero scope 1 and 2. One of the biggest environmental concerns on natural gas today is methane emissions.
Right.
And people will say, we need to shut down natural gas development because of methane emissions. Okay, let me give you an example. Because we cannot let the environmental concerns over producing our product override the environmental benefits when people use our product. And to give you an example, at EQT, our carbon footprint's about 800,000 tons. Okay, and that's what people are saying we need to shut that down. Well, that 800,000 tons is what it takes for us to run our rigs, complete our wells, do all the well tending, drive the trucks on the road. 800,000 tons. You want to shut that down? Okay, well, think about this. That carbon footprint is associated with the amount of operations that will produce an amount of product. When put on the world stage to replace higher emitting forms of energy like coal, will have an environmental benefit of over 150 million tons. So at 800,000 ton cost for 150 million ton benefit, okay? How do we get people to focus on the benefits? Well, we're taking this off the table. And so that's why it was important for us to be net zero on scope 1 and 2 and achieve our net zero methane emissions. And one thing that's really important for people to understand is the journey that we took to get there, we did it very quickly, we did it very cost effectively, and these solutions are available to other operators. This is not an EQT story, so this can be replicated, and it is being replicated, starting with combo development for us, getting better at drilling wells. If you can drill wells at half the speed, guess what, Terry? Your carbon footprint will drop because you're not using as much diesel. Yeah. So being great in our operations has been a big benefit. In the U.S. and the shale revolution, we've seen if you look at the productivity per rig, just to speak to the innovation and the efficiency that we've demonstrated, one of the reasons why energy is so affordable, we've seen a 20-fold increase in the productivity per rig in this country. We used to have 2,000 rigs not producing, about a third, 75% of the energy we're producing now with only 500 rigs. Speaks to that. Right. That's the first step. The second step for us was pinpointing the biggest source of methane emissions, and that was replacing pneumatic devices was the big source. Doing that one thing alone, we pulled out 9,000 devices. We did it in 18 months. It cost about $38 million.
$38 million.
$38 million, but the impact on that, it cut our methane emissions by over 70%, shaved over 300,000 tons of emissions off our footprint. And when you do the math on it, Terry, it was less than $5 per ton from an abatement cost, okay? We did it fast, it was cost effective, and it was incredibly impactful, and these opportunities exist for others around industry. And this is why you're seeing methane emissions in the United States drop significantly. We've seen a 43% improvement, and you could look at the API has an environmental partnership where they put out the results for everybody, not just looking at EQT, but looking at the entire industry. What I told Secretary Granholm 3 years ago was keep your focus on methane emissions, keep the bullseye on that, because we're going to knock that out of the park. We've done it, we've proved it, and the rest of industry is doing that as well.
I cannot help but observe Dr. Stephen Koonin in the front row, and I want to make sure that we're all clear in this forum how we feel about the relationship between carbon and climate and any number of other issues. So, and Roger Pilke, who's not here, has had some very important articles in the Wall Street Journal recently that traces the important, I would say, levels of uncertainty that surround some of these. But congratulations on achieving net zero, and I suspect it's opened up some sales markets for you as well. We were having a discussion last night about the various phases of the shale revolution. Shale 1.0 was the land grab from 2007 to 2011. 2.0 was 2012 to 2016. That was a productivity burst. What are we going to do with all this? 3 has been capital discipline, which you've been demonstrating at EQT. But the 4th is opportunities for increased recovery and the application of new technologies, Toby. So how are you seeing how new technologies will be able to impact not only recovery rates, but probably keeping costs down as well? So, work in AI in there if you want.
Yeah, what's exciting to think about with the application of AI now, AI is going to impact A players better than your normal B or C players, and I believe the oil and gas industry is one of those A players. You look at the innovation that we've done in the past, that 20-fold increase in productivity, this technology is gonna supercharge those type of results, and that's just gonna allow us to preserve this American energy advantage that we have. Technology is also gonna be important, but what I really think is gonna be this next era is going to be about expanding energy access. I believe that some of the things that drove this industry, net zero and the impact of climate, I think we're now in an era where we can focus on people. And while I do believe climate is a concern, it's not the biggest concern. I believe the biggest concern on this planet facing humanity today is poverty. That's what I believe. But what I know is that the fastest, most impactful way to bring people out of poverty is get them access to energy. And we know that more energy consumption leads to greater wealth. And we have a really amazing opportunity. What if we made a decision to end poverty? What would that look like? If we define poverty as being ended, if we can get the world to a level of wealth, just call it $50,000 GDP per capita, how much energy would that take? We would need to get the world to consume about 50 megawatt hours equivalent of energy. Now, for perspective, the United States is around 90, okay? But if we can get the world to that level of energy consumption, 50 megawatt hours equivalent, it'll translate to $50,000 GDP. That's our vision. 50 and 50, we want to do that in 50 years. And Terry, what's really—
50, 50, 50. Pretty easy to remember.
And what's remarkable about this, and we formed Energy Corps as a nonprofit for this industry to carry this vision forward and also provide a vehicle to execute projects to bring energy access to some of the markets that maybe are underserved today, because in our day jobs we're focused on carrying the weight of the developed world, but there's this huge opportunity that we're going to be focusing on. But if we can do this, what would it take on a big picture to be able to achieve this vision? We would need to triple the amount of energy that's produced and consumed in this world, as I mentioned before. And that's not just oil and gas. That's solar, wind, nuclear, oil and gas, coal, all of it. It all needs to come up. Think about that in perspective when people are talking about canceling a coal facility, okay? We need to triple the amount of energy that's produced and consumed. But if we do that, we'll end poverty. If we do that, it will increase global GDP 5 times over.
And this Energy Corps is an NGO or what?
Yeah, it's a 501c3.
Okay.
And whether you care about energy, whether you care about creating wealth or business, or whether you care about people and making the world a safer, more prosperous place, and that prosperity is going to bring more peace. And don't we know we need to be thinking about that? Yeah. You should care about this initiative, care about helping us on this vision. And it would invite everybody to learn more about this to visit energycorps.com and find ways to get involved. This is going to be something we're really excited about.
So last question, typical question. What's keeping you up at night?
Ooh. When we came into EQT, 6 years ago, the mission for us, and this is why shareholders brought us in, was to realize the full potential of EQT. And we've certainly had an amazing run the last 6 years. We've cut our costs by 30%. We've increased the productive capacity by 50%. We've doubled the free cash flow per share capabilities of the organization.
Paying down some debt.
We pay down. We've got a quality culture. We've got a quality asset base. We've got a quality cost structure. We've got a quality balance sheet. But this last part was bringing back quality growth. And the thing that I have not realized the full potential of yet has been this massive resource base that we have. I mean, all these numbers we talk about, the potential that we could bringing, this amount of surplus to the world, finding ways to unlock that at EQT. We have the ability to produce about 8 BCF a day of gas. If we had the demand, we would be able to produce, with our asset base, we have the ability to increase our production by 50%. But we cannot just blindly grab that. We've got to make sure the demand is there. That's why we care about things like unleashing US LNG. It's why we care about making sure the tech companies have all the energy they need to win this AI race. It's why we care about big opportunities like providing energy access to the world. And that's how we could realize the full potential of EQT. That's what I think about every night.
Natural gas, absolutely essential to human flourishing. Thank you for bringing it to the world.
All right, thank you, Terry.
What a great first session. Thank you to our speakers. We're now going to take a short break, so please help yourself to refreshments. We will reconvene on time at 10:50. So for our online audience, that's about 14 minutes. I look forward to seeing you then.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're beginning session 2, data centers, powering the boom. Please welcome to the stage Andy Power and Mark Mills.
Welcome back. Hope some of you got some coffee to get the caffeine rolling in the afternoon. I will expose my bias in having the pleasure and honor of Andy join us, is that I'm a data center junkie. I've been around data centers for 20 plus years, since the dawn of data centers in the background. And I write all about them a lot. It's as I said in my opening remark, it's the construction of data centers constitutes in the penumbra of industries that entails that, the communications, the internal infrastructure, is the biggest physical infrastructure ever built by humanity. It sounds like a bold statement, but it's true. And we have a data center company, which you probably have never heard of. Unless you're a cognoscenti, the first thing I want to ask Andy to tell you about is just a couple of minutes, not corporate advertising, because it'll give you some context. What is digital realty? Because you've heard of Meta, you've heard of Google, you've heard of Amazon's data centers. Andy, thanks for coming.
Thanks so much for having me, Mark. So digital realty, like Mark said, for 20 plus years, public company solely focused on building, owning, and operating data centers. So we are essentially the physical manifestation of the digital economy. We are supporting nearly 6,000 customers, so the likes of corporate enterprise, major financial services companies, manufacturing companies, all the way to the hyperscale cloud companies, Google's, Amazon's, Microsoft's of the world, with the physical infrastructure for their servers, their softwares, the technology that is letting you check your phone in the morning, buy your coffee,
go shopping,
do your work, stream your Netflix, everything that's running online.
And at scale, so you told me it measured in power, you're running about 3 gigawatts. You have a gigawatt under construction.
A little more than that, yep.
A pipeline for another few, so let's round it to you're a public company, so you can't, but I'll say potentially 10 gigawatt data center infrastructure company in the near future. Now, remind everybody for calibration, that's the power of a city of 5 million people that you can support. So in terms of scale, because I made a point of scale, of the individual data centers that are now being built compared to a decade ago, where 10 megawatts, 50 megawatts, that was a big data center. Are you unique? Are we in new territory? I mean, we know the question answers itself. What does that do to the actual construction process and the upstream requirements and power when you move at scales? And are the scales that you're seeing, and what are they, typical in the industry?
Sure. So as you mentioned, we're operating today. I could tour you through 3 gigawatts of data centers in 55 metropolitan areas. We're building close to 1.5 gigs. That is nearly $17 billion. Within that, we could have a single building that is 100 megawatts, and that could be 1.5 billion. That is 1.5 million square feet. Think about parking 1 to 2 aircraft carriers inside the building. These are just massive scaled infrastructure that we're bringing online faster now than we've ever had. It's multifaceted, so digital transformation is happening every day with businesses. The cloud is a $500 billion market growing at close to 30%. And we're just at the early days of artificial intelligence be as incremental demand drivers for this infrastructure coming online. So you're talking about, of course, you're building an anticipation of growth, but you don't build guessing there's growth. To cut to the root of what I hear constantly is this a bubble and that it's going to burst? So you reacted to demand that comes from the market that wants the physical facilities. So simple question is, does it feel like, based on the order book, a bubble? How far out can you see? And if you were guessing, again, you have fiduciary responsibilities. If you're guessing, how far away are we away from peak data center construction? Can you see it? So we're essentially at a place where we cannot keep up with the demand. The physical infrastructure that our customers are needing, for the bits and bytes are moving way faster than the picks and shovels and the construction and supply chain. I don't look at this as we're at some bubble period. I think we're just getting going on a massive, large-scale, capital-intensive build-out of digital infrastructure. When we transact, we're transacting with the trillion-dollar companies are some of our biggest customers. They're not signing up for short-term contracts. They're signing up for 15 years or longer duration contracts. For buildings, they may not even deliver for 18 months in some cases. So you think we're talking about commitments that are going to range from where we got going to the last day of the first contract to 20 years potentially. These companies are on this long-term growth, and it's a multifaceted growth, like I said. It's not just about artificial intelligence. It's not just about cloud computing. It's not just about digital transformation. Yes, we're serving these trillion-dollar hyperscale customers, but we have 6,000 customers. Yeah. Numerous other businesses are using this infrastructure to automate their workflows, bring new innovation, start new businesses, and it's critical with the infrastructure we deliver. You keep coming back to this point, and I think it's a really important one. The news is dominated by the hyperscalers for obvious reasons. They're big companies, multi-trillion-dollar companies. But there are thousands and thousands of companies. You have 6,000 customers, which is, customers doesn't mean that it's one of us individually that are renting space in your data center. These are businesses and enterprises, thousands of them, that are using your physical facility, either renting servers or putting servers in cages, right, the physical cages that are in your buildings. So you're responding to this huge efflorescence of demand coming from enterprises. So when you look at that and you think about, you have a fiduciary and a practical duty, but the practical question is when you're building at this scale, this velocity, 18 months, 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, so where are you getting the power now? Where do you think you're going to get the power 18 months from now? And where do you think you're going to get the power 36 months from now? Will they be the same? And what's actually going on the front lines? So I would say all of the above is the short answer to that question, and especially if you extend it beyond 36, because some of the innovation coming in the nuclear field will eventually come into the picture. But now we're massive amounts of grid power, reliability. We're working hand in hand with our utility partners and investing in substations to expedite their deliveries. We also are looking at, call it bridging behind the meter solutions, right? We want to help when utilities are focused on transmission lines and other things. So, and you have to use all of it. And it's, to me, the need for this critical infrastructure is so vast and so rapid in need that it's not one fighting the other, right? And we're not competing with the utilities with a solution. We're helping the utilities when they need a little bit of help in a project here or there. So and of course, I'll do a point of privilege by disputing the common term of art that you and everybody uses, behind the meter. I've been peddling the idea that we should change the nomenclature to public and private grids. Not that they're mutually exclusive. There's always a meter. Somebody's always paying. The question is, who pays and how do you build a facility? Which, of course, brings up the obvious question, and I mentioned in my opening remarks too, and you and I have talked about this, is the sudden eruption, and it feels like a very sudden eruption, of a data center resistance movement. Part of that resistance is sort of an incoherent anger with AI and social media, so you blame
blame Meta and their data centers. I mean, you can see that's where the social media lives, the physical equipment. You can see that. But a lot of it has been driven by the claim that data centers are responsible for making electricity unaffordable. The affordability crisis is, in air quotes, has been pinned on to data centers. You are on the receiving end of this. So tell us a bit about, A, your perspective on the claims, but also the claims are real, and the political movements are very real. What are you guys doing about it?
So I don't know if we have enough time for the long version of that answer, but I think, first off, the term the cloud is probably the worst term that could have come to our space, because everyone just thinks the data floats into the ether and magically appears on your devices, and there's nothing behind that. In our four walls, in our 300 plus data centers, lives the cloud. It sits in, we're the infrastructure where our customer servers and chips are making the cloud happen for you. I think we're at such a much important time in the world and in this country around this that I believe at Digital have been unsung heroes and just quiet about it for a long time, doing our business, contributing, but now we got to be a little bit more out there and understand and communicate, hey, fact and fiction here. Yeah. When it comes to grid, we're investing alongside the utilities to strengthen the grid. We're there in those hot summer nights here in Northern Virginia when we can go to our redundant power sources and ease the grid and lower costs, as you've seen from many of our customers who have made commitments to that. The jobs, for a long time we don't take a lot of resources because we don't fill our data centers with oodles of people. But when you add it up, the data center industry in the US, bigger than the automobile industry in terms of workers today. Yeah. We're big contributors for taxes, that gives the best schools, teachers, sports fields, roads, you name it. The water, we at Digital operate 300 data centers worldwide. Our business consumes less than the water consumption of 18 California golf courses, and there's 16,000 golf courses just in the United States. Yeah. So, yeah. But we just can't stop because this is so critical of a time here. You think of any leap in technology when it was going to mobile device, mobile computing, computing in general, all the way back to the building of roads and international airports. We're at a place where we as an industry, and I think Digital is doing its best to lead on that, to understand that this is critical. Like, we do not want to be left behind in the next technology. And it's not just security, right, which is certainly on the forefront. It's where is the economy around the next technological innovation going to happen? Is it going to happen here in the United States, or is it going to happen abroad? Well,
here's sort of my forensic from the outside looking in, is that the data center industry, which is essentially only a 2-decade-old industry, it began in, as you know, 1998 in Santa Clara with the first data center, that the industry really started expanding post-Y2K. So it's a new industry. And as a participant and an observer, I've noticed over those 2 decades that the industry is unknown to most people. The word data center was an alien term. Was it like an office center? What is that? And it was generally, admired. It's an industry, if you're working in it, people liked you. Say, wow, you're building that stuff. And now it's a little bit of a culture shock to realize, wait a minute, we're the bad guys. And I think you're right. What you describe is essentially an old-fashioned industrial communications problem, because the infrastructure of the internet and the cloud are physical and require social license. So I think you guys are doing a good job. All of it, not just Digital Realty. The whole industry is now waking up to the fact that they have to do a better job explaining why they have a social license to operate and do things, in some cases, that are palliatives to help consumers realize. And of course, most people don't know the things they love to do, like streaming videos, shopping. Those are made possible. They live inside of the data centers.
Our story is not about power generation, distribution, HVAC, redundancy. Our story is about the transaction at the grocery store, its supply chains, its financial services,
online banking,
healthcare, first responders, and people. And I love that people are very focused on what the next data center means to them, because artificial intelligence is on everyone's mind. But the next evolution of this is scientific research, curing diseases, lifting up quality of life. And I just think of much of what's going to be happening in our four walls. It's going to certainly improve my life and all of our lives, but it's going to be my children's lives, their children's lives. It's going to be multi-decades of innovation coming to life through what we're building right now.
Of course, I'll take mild umbrage with your unhappiness with the word cloud, since my book is called The Cloud Revolution. However, you're right. The problem with the term the cloud and in fact the term cyberspace, the terms virtual reality, is that it's created sort of a 2-decade fiction that these incredible services exist virtually in some ethereal zone that doesn't have any substance, instead of in tons of concrete, and tons of steel, in power systems. But that's always been true for infrastructures. So, which leads to maybe a more fun topic in terms of infrastructure and what you do about, well, if it's a challenge building a data center next door to places people don't want to be, we could follow Elon, and as you know, he's been preaching the gospel of putting data centers in space. So I have an opinion about data centers in space. I love space travel. SpaceX is an amazingly unprecedented success as a business. Collapsed the cost, launch costs, and we'll do it again. So, Digital Realty going to space, baby?
I can tell you right now, we are inextricably linked to the innovation that is happening in space, because those types of names you just rattled off are our customers, and they're connecting back to our data centers.
You guys run the Starlink data centers, a lot of them.
We have the entire, call it LEO set of communications. They're not just beaming down to your phones.
So you're already in space.
We're already in space. We also support Lucasfilm, so we are in galaxies far, far away as well. But I think well, those galaxies are created in virtual reality in your data centers. It's the consumption, it's the distribution, it's the graphic rendering that's going to bring more innovation to life. And I think, going back to similar to my answer on the power sources, that is going to be a bigger piece of this, but it's not going to take away the critical infrastructure we need here, here on planet Earth. No. So you can both of these two things can exist, can be critical to what comes next in technology, and also be vital to right this minute.
Well, I like your framing. I think you should answer it that we're already in space. You're part of the ecosystem that makes Starlink and the whole infrastructure of orbital satellites function usefully on Earth. And as you know, I've written and said that the Starlink is in fact a data center. It's a distributed data center in orbit. So he's really talking his book. He's already done that. Half of a data center is the communications network. The other half is the processing, right, and memory. So he's got 100 megawatts of data center in space already in terms of total power. But he has to build things that are bigger on Earth than data centers, which are rocket launch pads and spaceships that use more power than some data centers.
The misnomer is that there's so many types of data use cases that, like your email, your video, a workflow, scientific research, and each of these workflows complement, intersect, and compound what we can bring to life through the digital economy that's built on our infrastructure.
Well, this is a really important point, and it's relevant to how you build out your industry. So the end use cases dictate frequently the nature of the data center's location, because as you know, and most of you may know, the latency problem, how long it takes to get the information from the action to the data center. So if you're doing basic scientific research, running a massive AI supercomputer model, it can be anywhere that you want it to be, because it's just internally learning and studying. If you're controlling a real system in real time, navigating a train, navigating a car, responding to an industrial system, you have to be within, tens of kilometers, tens of miles from it. So an orbital data center that's only, 100 miles from the user in Nairobi might have a high utility in that edge case. And it might be easier to do that than build a data center in Nairobi, possibly. But the edge data centers are what's interesting. Most people here may not know that term, but it's when you put smaller data centers closer to the point of use, because velocity matters, backing up financial records. That's part of your zeitgeist too. How big do you think that's going?
Our strategy is not just to pursue data centers anywhere and everywhere. We've really had focus on supporting the workloads that have some type of locational or latency sensitivity, speed of light, and distance requirements. And it's very relevant today on many use cases you just enumerated. But I think multiple steps forward. Today, the latest and greatest around artificial intelligence really is a search replacement or search alternative. Right. Answer my questions, right? And it's getting smarter and used in coding and workflows and things. But like, what happens when that technology needs to be in the surgery room?
Right.
That has to be as real time and critical as important. And then what happens when it cannot fail?
But that data center has to be in the hospital. It has to physically be there.
Not necessarily a hospital, but proximate.
Yeah, close.
Closer.
Yeah.
And then two, it cannot fail. We can't have an issue.
Right.
You need multiple parachutes on this plane.
Yeah.
Right? So you need redundancy in your architecture and your infrastructure. So, and that's just one little thing of you taking the technology that we're getting a glimpse of what it's going to be today, but look at the full lens and just not only is it critical and life-changing, mankind changing, but it's going to evolve, and that's where we've tried to shape our strategy around.
You know, I'll just say amen. A perfect note to end on. Andy, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Baer and Scott Tinker.
Boy, that wasn't much of a welcome. You can do better than that. Thank you. All right. John, it's great to have you here. A lot to cover on the power side of things. And you run one of the big ones, MISO. Goes from northern Manitoba to the Mississippi Delta and everything in between. A lot of customers. What is MISO? Let's just kind of hit some lightning round things, if you will, real high level. What is MISO? What's an RTO?
So MISO is a regional transmission organization, which was born from FERC Order 2000. And we were set up to provide non-discriminatory access to the transmission system. We operate physically the high voltage transmission grid. We administer the energy markets. We plan the transmission system for our region. And we work with our states and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to implement energy policy across our region.
Okay, it's a big remit.
There's a lot going on.
A lot going on, and especially geographically.
Yes.
Pretty diverse.
It is very diverse.
How many, 14 states or something today?
We are 15 states, from sort of North Dakota, South Dakota, province of Manitoba, down the central part of the United States, all the way down to the Gulf Coast.
Huh. So value to your members, how does that happen?
So if you think about the regional diversity that we just talked about, it really sets us up to provide two real big sources of value to our membership. Number one, we can lower overall production costs on the system because we have such regional diversity. And once you put all of those different, let's call them utilities or entities together, it allows you to lower the overall production costs pretty significantly. The other thing it does is it allows you to displace investment. Because when you think about electric systems and you think about electric reliability for the folks who are using electricity at home, you have to carry a certain amount of excess generation resources on your system to make sure that if something breaks, and these are machines, they do break, or it's not windy, or it's not sunny, that you have an alternative to make sure you can keep the electricity flowing. When you put that big of a region together and provide the weather diversity and geographic diversity that we have, it allows you to significantly reduce your investment to provide the same level of service. And so we probably create between those two things $12 to $14 billion a year above our costs of value that goes back to our membership and the end users.
I mean, is an electron that's generated in Minnesota available in Louisiana, or how does that work?
By cascading effect, yes, but not directly, no.
Okay. So what's your primary source of revenue? How does it?
So we are a 501c4 for the public good enterprise, not for profit. We are a member-based organization owned by our members. We have a budget on an annual basis, and that budget is reimbursed by our members. And we are accountable to them. They oversee that budget as well as provide us the revenues to cover our costs.
Okay, so you have a board comprising members of some kind? Or?
We don't. One of the things that makes us a little bit different from some of the other regional transmission organizations is that we have an independent board of directors.
Okay.
And that board of directors then oversees a management team, which includes myself. And we have an advisory committee made up of different industry sectors, and our membership, which then provide input, advice through a stakeholder process, which helps drive our decision making.
Gotcha. And so you say that makes you different from other RTOs? Most of them don't.
The independents. Some of the RTOs have members on the board of directors or involved in that, and there are different type of structures where maybe you need a member vote before you can file for a change or make a change in your energy markets or your energy tariff. With FERC, we don't. We get the advice, we do what we think is best, and we move forward.
Gotcha. What's job one? I mean, if you were to have to, that little elevator pitch, what is your primary mission?
Well, there's really two missions, right? So which makes it really easy to keep it top of mind, right? First and foremost, you have to be reliable, right? Every day. We've got to make sure that 24/7 the lights are on, right? But second, you've got to do it really efficiently. If you use everybody's assets all the time, it's really easy to keep the lights on. But the question is, how can you use those assets most efficiently so that we keep the costs low and we manage affordability while we have high reliability?
So reliability, efficiency, but really tying that into affordability, which is the theme of this day here.
Correct.
Somewhat competing goals, or how do you balance those? I mean, dive in a little bit. How do you, you run this thing. How do you balance that?
Well, we have a whole lot of incentive metrics which drive, quite frankly, how we compensate our people. And they're all lined up around reliability and efficiency to make sure that we're doing it efficiently every day. We report out on a monthly basis to our membership and our board of directors on how we're doing on those measures and metrics. Okay. They've changed over time and gotten more challenging over time as we've changed the portfolio of resources that we work with, right? So for example, if you go back 15, 20 years ago, when we had nuclear plants, coal plants, and gas plants, and we thought it was pretty challenging, and it was, things were a lot different than nowadays when we have batteries, we have wind, and we have a predominant amount of solar. It makes things a lot harder to keep on and keep reliable and keep efficient.
Yeah, let's get to that for sure, because I think a lot of people are struggling with that a little bit. So what would be what are your benchmarks for when is something reliable? What does that mean? And when is it affordable? Can you put some numbers on that?
Well, so from an affordable standpoint, we work with our state commissions who all have different plans with their member utilities on how they want to do things. You can imagine the energy policy and the energy challenges and things that folks want to do from a policy standpoint are different in Minnesota than they are in Mississippi, right? And so the question is, how can you make sure that both can implement their energy policies and their plans and weave those together and make sure they can do it more efficiently than they could by themselves? And that's what the Regional Transmission Organization is able to do.
Okay. So they both start with MI.
And that's about where it stops.
Minnesota and Mississippi. But so does Minnesota have a different cost for electricity than Mississippi?
They do.
And so that gets down to state policies?
Well, I think the lesson from that, though, is that affordability is in the eyes of the beholder, right? So if you view decarbonization as a big target of yours, maybe you're willing to pay a little bit extra in your rates to have that decarbonization taking place. If decarbonization is not a priority for you, natural gas might be, then you might be willing to employ that natural gas. You might have a lower rate.
Right, okay. And how about the reliability measures? What are you targeting?
So the reliability measures everybody agrees on, right? We have a standard that we use in our industry that we call 1 day in 10, which is, 1 day out of 10 years, you may have an interruption on the system. And we plan our system to that because you could spend a whole lot more money and reduce your risk, or we can take what we view as a amount of risk that's acceptable and then base the investment around that risk. And our industry for a long time now has sort of used that 1 day in 10 standard across the country.
1 day in 10 years. Is that system-wide? Because certainly,
Yes.
I mean, locally,
it is system-wide. There may be local issues that don't count on that, but on the high-voltage transmission system is what we're talking about.
Fascinating. Data centers are the topic of the day, AI. And
data centers?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know really what it is. I don't even know what AI is.
Yes.
Not having much I myself, much less A, but how does that demand, which is trivial from what we're understanding, how does that affect you? What's coming?
It is a significant game changer, because if you think about sort of our industry for the last 15 years, it's been less than 0.5% growth, right? We've had conservation taking place. We've learned how to squeeze more out of the system, right? Make it more efficient and move forward. And the challenges that we've been facing were based on a portfolio evolution, right? When you bring on a whole lot of wind and solar and batteries, it changes the way you have to operate your system, and you have to design your markets, because you need to provide different incentives to manage the reliability risks that those bring with them. So we've been working hard on that. But now, over the last 2 years, we've seen significant load growth forecasts. In MISO, we're looking at 3 to 5% a year from a load growth standpoint. That's pretty significant, and more importantly, it's a significant change.
Mm-hmm. That's huge growth.
Right, and it's not small load growth everywhere. It's big load growth
right.
dropped into different places.
You're basically dropping in new cities or towns.
You are.
And they want it always on.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about your overall fuel mix. You've mentioned wind and solar a couple times now coming into the system, and it's harder to manage that. What does that look like?
So if you go back 15 years ago, we were probably about 70% of our energy came from coal, right? And then we had nuclear, and then the rest was nuclear. And then when we missed something during the summer or needed to generate to meet changes in demand, we would turn gas plants on, right? Now we're about 30% coal, 30% gas, 20% nuclear, and a lot of wind and solar. And the solar for us has been a game changer. We've had a lot of wind increase. So from 2006 and 7 to probably last year, we brought on a significant amount of wind, probably 26 gigawatts of wind. Mm-hmm. And over the last 3 years, our solar has gone from nothing to 18 gigawatts. So significant increase in solar. And that whole capacity, correct. Okay. And that change is significant because it changes the way you have to operate the system, right? The sun sets in the evening.
Mm-hmm. It does.
And when the sun sets, the solar goes away. Yeah. And that's the exact same time that all of you get home and turn your lights on and start doing things. And so if you think about the dynamic that has on the system, it creates a significant ramp. So now we've got to think about, how do I incentivize people to charge batteries during the day and meet that ramp at night? How do I incentivize people to prepare their resources, whatever they are, so that they can turn up very quickly and help us keep everybody's lights on?
Mm-hmm. But there's 18 gigawatts. There's a significant redundancy needed even beyond encouraging consumers to do these things. You have to have something sitting there waiting, right?
Correct.
What does that look like on your system?
Well, it looks like a gas plant or a battery.
Okay. And you have that much redundant capacity waiting?
We do. We do. And we've got market mechanisms in our sort of setup and design to send the right price signals to make sure that over time, as we increase the amount of solar, so we're going to be at 30 gigawatts by the end of next year, which again means we need more stuff that's flexible, right, and controllable. And we provide the right market signals to ensure that that stuff is there.
Yeah. If you were just to read the paper, you would know for sure that wind and solar are now the cheapest forms of electricity. What does that mean, really? And then what does it mean to the consumer?
What it means is that the marginal cost of wind and solar is very low. When you bring in the capital cost that goes with it, it is not the cheapest source of energy.
Okay.
But policymakers make those decisions, and we just implement, again, across our states, what they want to do. And so we bring on all those resources and figure out the right way to bring them together so that they're reliably operated.
So in addition to that, then, so there's a number, I think, of LCOE, levelized cost, is what often gets quoted. That's kind of the cost to where that electron is generated, right? At the
You just
bus
need to
bar,
make
if you
sure
will.
it's a 24-hour levelized cost, not a when it's sunny levelized cost or when it's windy levelized cost.
So that's the
Because the
reliability
power has to
piece.
be bought somewhere else
Okay.
for those other hours.
So that redundancy of batteries and natural gas you mentioned,
Right.
to the consumer, the ultimate consumer, is that adding cost?
Well, it adds cost to the levelized cost of what you're talking about,
Right.
right? But when you blend all that together, I think we've still got an incredibly affordable cost inside the Mid-Continent.
But not as cheap as it was pre-intermittent.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not.
But there's a trade-off. There's benefits that come with, but I think we all need to understand what those trade-offs and benefits are in energy. We just don't get that very well.
Right.
Yeah. So we see this accelerating demand, both data centers, but other things too, right? You have even pre-data centers. What else was accelerating your demand?
There's a lot of reshoring in the manufacturing things that are showing up. So we're seeing chip foundries. We're seeing LNG facilities, petrochemical facilities along the Gulf Coast. You know, battery factories. So there's a lot of manufacturing in the Mid-Continent.
Yeah.
That is sort of manifesting itself. Everybody talks about data centers, but it's not all of it.
That's not it. And EVs, charging the cars, right?
We're not seeing as much of that.
Okay.
There is some of it, but our electricity rates are pretty low and the incentives aren't quite there like they were before. And so we're not seeing quite as much of that as we thought we were going to see.
Interesting, yeah. And then how about just infrastructure retirements? Is that kind of balancing? You have to replace some of these things, or?
You know, what we've seen with the growth that you talked about, and we've even started to see this as our portfolio evolved, is as we needed more controllable, rampable resources, people started rethinking some of these retirements. And so we're seeing on an ongoing basis some retirements being deferred, and we're seeing a lot of new generation coming online. We've got an expedited process that we put in place to try to address this issue, and we've had about 27 gigawatts. Now our peak is 140 for context.
Okay.
And we've had 27 gigawatts come through that should be online in the next 48 to 60 months.
And what's the mix of those, of that new?
It's predominantly gas, but there's a big section of that that's battery and a lot more solar.
Okay. Any nuclear?
No nuclear is in there. Now, as I say that, these don't count as new, but we have repowered 2 big nuclear facilities in the Mid-Continent. Palisades, which will be up and running by the end of this year, and Duane Arnold, which I believe will be up and running next year.
Is Palisades Michigan?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so Michigan's bringing back nuclear.
They are.
Others going to lead that? Are you going to see, you think you're going to see some nuclear growth in the whole of MISO?
There's a lot of talk about it, but we haven't seen anybody moving dirt yet, so.
Talk doesn't make electrons.
It's still pretty expensive.
Yeah. 140 gigawatt peak. So in times of extremes, like we had this little storm called Uri down in Texas 5 years ago, and
we had the same storm.
Yeah. What leans in then? What works in those extreme weather times in your mix?
So we do a whole lot of preparation with our members to make sure that when those times come, we're prepared. We also do a lot of work with our neighbors so that when those times come, we're prepared. So the real difference between Texas and sort of the Eastern Interconnect is we are all inextricably linked.
Right.
And the amount of work we do, we call it at our seams, between the regional transmission organization that's to our west, which is Southwest Power Pool, and the regional transmission organization that's to our east, which is PJM, to move energy between us, because those storms generally come across or come down, and that weather diversity really helps.
Okay.
And we moved a whole lot of energy between those 3 markets, both directions during that storm. And we do it during every storm. It is an incredibly helpful and valuable lever for reliability.
I mean, in Uri in Texas, solar gone, but it wasn't big in this wintertime anyway. Wind, coal piles froze. Circulating pump at South Texas Project Nuclear froze. It was natural gas. 6 days keeping the lights on. Do you see similar things in big winter storms? Or?
We do, and we've done a bunch of things to address that. So one of the things that we do is we don't look at resources on an annual basis. We look at them by season.
Yeah.
Because to your point, wind and solar have a very different value in the summer than they do in the winter.
Right.
Right? Yep. And we need to make sure that we capture that and we understand it. The other thing we do is we spend a lot of time with our members talking about if we were to get to the awful situation where we had to turn some power off, have we got the right seasonal plan? Because one of the things that you don't want to do is use a summer curtailment plan in the winter.
Right.
And
for sure.
Which might have happened. So we want to make sure we avoid those learnings, and it's been good for us.
I mean, this is so important. Solar capacity is one thing, capacity factor, which varies seasonally. I mean, when you're in the northern latitudes, lower angle of incidence of the sun, shorter days, cloudy days, it's just not something that you can lean into.
So back to your question about sort of the 1 day in 10, is we add up all of our chips, so to speak, to try to figure out how we look on 1 day in 10. We do it seasonally with a factor we call accreditation.
Okay.
So if you're a nuclear plant, you're running 98% of the time. That's a pretty high level of accreditation.
Right.
If you're running a wind farm or a solar, you're going to get different accreditation. Solar is going to be really high in the summer, might be pretty low in the winter.
Yeah, for sure. So how do you see these, on the affordability piece, how do you see these challenges generally affecting electricity affordability? Because a lot of regions are dealing with these. And then in your region more specifically, tie it into affordability for us.
So we're blessed in the mid-continent with very low retail rates, which is good. When you lay a regional transmission organization over the top of that to lower the cost by $12, $14 billion a year, it makes it better. But again, we try to make sure that whatever our states want to do, they can do it more efficiently and more reliably by having us there, because they come up with the plans. And as we talked about earlier, folks in different states have different views of the world and want to implement different energy policies.
What would be the biggest complaint one of your members would have of MISO right now? What would they say? Hey, John, come on, get this fixed.
Well, we never get any complaints.
No, I'm sure it's all good, but if they're hypothetically.
The biggest complaint we've had recently has been our interconnection queue, right? We oversee non-discriminatory access to the grid. After some different things happened with tax incentives and other things, we had an unbelievable amount of energy come into our interconnection queue. I told you we're 140 gigawatt peak.
Yeah.
We had over 300 gigawatts in our queue trying to interconnect, and trying to clear that and make sure that we can study it and give people estimates took a long time. And we're still trying to recover from that.
Got it. Our time is up. It went quick. I sure appreciate your candor and the learning from you too, John. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commissioner David Rosner and Peter Bryant.
Okay, David, welcome. Almost lunchtime, so patience, us, and then one more fireside chat, and we'll get there. So good to have you here, and we're going to be talking a lot of interesting things with FERC. But what I'll do is a few opening remarks, and then we'll get into it, David. So, I mean, obviously, everybody's talked about energy expansion and everything like that, and all the different headwinds. But one of the things is, whilst we're building this massive generation capacity as we're going, we need to build the grid out at the same speed, you would think. But the facts don't support that right now. I mean, there's a real dichotomy out there. And two examples, and David knows I'm going to mention these. So SunSea, which I don't know if everyone's familiar, it's the largest renewable energy project in the US. It took 3 years to build a 3.5 gigawatt wind farm, and it took 17 years to permit and build the 550-mile power line, and it's on stream. And another example I'll give is Boardman to Hemingway power line in the Rocky Mountain region. 21 years to permit and build, and I think it's going live next year, fingers crossed. I mean, this just seems to be a massive dichotomy to me, and to me it's unsustainable. And I know you're involved with the Manchin-Barrasso bill, which was probably as good a permitting judicial reform bill we could see. And we kind of were involved in that at the Key Minerals Forum, and it didn't pass in the lame duck session, unfortunately. So I guess with FERC, your mission is reliable and affordable energy whilst maintaining safety and environmental standards. So how do we do all of this at speed, maintain environmental and safety, build the grid out smart and reliable at the same pace, and do it and not rely on judicial permitting reform? How do you get it done? Because we can't just sit there and say we need reform, because it may not happen. So over to you, David. That's a complex topic, I know.
just a few things there. So first
Just
of
a
all,
few.
thanks to the Chamber for having me. It's an honor to be here with you, and Peter, thank you for moderating. Look, so many things to chew on there, but look, as a FERC Commissioner, I would say that I would be delighted to enthusiastically work very hard, round the clock, to implement any kind of permitting reform that Congress passes and the President signs. Barring that, I am very committed to using the statutory authority that Congress has entrusted to FERC to do our work faster. And so, look, you mentioned a transmission line that's old enough to vote. If it were a person, that's not the speed that we need to meet this moment. And I see this moment as fundamentally, it's a moment of opportunity for the country. You've probably heard many people say that. It really is. I see it in all the work that we do, whether it's moving molecules, moving electrons, getting new things built in this country that are subject to FERC jurisdiction. It's a huge growth in demand. And when I think about the statutes that we operate under, at their core, these statutes, they're 100 years old, 80 years old. They're economic development focused statutes. And so that's the lens I bring to the work. And how do we meet that moment? One of the ways that I'll give you a couple examples. So first of all, on the power side, we've been thinking a lot about these large loads, these data centers that you all have heard about. And some of the key innovations that we've required in jurisdictional utilities are, how do you take advantage of the physics of being electrically close when you bring a new load, new demand, and new generation together? The old way, you study the generator and you study the load totally independent, like you didn't know they were there. The innovation, you look at them together. And when you put them together, the impacts on the grid get a lot smaller. And so for me, that's meant my philosophy is everything between co-location, which is their behind the fence line together, to electrically close and full front of the meter, that all needs to be legal. And the way that we've achieved efficiencies and let people go fast is that when you're electrically close and you appreciate that and the modeling that you do, there's less infrastructure involved. And for people who want to be firm, we've created new services that you're non-firm for a while, and then as the infrastructure gets built out to serve you 24/7, you convert into firm. And so you can kind of have your cake and eat it too. The details obviously get quite complicated, and this has been a real seismic shift in the industry and the way we've regulated interstate transmission services for many years, but that's the innovation.
Interesting. There's a lot there. I mean, one of the things we talked about before was the urgency of hyperscalers to get energy that's focused on their big AI data centers, the kind of emergence of more and more behind-the-meter systems. I personally worry, and Chris Womack from Southern said, don't worry about it, they're not going to be stranded, but I worry about stranded electrons, because if we can't build out the grid fast enough, Southern may be an exception, then those will be distributed systems that will take years, if ever, to connect to the grid. How does FERC kind of manage that in terms of making sure they do eventually become part of the grid?
Yeah, so if you ask me personally, I mean, I think one of our great national assets is our grid, because it's a powerhouse for economic development, for whatever you want to do. I used to work for a senator from West Virginia, and I did a lot of economic development work for him. And any one of those projects that you see, one of the things that they list, big bullets for people who want to invest, are access to natural gas infrastructure, access to high voltage transmission. Those are the things that you need to power that development. And so, on the grid is great. The problem of meeting the moment is that to do that, it takes time. And it's everything from, we need more turbines, we need more batteries, we need more, every single type of electron we can get our hands on. But to build those things, it takes several years, and we have backlogs in many parts of the supply chain. So what we've done at FERC is just be realistic about it. How do you allow interim deliverability? How do you get on the grid now and use what's available to you now, bring your backup generation, unlock that? Those are the types of flexible transmission services that I think have really broad appeal from industry and from both political parties. By doing our work on co-location at FERC, the way we did that was we realized some on the Democratic Party, the radical fever dream of total flexibility of load, which also means that you can plug in a generator, be off the grid, but synced up to the grid, and have also a pathway where you're non-firm and it converts to firm over a period of years. And so for me, it's a yes and. I really think we need both. I think all the options should be legal, and and I'm very committed, not just in the work we've done, but in the work that we have to do this year. We will be continuing to be very active on getting new generation and new load onto the grid faster than we've ever done before.
Okay, I wanted to ask about the smart grid. Before we do that, resilience. So, I mean, we're noticing in the US, in the Northeast, in California, more and more adverse weather events, and the grid seems very vulnerable. So we had the big fires in California, and then when you see the investment the utilities need to make in the grid to make it resilient, it's mind-boggling. I mean, we're talking money they don't normally have. So, and that's kind of backward-looking to me, because it's kind of making what we have resilient versus build-out. How do you maintain resilience, build-out at the same time? It seems complicated. So interested in your view.
Oh, it definitely is, and just start with the fact that so much of the infrastructure in this country is 50, 60, 70 years old. And so before any of this new demand even happened, we were already looking at, I'm old enough to remember a few years ago when we were talking about we need $1 trillion of grid investment for lots of different national priorities. And so, for me, I'm an optimist. The situation we find ourselves in now is we have customers who have lots of resources to expend to connect their AI data centers, other large manufacturing facilities to the grid. And when they do that, when you pay a full front-of-the-meter rate, you pay for the whole embedded cost of the system that we have today and the system that we're going to have in the future. And so you're paying for all the wires that exist, all the equipment that it took to connect you to the grid, and maintaining that reliability going forward. And so this is a good thing. We're going to now have all these users on the grid paying for more. The balance is, how do we make sure that we can meet that moment? I've been advocating for very strongly, and you just saw John Baer from MISO. His organization is one of the leaders here, where we do more with less. And what I mean by that is doing studies smarter so we can get electrons on faster. There's something called an interconnection queue, which is basically the line you get in to connect a new power plant to the grid. Those are taking 4 or 5 years on average. That's a crisis. That is not meeting the moment. It's totally unacceptable. Now, FERC's reformed this significantly, and we're making progress, but what some regions have done is they've automated the studies that they use to make sure you can safely connect. And in MISO's case, you can go see on their website, it's open and transparent, thanks to FERC regulation. 686 days to do their old studies, less than 10 days to do the new studies. All with using cloud computing, automation, being smarter, being willing to think differently than other utilities have. That's how we're going to meet this moment, and I'm very bullish on that expanding to the rest of the country.
Yeah, that's the key, is how you get that to expand across the whole country.
Well, that's, if you've worked in the utility industry, you know that they are, for many good reasons, sometimes slow to respond. And look, rightfully so. I mean, our most sacred duty is to provide reliable power. People depend on it. It's life and death. But also, we have supply and demand that's out of balance. And that also is a major reliability challenge. And so we need to think through things like that. With my position here that I'm very humbled and grateful to be working under, I sent some letters out to all the CEOs across the country that operate grids to say, hey, we got some good news. You can adopt this automation technology with no regulation. You could just do it. It's not very expensive, and you could automate your own queue and get new electrons on the grid faster. We've had some uptake. The conversation has shifted, but my philosophy is that requiring something like that by FERC regulation, it would take years. And so what we need to do, we need industry to rise to the occasion and meet the moment.
Okay, so state versus federal. A lot of the delays that we've talked about are jurisdictional. You've got federal, state, local government, a lot of duplication in the work they each do and demand companies to do. How do we, again, in the absence of federal reform under current statutes, how do we harmonize that to make it less friction in the system, make it go faster, stop duplication of work? Interested in how you're thinking about that.
So lots of thoughts here. So, in the statute that we operate under, Congress has divided up responsibilities.
Okay.
States are responsible for permitting energy infrastructure, transmission, generation. States are responsible for deciding which type of customer pays what amount of money for their service that they receive. And FERC, in some parts of the country, we're responsible for creating things like market rules. And the way I think about this is that we can have the perfect market. And we've made significant reforms to our market to basically reflect to people who want to invest capital and to states who are investing their own ratepayer capital into building more generation, the value that they'll get for it. And we can have the perfect market, but if we can't get permits for the infrastructure that we need coming out of those markets, it's not going to work. And so my philosophy is like, we have to work together. Okay. I've gone to every single meeting, national meeting of state regulatory commissioners since I've been a commissioner. Those have been incredibly high value. I think we have to work together, and I think we are.
Okay.
I've got some good news. For people who are concerned about affordability, did you know that 20 states now have set up the rules for getting the costs on the right users of the electricity system? They're called large load tariffs. It's a terrible term, but it basically means they've got the bills set right for the data centers. 9 more states have those rules in flight. So as of March of this year, 29 states either done or in flight with the rules to get all the price signals, all the costs that come from building infrastructure back onto the bills of the right people. That's the kind of progress that's being made very quietly.
Okay.
This sort of regulatory accounting, it's very boring. It's very hard to explain, but it's happening. And I think what we need to do now is make sure that we're explaining it so regular people can understand.
Okay.
And all the tech companies here who've met me, I'm asking you to do that. And all our utility friends, I've asked you to do that too. And I think we need to work together on that message. It's very important for making more progress on this.
Okay, switching gear, just delving into states for a minute, because it's very uneven in the US. I was having a sidebar conversation at Edison Electricity Institute last year, and somebody posed that the US will end up in a few years with clusters of states that are energy poor and clusters of states that are energy rich. Electricity, we're talking about, forget oil and gas for a moment. Just because of this unevenness, you're talking about some states doing things really well, others. Is there a danger that will actually happen? And B, does FERC have a role to help make sure that doesn't happen? Because that's not a good outcome for the country.
I would offer that it is already happening.
Okay.
And I'll give you an example. I went up to Boston, Massachusetts in December to meet with some of the stakeholder committees of their market operator. And I brought my bill from the utility here in Washington, D.C., and I printed out a bill from Massachusetts utility. The wholesale part of that bill, which is about 40% of the bill, the wholesale part, nothing to do with distribution system, other state policies, other things on the bill that we could take a college course and try and understand what they are. But just that part, it was 38% higher in New England.
Wow.
And why is that? Infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure of all kinds.
Okay.
And when it's really difficult to do that, when there are high barriers to that, costs go up. It's supply and demand. We, at the Commission, we issue a State of the Markets report every year. That State of the Markets report was dedicated in a large part to growing demand, supply not keeping pace. And I asked the staff at our meeting, I said, what is the most impactful thing we can do as a country to lower prices? Their answer, build more energy infrastructure. And to people who are worried about affordability, we need to make sure that that's needed infrastructure, and we need to do the boring but very important regulatory accounting to make sure that that cost of that infrastructure gets on the right people.
Okay. So when we talk about affordable electricity in the US at a country level and making sure we have competitive cost advantage globally, we can't talk about it as the US. There are going to be some states that are affordable and advantaged. I mean, I unfortunately split my time between California, ouch, and London, UK, ouch. So will the US bifurcate itself into affordable, competitive states and a bunch that aren't?
I mean, I don't think I have a crystal ball on that, but I can tell you this. You know, when I approach the work that FERC does, when we have an application in front of us for infrastructure, we're going to make a decision based on the merits. And so if you bring something to us that meets our standard, our legal standard for approval, I'm going to work towards getting that approval. And I'll work really hard to do that, and it's really important to me. Now, you know, as a federal policymaker, you know, I've had conversations with states, and some states have told me things along the lines of, if we had a new large customer arrive here in our state, it would be a catastrophe. And for me, that is that's the opposite of my views. I think the way I would approach that is, we've got a new user. We can get them here in a way that can actually lower costs for everybody and create jobs. Some states have that outlook, others don't. As an unelected bureaucrat, you know, I'm always going to defer to the people with the election certificates. But I just think as a country, when I meet with folks who are coming to invest here, who come and ask for meetings with me, I say, hey, you know, tell me how you're thinking about the U.S. And the answer I get is, there's no better place in the world for us to invest.
Yeah, that's good. And hopefully that will keep. Last thing, and then final takeaway, is obviously environmental. A lot of people worry that as we fast track things, make things go faster, that common sense environmental issues will be put to the side and we won't take care of the environment. That's part of your mission. How do you make sure we don't offset environmental, you know, checks and balances, which are sensible, but do things fast? How do we kind of make that balance happen?
So within the portfolio at FERC, I mean, this is something that I take very seriously. You know, when we approve infrastructure, whether hydropower or natural gas, those are our two main categories of infrastructure that we approve the permits for, we take very seriously our obligations under NEPA and under the public interest determination that we need to make under the relevant statutes. And for me, you know, I'm observing the evolution of judicial precedent on NEPA, on environmental review. And the way I, you know, interpret it as a person that votes on these applications is that the court hasn't asked us to not take those seriously. What they've said is, focus on the things that are within your control, within your purview to oversee. And so I am laser focused on making sure that we adjudicate those fairly, that we follow the statutory duty, that we take that hard look at the environment. And I think we're doing that. And I'm very optimistic for doing both that hard look and doing it well. And, you know, look, the other thing I would just offer is, you know, in places where we give a permit, you know, that comes with eminent domain. An eminent domain, that is not a partisan issue. Both political parties really want FERC to be careful and to do that right. And I take it very seriously, and I'm very proud of the work.
No, that's great to know. We've got 6 seconds, but we'll do one, or 7 minus. 1 15-second takeaway for the audience that you think, one last takeaway that you want them to go away with before lunch.
So my takeaway is that I'm incredibly optimistic about unlocking flexibility in the transmission services that we oversee to get new loads and new generation of all kinds connected faster. And I also am very bullish on using some of this technology that we need to power to do good for the grid. There's so many ways where we can take advantage of automation, AI, to do our environmental reviews more fulsomely and faster, to do the permits for new generation interconnection queue faster, and to do the planning that we need to engage all parties and make them believe in the benefits of the project faster and better than we have before. And so that's where I'm focused, and I look forward to working with folks in the room on this.
David, thanks very much. Very insightful discussion and a lot of confidence. I love it.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Peter.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome Nat Sahlstrom and Mark Mills.
All right, it's great to be back. Because I'm a co-chair of the conference, I sort of get to pick who I get to talk to. So it's organization is not accidental. I get to talk about data centers again, my favorite subject. And Nat, it's great to have you here. The scale of what's underway, you can see this sort of AI rendered image behind us understates the magnitude of some of what's being built. So give us the sort of the very high level look at physical infrastructure that's behind the scenes, the scale of what you, Meta, are building now, what you think is coming. Because I think, again, most people are focused on the product, the service that goes in and out of data centers, from banking to, obviously, Facebook, but social media broadly. But it's the hardware that matters and the power. So high order, sort of where's Meta now? What's getting built? It's public knowledge, of course. And in this context, everybody's asking, can the hyperscalers afford this, these hundreds of billions of dollars? I'll remind the audience here, if you didn't look at the earnings reports and the profit margins from all of the hyperscalers as they've reported out, I mean, increases in profits over the last quarter, 50, 60, 80%. I mean, eye-watering levels of profitability, even as these businesses, yours included, spend tens and hundreds of billions of dollars. I mean, this feels like a tectonic shift on the infrastructure of our country.
Yeah. So. I agree, and first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. Thanks to the audience for being here today. It's a real pleasure to speak. If anything, from some of our pre-seed conversations, Mark, they might have to yank us off the stage because there's so much to talk about. It's such a rich vein that impacts all of us in the ecosystem that we travel in. The first comment I would make in regards to Meta's infrastructure is what has changed so much in the last couple years. When I first started doing this back with AWS in 2011, our building blocks were so much smaller. You would go look at the size of an average data center, you'd be talking about holes that were 5 megawatts and buildings that were 10 to 30 megawatts.
Exactly.
The other factor that changed that was present at that point in time is you could walk down the street, go into Dominion's office, and ask for their GS3 or GS4 tariff, and you would get energized in 18 months. In fact, they could go ask a general contractor. There was no Nat Sahlstrom running energy because that work was so pedestrian and route that you did not have to think strategically about energy infrastructure.
You just ask for it, you get it.
100%.
Because you're essentially building at a ball stadium level. With 10 megawatt, it's like building a stadium. You can accommodate a stadium.
Yeah. And what has changed since then is two things. One, the building block has gotten so much larger. It's standard now to look at 100 megawatt to 200 megawatt shells, buildings, and campuses. The other thing that has changed is because of the massive acceleration for power demand, infrastructure has simply not kept up. So you've reached this pinch point where people are asking for gigawatt-sized campuses, 200 megawatt deployments, at a point where that breaks traditional system planning resources. And what I'd say when you shift that attention to how Meta's been doing this and how it aligns with our strategy and what we think is really part of the cure to fixing this bottleneck and unlocking all of the economic potential that comes with AI and data center deployment and digital infrastructure is thoughtfully curating that path. And one of the ways that we've done this is with one of the biggest data center deployments that's ever been planned, which is our investment with Entergy in Louisiana.
That's a monster center. And it's going fast. I mean, you've worked with the utility in collaboration. They're building the generation assets, but on the backs of your guarantees, in effect, right?
Yes, and important to think about here is the entire partner ecosystem. It is not a bilateral relationship between Meta and Entergy. There's a lot of work that goes into preceding that level of investment. We're talking about 5 gigawatts of IT, 7 gigawatts of utility interconnect. That requires tight coordination and communication with legislators, right, local communities, the regulating community with Entergy, and then understanding what that contract looks like so that both parties can underwrite that level of infrastructure right, and investment.
So I think Entergy, for those of you who haven't followed it, you can use your magic Google machine that may not go through a Meta server, but just look at the history that's in the news about that project. It's essentially all positive news because of how well it was handled from the culture, the social license to operate perspective. However, I wonder, I mean, and this is not revealing what you know for Meta, but just broadly for the industry. It felt like to me that was the exception to the rule, in the sense of, in the immediate future, the ability to put 7 gigawatts of load in a few years onto a system. Not whether it could be done in theory over a decade, but in a few years. Do you think that is easy to replicate around the country, or do you think that you're going to have to find other solutions as these kind of additions come in other jurisdictions?
Yeah, one of the things I think is interesting about that whole investment cycle is how it reveals preferences around hyperscalers' willingness to accept concentration risk versus the trade-offs of the transaction cost of building individual data centers that aggregate up to 5 gigawatts. Right. And there tends to be a little bit of a lemming effect within the data center community, both with hyperscalers, co-locations, and the 3P data center community, because once you start getting traction and start unleashing infrastructure investments, long-dated network upgrades, there's benefit that come by having an ecosystem that forms around that. And if you can aggregate that bilaterally quickly, like we did with Entergy, you de-risk a lot of your path to growth.
But you've done both flavors. I mean, famously or infamously, depending on whose side of the equation you sit on, the data center resistance movement, which we'll come to in a minute. But in Pennsylvania, the project that you've launched there is essentially, certainly this phase, is the so-called behind the meter. Now, I'm pushing the new nomenclature, as you know, of private grid. Private grids can be connected to public grids. That's just a grid interconnect future issue. But you've chased, in that jurisdiction, what amounts to a private grid solution at scale. So obviously, I think I can guess the answer, but great public grid integration in Louisiana, a private grid solution in Pennsylvania. Why the difference?
Well, I think the imperative for everybody right now is speed. So when you see BTM deployments, it's all about speed. Yeah. And the trade-offs, I can tell you that no data center operator would tell you, we'd really love to prefer to go with a BTM solution and all the associated technical debt and operational complexity and increasing power costs. No one's going to say that's their preference. But the costs of that are lower than the cost of being late to the game. And that manifests itself in economics. The depreciation costs of GPUs are much higher than the cost of having to push towards an unnatural BTM solution. What's different about Meta's approach towards BTM is that we're very thoughtful about integrating those resources ultimately into a grid-facing asset. So if you think about some of the work that we've done with El Paso Electric, and really how our strategy is going to shift is to being really thoughtful about when we do deploy capital for BTM resources, that those things can ultimately become integrated grid-facing resources. We think that is really the sweet spot, because when you have to go put these type of resources down, either they can be folded into our fleet as a backup resource, or could ultimately be integrated into the utilities fleet as a grid-facing resource.
So you put your finger on two things that I think are incredibly important and are hard to guess which direction the future will go. One is you're talking about the velocity, which is something I keep reminding people of as well in the policy community. The velocity of demand, that is the velocity with which data centers are built, with the scale they have, is truly unprecedented in the utility world. The utilities have not seen that much demand that's that isolated come that fast. Some of them are very good they're good engineers. They are terrific engineers. And you're trading off velocity fundamentally. If you have to move fast, you'll do it the right way. I do like the idea of what you've described as what I would call, in the marketing nomenclature, future-proofing your power system. If you're going to do private grid, the so-called BTM, but you future-proof it so you have the option, the ability to interconnect, be part of public grid later. If it doesn't happen, so be it. If it does happen, but you can bet the future going either direction. Does that all in, is the cost of future-proof to be able to grid and connect later significantly different, or is it just in the noise?
Oh, what I would say is that this future-proofing is a code word for something a lot of these folks in this audience probably understand, which is integrated resource planning. And when you think at the scale that we've got to, a 5 gigawatt deployment, that's an entire IOU right there. And we found ourselves, I would say, in some cases stumbling, tripping, running into becoming partners in integrated resource planning. So when you talk about future-proofing, I call that integrated resource planning. And that includes careful thoughtfulness about what do our deployment schedules map against upstream dependencies. One of the places where I've lived with this in past lives is when you have systems like Bonneville, where you're adding gigawatts onto a system, you need to be very careful about how you think about seasonality, network upgrades. That 5 years ago, Hyperscalers never had to even think about this because you weren't tripping those type of upgrades. So when we go into future-proofing now, it's a detailed study of transmission impacts with if-then statements. What happens if our 5 gigawatt load turns into 7 gigawatts? What type of resource is most capital efficient, most sustainable to go meet our glide paths? And then run through a variety of scenarios and then marry that up with our utility partners, with IPPs, and with co-ops. And that's how we think about comprehensive future-proofing.
So for those in the audience who haven't heard the integrated resource planning nomenclature, that's what utilities, electric utilities, are supposed to do, and they do. However, without being unkind to the electric utilities, broadly speaking, because the variety and difference of utilities is enormous in the United States. As you know, there are thousands of companies that are essentially electric utilities, public, private, co-ops. But on average, and I've been involved in IRPs with utilities, the amount of time it takes to do the IRP, the Integrated Resource Planning Utility, is typically longer than the amount of time it takes for Meta to build a data center. I mean, their velocity of doing that planning is because it hasn't had to be fast. It's not, again, not because they're stupid. Their engineers are just as smart as your engineers. In fact, you steal those engineers to work for you. I mean, it's the same ecosystem. But they live in a culture that up until now has been able to work at a fairly lethargic pace to do IRP. So you clearly found a utility that can move at your velocity in Entergy. Again, not naming names, if you're, again, spitballing, you have to guess the future. Do you think most utilities are going to get up to the Entergy velocity of rapid IRP so that you can do what you did there? Or you're going to end up, in your nomenclature, behind the meter, private grid, waiting for them to catch up to your velocity, and you'll be there ready, because you've essentially done their IRP for them, and when they catch up and validate that, oh yeah, that made sense, you can connect with them. But in the meantime, over the next several years, you've got to build a lot of generation or get access to a lot of it. Yeah. I mean, is it going to be an 80-20 rule, like Pareto, 80% private, 80% public, 50-50? I mean, not for Meta, I'm talking about the industry. Where's your spitball? Where do you think?
I will comment on that in a second, but you slipped in a comment there that if we have time, I'd love to address, which is this concept that we're stealing labor.
I know.
So that's an emerging phenomenon that I would really like to address to this room and put out as a thought for us, if we can get to that. But to the piece around speed, there's an important piece that I would not necessarily attribute to any one utility and how great they are. It actually is more attributed to Meta's approach towards not only planning and working with our partners, but a big part that blocks integrated resourcing planning is verifying the financial implications of that plan, and importantly, how it plays out onto ratepayers and system stability. Right. And one of the things that Meta does with our arrangement with Entergy, we are wearing all of that cost. So when you go bring that plan and you bring the technical what-ifs, we bring it to a commission, we can bring it to public goodwill, we can go talk about it in community forums because we're very transparent about who's wearing that cost. There are no hidden costs around transmission riders or green riders or generation charges. It's all very open. Meta's paying for that.
Right.
That allows us to work at that scale. I think that's really the unlock, which is Meta paying for its own way and being very transparent about it.
And you're fine. I mean, which is a great solution, by the way. In effect, you can do their IRP if they validate that you've done it consistent with their views. You've accelerated the process in that partnership, which is a wonderful solution. I want to come back to my comment about stealing labor in a minute, because it relates to the social license to operate and the anxieties over data center resistance. But you can. I'm going to ask you again, but you can dodge this. So you're allowed, because there's media here. You answered deliciously what you do, and it's impressive because I don't think most people understand the extent of full integration and proactive looking into markets you're going into. It's not bulldozers, it's not move fast, break things. It's move fast, fix things. Maybe Meta has to change its old in the Silicon Valley mantra. But if you're guessing, because it's a guessing game, and I like the way you're doing their integrated planning and future proofing. But over the next 3 to 4 years, we're moving very fast. We're going to build, I think, somewhere between 50 and 100 gigawatts of new load in the United States, which is a really big number. Is that half on public grids and half on private grids, you think, as a practical matter that may get integrated later? That's a detail. Or do you think you can't guess that? It's going to unfold?
You mentioned this move fast, break things.
Yeah.
That mantra has worked so well for software services.
Yes.
But don't want that world in
Exactly.
the world of physical infrastructure.
Exactly.
And I'm here to say that our IOU and co-op partners, we love how they work. We're grateful for their partnership. We want to move faster, but one of the things that we can never underappreciate is system stability, both in terms of reliability and cost. Our partners in the regulated markets and the IOUs and the FERCs and the NERCs, that ecosystem has been carefully curated to make sure that we have a stable and cost-efficient system. So when we talk about moving fast and breaking things, I don't think we want to go that dramatic, but what we do want to do is bring a solutions-oriented mindset towards some existing structures, and when there may be risk involved in that, we're clear-eyed about that risk, and there's no asymmetry in the risk. And what that largely looks like is Meta creates engineering or financial solutions to go nullify that risk to enable faster solutions.
So that's why I'm being only half facetious, that the mantra should be move fast to fix things, because
there you go.
And I've been a critic of the utility industry's somnolence for years, that they've moved slowly and lived in a world where they thought there was no growth coming. And now I can say, I told you so, growth is coming. But now they have to fix things. The things they're fixing, they're stupid. They've not accommodated growth, and you have to move quickly now to fix that. So I love the way you're framing it, and obviously most of the world doesn't understand that. So let's go to my comment about stealing labor, because before I get to the data center resistance movement, because they're linked. So this pace of construction, of course, is inhaling labor. The trades, construction is just. The good news is it's inhaling labor at a time when there's a decline in construction in the other commercial markets. So I think the labor is generally available. But the worry is this is inflating labor rates, and it's going to inflate costs in other domains. And how do you see that world in terms of the availability of the skilled trades, the main trades, the hardware that you need to build this stuff at scale? Is the market able to respond fast enough? And what can you do that's equivalent to what you do with utilities in the labor construction market? What goes on there?
Sure. Well, first of all, at Meta, there is no stealing of labor. There is creation of jobs and up-leveling of talent.
Well, I understand the nuance with the fiduciary, but that's okay.
And we're seeing that actually play out in real time. We just recently announced a program that we call our Level Up program, which is a partnership with CBRE, where we create a 4-week training program for new fiber techs. And what's really exciting about that program that we're excited is we're already seeing a ton of interest in enrollment. And the reason being is when you think about and people in this room may have gone through this same personal odyssey. When you think about career shifts, there's friction associated with that. Do I want to go to grad school? Do I want to move my family? We've eliminated a lot of friction in that up-leveling program by making zero cost, 4 weeks, you're ready to go jump into the tech field. We think that's transformative, and it helps up-level the level of skilled jobs and trades that we're going to need for digital infrastructure investment. The second piece that I think about as it relates to this audience and energy futures, there's been this emerging phenomenon amongst hyperscalers and data centers and development community, which is if energy is the blocker, why don't we just go hire people from the IOUs or from FERC or NERC, go for your ISO or RTO? And one of the unintended consequences of cherry picking people from those institutions to go solve your energy problem is that there's a brain drain effect.
Yeah, you weaken the institutions that you still want.
Yes, and in practice, you need strong working partnerships between both of those partners. And I sometimes worry that there's like over-rotation on thinking, well, if we just hire all of the people from the IOU, we'll solve all of our problems. And that is completely naive and actually self-defeating.
Yeah. And of course, you still have to build things, and you still have to have permissions. So we have just a little over a minute left, so we have to turn to my favorite subject, which I talked about data centers in space with our colleague Andy, but I want to talk about power systems in space because your partners and your colleagues in Meta just announced this. It's a deliciously exciting idea, and I've followed it for all of my career as a physicist. That you can beam power to Earth from solar power stations in orbit. Setting aside how far away that is in the future. You articulated to me off channel, why Meta can play that game, the long game. I think this is a really important point. So we're not going to be powering your data centers from orbit anytime soon, but why that play? What's going on?
Sure. It is all about scale. And if you think about our fleet today, we have over 30 gigawatts of contracted resources in our fleet. And as we continue to scale towards 2030 and beyond, we have to be purposeful about investing in technologies that's going to help us remain cost effective and allow us to scale. And that means taking an approach that looks across the long arc of time. It looks at traditional dispatchable resources, incorporates those into our fleet effectively. It looks at emerging next generation technologies like SMRs and nuclear, and then also takes a series of calculated bets on emerging technology. And that's very much a portfolio view. We know that some of these are not going to pay off, but we do believe that some of these are going to pay off and have an opportunity to be transformational or complementary to how we go build out our fleets. So I think over the arc of time, you can expect for us to continue to invest in those type of technologies to help us grow effectively and fast.
You know, I've said publicly many times, I think it's wonderful that the tech community broadly is making so much money that I can invest in the future. And I'd rather, frankly, have private markets making those investments than the public markets, because it's your money that's voluntarily offered to use your services as opposed to taxpayers' money being harvested from them to pick winners and losers. So I'm as a baby, a child of Reagan, I'm full on that solution. I'm delighted you guys are doing that. Nat, it's great of you to come here, especially given some of the less than kind publicity Meta's gotten in recent weeks. Thanks for coming and talking to us about the infrastructure. And now it's lunchtime. Thank you, Nat.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it.
We'll now break for lunch. Just a quick note for everybody in the room. We will have lunch outside in the briefing center, and we will want you back in your seats in 30 minutes at 12:45 for our special guest speaker, Mark Hume. For those of you online, we will be back in 30 minutes. Please tune in then. Thank you so much.
Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special guests Mark Hume and Terrence Keeley.
On one? Okay, great. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we have intentionally scheduled this little chat not to stop you from eating, not to stop you from nourishing yourselves, but to also give you a perspective that I don't think we've actually yet had at the Energy Future Forum, Mark, which is that of an extremely important investor and how the framework that person and that institution is addressing the investment challenges across the energy sector. So with that, please enjoy your food. Feel welcome to listen in. I also have to say, Mark, that this is a chat between friends and colleagues. And we had more than a decade and a half together, and I'm so honored that you would come and join us here in Washington. Mark does get the award for coming the furthest. And you will detect a very strong Scottish accent, so just put your channel on Scottish to English and you'll be able to understand. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor. Thank you.
Coming. Mark works for a small asset management firm that I also used to work for called BlackRock. BlackRock manages $14 trillion, depending on the moment. $1 trillion of that is in the energy space. It is impossible, Mark, to talk about BlackRock and its importance in the world without talking about its role in financing energy opportunities. Mark actually touches almost all of that $1 trillion in different ways. Petroleum engineer by background, but became a portfolio manager some time ago. Then became very interested in thematics, and then that's led you to a series of responsibilities at BlackRock where you oversee some very important funds. What we agreed to do, my friend, in this chat was, first of all, talk about BlackRock's presence in the energy markets. There's probably some rumors to dispel in that space, some stories to tell. And then get more interested in what you do specifically. Mark has a very interesting fund where he can invest in any sector at any time, usually in meaningful volumes. So you have to have an opinion of risk across the entire energy spectrum from a financial standpoint, and we'll get into that. But welcome, thank you. Test your microphone.
Thank you very much, Terry. It's an honor to have been invited, and happy to help.
So maybe just begin by profiling the $1 trillion that BlackRock oversees, active, passive, however you want to describe it.
Sure. So there's obviously an awful lot of money that BlackRock looks after. I'm at pains to remind all our junior analysts and investors as they join the company, it's not your money. It's not your money. It's not your money. I will say it 3 times because it really is not your money. It's your client's money. We take that very seriously because we have a fiduciary duty to make sure that we're optimizing returns for our clients. Irrespective of what their goals might be, each client will have different ideas about how they want that money to be run, and we're simply there to deliver that for them. And as it relates to the plus or minus $1 trillion that's invested in energy, I would broaden that out a little bit and say it's kind of all forms of energy. We talk about electrons and molecules. So we've got major investments in the metals and mining space. We've got major investments across utility companies, renewable developers. nascent technology, whether it's nuclear SMR technology, whether it's rare earth companies, or whether it's traditional oil and gas companies, or sort of midstream infrastructure companies as well. There's a whole smorgasbord of investments that we have on the public and the private side. Just to be clear, I sit on the public side, but we have a really large private markets team as well that invests both of the equity and the debt side across all of those forms of energy. And we're always at pains to sort of really enunciate that properly, that when you think about the energy transition, or let's say this period that we're going through where we're trying to evolve how we consume energy, it's anything that touches an electron or a molecule that's going to change, the universe is going to change in how we consume over multiple years. And really that's the opportunity set that we have. So there's a huge team that I work with. Very, very privileged to have some of the longest tenured and successful investors in all of those verticals in energy and power. But also, we spend time chatting to our private market teams as well, just to get the sense of what's happening in the market.
So as I think almost invariably the largest shareholder in almost every publicly listed company globally, BlackRock has an unusually powerful voice that is largely handled through the stewardship team. But there's also been a recent development at BlackRock where certain shareholders can elect to vote their own shares. Can you talk a little bit about this? What is the situation of at BlackRock today of choice, and what has that meant?
Sure. So, there are many clients that we, again, look after their capital who will elect for us to vote on their behalf. And we have dedicated teams to help out on that front. But we've also pushed quite hard in the last couple of years to offer clients a choice to vote directly. So I think of the 7.5–8 trillion of investments we have in equities, and a lot of that, of course, is passive or ETFs rather than active, as I do. A lot of that 7.5–8 trillion is passive, but within that, there's about $1 trillion, a little less than $1 trillion, where people are electing to vote directly their own shares. So we're trying to offer clients the option to do that. But as Terry said, we also have a big voice that we've got to be very thoughtful about. But again, it's about getting that long-term fiduciary duty that we have to maximize returns for our clients. So that's the lens we always approach it with when we're engaging with the companies. The good part is that we have a lot of the stewardship experts who spend a lot of time thinking about ESG and all aspects within that. But where we can add value is those deep insights into the companies and the industries themselves, to provide the nuance sometimes that might be needed to come to the right conclusion around voting.
How does it work, Mark, at BlackRock? You're an active manager. You're going to have active views.
Yeah.
Are you engaging the stewardship team on your views? How does that dynamic work?
So I think in the spirit of I guess as I do with my children, you want to try to lead by example, show by example, go see things, touch them, feel them. We spend a lot of time with our active stewardship team actually visiting assets, go see an LNG plant, go see a power plant, go and see a solar PV manufacturing facility, actually spend time to understand the complexities perhaps of each of those entities. So when you get the proxy form through and there's an issue there, you can say, well, actually, I have been to see that, and it's a little bit more nuanced. I want to do more investigation. And I think it just results in a better outcome for the most part.
I remember when you did a trip to the Canadian oil sands and you came back to the office, you had to go a long way to see a bunch of dirt in Alberta, but it gave you a pretty strong view of how to vote in that time. I think it's clear BlackRock's big. BlackRock has an important voice. BlackRock is always acting on behalf of its clients, and different mandates can say different things. But you have the real privilege of running a series of funds, and you're involved across many different sectors, where you can genuinely, Mark, toggle your views between any opportunity set, be it renewable, be it traditional fossil fuels, be it mining, metals. I'd love to do now a pre and post Iran invasion test of what it's been like to be you in a risk position, and how perhaps some of the themes that you were operating on, which I suspect are 1, 2, 3 years in horizon, share what those views were prior to Iran, and then tell us a little bit about the last 5 weeks, which I'm sure have been interesting.
So if we take a bit of a step back, let's say to the beginning of this year, we had a view that we're still in the process of trying to figure out the right path for each country, for each region through this energy transition. And at the end of the day...
You use the term transition.
Transition.
Okay. As opposed to resilience or diversification.
Well, yeah.
Because there's not really a transition.
Well, yeah. So I should nuance that a little bit. I'm trying to use a term that's... There's something happening in the world of energy.
Yeah.
That some countries perhaps want to completely replumb how they consume energy.
Right.
Other countries are quite happy with how they consume it. So our job is then to try and figure out where are the bottlenecks in each of those policy pathways that have been undertaken.
Okay.
And I think that certainly the path for us was relatively clear pre-Iran, whereby really, the structural advantage that you have in America vis-a-vis existing energy and materials, mined commodities as well, and the lack of advantage, let's say, in Europe was very clear to us. And if there's probably one takeaway, at least from a simple guy that looks at energy and power markets globally, Europe is structurally disadvantaged. That's an end of period. It's a very simple equation.
Not just demographics, it's
not just
politics, it's regulation.
It's regulation, it's a whole smorgasbord of things. So we'd sort of positioned our portfolios accordingly, where we saw better risk-reward opportunities, frankly, on this side of the Atlantic versus many pockets in Europe. But with still, idiosyncratic things that we could look at within the European space. Fast forward to what's happened in Iran. We still, I say my team still believes that in the end there will be a solution found to the current conflict that we have. What shape that looks like, TBC. But it's not in anyone's economic interest for this to continue as it is for any sustained period. But I'm old enough to remember when you had the long-term energy forecasts and power forecasts of yesteryear, and the world was always divided into two parts. There was west of Suez for the people in the audience, and east of Suez. And we actually think that the Iranian conflict's kind of turbocharged what was already in motion.
Okay.
This sort of, if you divided the world through energy rather than politics, you can kind of clearly see this shift between east and west. And really the easy way to discern all of that is to look at energy balances. It's the simplest of things, but as an engineer, you look at it and say, well, the Western Hemisphere, at least in Americas, is long energy. Right, that's a good start point for any industrial policy you want to enact. To build on that, it's a cost advantage.
Right.
And Asia is very short, and so is Europe, so they're going to have to both compete round about Suez. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So we think that's been turbocharged a little bit, and over the next sort of several years, there's a high probability that the degree of relationships between Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and America, we're watching that very closely, because how that relationship evolves will determine how capital flows, frankly. But again, Europe will have to compete with Asian consumers, which is quite a troubling thought.
So give a couple of different potential outcomes along that. So be China, be India. And you're running capital. What do you think they're going to be doing differently?
So ironically, there'll be more of the same. They were already building strong relationships.
So this energy security, energy independence gets accelerated.
Correct. Correct. And I think we'd sort of chatted about this quite some time back, is this idea of energy independence. And it's not necessarily new today, but it was a year or so ago. But energy independence is something that we think really guides where capital is going to flow. So if you look at, again, I'll pick on the UK, for example, where I'm from, we don't have energy independence. We are entirely energy dependent. That makes industrial policy really challenging when your power prices are amongst the highest in the developed world. We're 50% higher power prices than France and Germany, similar magnitude to US and Canada. How do you expect to attract industrial capacity back to the country? But when you look at energy strategies that are perhaps longer reaching, we have to observe that through this recent crisis, China's kind of come through a lot better than most might have expected.
Correct.
If you'd sat back and told me as a dyed-in-the-wool energy guy looking at markets for 25 years, the Straits of Hormuz are about to close, you'd be, oh my goodness, that's going to be terrible for any nations that are energy dependent. But because we had the tariff situation 2018-19, then we had Ukraine, Russia, and now we've had the crisis in the Gulf. The Chinese have been super well prepared for this. They have this thing called coal, and they've chosen, it's a choice. We don't judge, it's a choice, to have a lot of coal in their baseload power. So they have the flexibility to manage through these energy shocks. And candidly, I think they're going to take a lot of the gas that in the form of liquefied natural gas, and they're probably going to sell it back to Europe at a large premium because we're short and we're not making the moves to try to buy that energy insurance policy that we need to get.
The benchmark that is mentioned for the BlackRock Energy Resources Income Trust, sort of a reference portfolio, is 40% mining, 30%, let's call traditional, and 30% use the transition, which I'm going to try to convince you not to use anymore.
Okay.
Let's just call that alternatives or renewables, which is fine, because there is no energy transition. But share with us just some of the themes within each one of those verticals, if you can. What is BlackRock thinking and believing right now in the mining sector, in the renewable sector, in the traditional sector? Just broad thoughts.
Sure. So I'll try to sort of frame it in a 3 to 5 year view. As Terry sort of asked at the outset, what's the last few weeks been like? It's been pretty busy. I've been having to do endless calls with clients and BlackRock internal meetings to educate and guide through the issues that we're seeing in the Middle East. But really what we spend most of our time doing, with the advent of AI, everyone at BlackRock's now been able to do their own coding and build these really cool little graphics where you can see the ships flowing through the Straits of Hormuz live. Well, everyone's got one, so I don't have an edge to give you on counting ships because everybody's counting ships. Where I do have an edge is to spend time chatting with companies and policymakers. What's your next move? How are you thinking on a 3 to 5 year view? Because that, I think we can benefit our clients from. Not the day-to-day, is oil up or down, our power prices up or down. It's much better looking out over that sort of 3 to 5 year period, which is typically how we tend to think about things. And frankly, what was happening before Iran is very likely to be still the case after the conflict's resolved, and that is we look for bottlenecks. Right? We don't take a view on policy, we just observe it. And we look for the bottlenecks. The bottlenecks haven't really changed, and you've probably had many people talk about that earlier today. We need a vast amount of dollars into grids to upgrade them. They've not been upgraded for years. There's a shortage of grid equipment, so there's plenty of companies that sit within that wheelhouse where they've got record backlogs, record margins, and frankly, they have huge pricing power for the next 4 to 5 years. There's plenty of regulated utilities in America who have effectively locked in rate base, and they're going to grow at 10, 15% a year. So you've got a utility sector that previously was not growing to something that's now growth plus a yield, and you're like, oh my goodness, that's completely transformed things. But then from where we see the bottlenecks in the commodities themselves, copper on any reasonable medium-term view, we still feel that that's one of the most challenged in terms of supply meeting demand. We all know the demand drivers, whether it's a grid revamp, whether it's data centers, whether it's EVs. There's a huge amount of copper has to go into the system, but it takes 18 years to get a new project up and running. Those two things don't go together. So even if we're going to accelerate permitting a little bit, there's still a real bottleneck there. But when we look at other areas, we're actually really excited about battery storage right now. because there's a lot of retrofitting of existing solar farms, not just in America, but also in Europe, where that can actually enhance the value of those assets and make them more usable in the grid, because you're trying to help that intermittency that they've suffered from in the past.
Right.
So loads of opportunities. And in the traditional fossil fuel space, oil and gas, I never like using fossil fuels because they're not made from fossils. But that's me being an engineer. The oil and gas side, from what we see in the data, is very clear. Even before the Iranian conflict, there's been a paucity of underinvestment. So unless we see a definitive rollover in demand for traditional hydrocarbons, supply has to catch up, and the only way that's going to happen is if we have a price signal for the companies to do so. And equally, there's now a premium being placed on dollars going into the Middle East. Right. Why? Because consumers or customers go, what if something were to happen? So the whole cost curve, we think, is going to start to glide up again before we even think about the maturation of US shale, for instance, which is slowing its growth too.
I'd be interested if you're able to share with our guests. I know in my years at BlackRock, the BlackRock Investment Institute, Tom Donnellan, former security advisor, always had interesting insights, geopolitical insights. That what is the base case that BlackRock now has, if you can share it, on the resolution of the Iranian crisis? Is this a 2026 event? Is this a 2029 event? Are you looking at this as very bifurcated, something that could work out in a couple of weeks? What's the base case at BlackRock right now on the geopolitics of Iran?
So so I can tell you what my base case is, for sure. And the reality is that I don't know. I don't have the answer. But what I can tell you is that if it continues in its current form for another 3-4 weeks, there has to be a more severe price signal come through. Why? Because, again, if you reflect back on the Ukraine-Russia crisis, it's really informed policymakers on how to deal with another crisis, which has come faster than many might have expected. The reaction function from policymakers has been profound, particularly in energy-dependent nations, particularly in Asia. So, for example, if you're in Vietnam, the government's put out edicts to say, if your surname begins with the letter C, you're only going to work on Wednesday. In India, for instance, they're no longer able to get access to LPG for heating and cooking, so they're now allowed to use kerosene instead, temporarily. So that's managed to actually shift and then dampen demand in the short run. The problem is that we've already pulled in an enormous amount of inventory going into this. And rough numbers, the numbers are not perfect because it takes time to get the data in and firm it up, but roughly speaking, of the 18 million barrels per day that's been dampened out of the Straits of Hormuz, about 5 of that has been met by volumes moving west.
5 out of 80.
About 5 out of 18, so it's not huge. 5 or 6, depending on that. But also Iran's been able to get barrels out, UAE's got barrels out, Saudi's got barrels out. There's been another 5 or so that we've gotten help from inventories, the acceleration of that. And there's another 5 or so that we've managed to get through just a demand reduction. The demand reduction bit's fine now, but you had 5 that you got from inventories drawn down. You get to do that once and once only. And that's the thing that's troubling us most now, is if this continues for maybe another month, there has to be a more severe price reaction, and then you'll hear people start talking about
160, 180, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, look, in that scenario, bear in mind, by the way, that oil is worthless, right? Gasoline and diesel's priceless. You have to turn it into a commodity that's actually usable, okay? Jet fuel prices, diesel prices already hit $200 a barrel. Right, we can all see.
Flights are being cancelled.
Flights are being cancelled. So there's a reaction function already. Now, if you think about the 5 million barrels per day of demand reduction already, whether it's flights or telling people with the letter C not to come in on a Wednesday, you reduce oil consumption, and because energy is life and it also fuels economic activity, that's lower GDP growth. Period. End of. The math is simple. So 5 million down is 5% down in oil demand. Divide that by 10, it's 50 bips off GDP. rough numbers. So there's a demand, there's definitively a GDP.
Geez, Mark, I don't think you're going to be invited back. Pretty sober analysis. But thank you for coming. Now get off the stage. No, in actual fact, that's a pretty worrying scenario, and it's your base case.
Well, from what we can see right now, there's no resolution. No. Actually, oil's not really the issue we're worried about. It's natural gas. Yeah. That's the real problem. Which, I mean, as you'll all be aware of.
Well, we'll have Dan Jurgen later in the day, and he'll probably add on to that. When we were prepping for this, and we've had a number of calls, some of the other themes, in addition to reshoring, energy security, promoting resilience, energy diversification, not transition.
Okay.
You also said that AI has been an important expression in your. Can you walk us through how AI has been expressed in your portfolio positioning?
Sure. So there's, I had the privilege of going to CERA Week at the end of March. I think Dan's here somewhere. So thank you. It was a fantastic event as always. I think I might have said to Terry, if I'd closed my eyes for a second, I would have thought I was at a tech conference in San Francisco, not an energy conference in Houston. So large is the presence from the tech companies. But what's really cool, actually, is you can observe some of the utility companies, oil and gas companies, embedding AI into their processes where, you know, one small example was managing to getting 4 extra percentage points of load out of a wind farm. Now, if you're only doing 25%, you take it to 29%, that's really cool. That's energy efficiency right there. So there's definitively companies that are embracing it at pace. Ironically, the companies that have embraced it most or fastest thus far are from Norway, not from the United States. But we can get onto that another time.
We're going to come up on time. I'd love you, if you can, to share with the audience what your strongest investment convictions are with a 2-year horizon. So whatever your scenario analysis is, what is unlikely to be changed, because it's such a Iran, no Iran. Strongest convictions.
Fairly easy. It all comes back to AI data center investment. That juggernaut is not stopping. I think the tagline at CERA was very prescient. It's an arms race. And because these companies are so well capitalized, they can afford to pump in.
Plenty of capital, not worried.
Plenty of capital walking. So then, if you know where the capital is going, you just need to figure out where the bottlenecks are. So any bottlenecks in that vertical, we think are incredibly compelling. Of particular interest to me right now, distributed power, because we don't want to do, let's just bolt on a data center into the grid, because that's going to drive up consumer prices. You want to build your own islanded power. So companies that can provide equipment and services like that, super excited about that.
Okay. I suspect there's a bunch of companies in the audience that want to talk to you. Mark will be around for a little bit of time, I believe. I am so grateful you came over, my friend, and I know it's been a lot. And I know BlackRock gets slapped around a little bit, haven't divested from anything that we can tell. But you have a tough job, and that job is to match your clients' expectations, and your clients' expectations differ.
They do, yeah.
Some want green, some want not so green. So I appreciate the complexity of that, and very much appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Terry.
Mark Hume.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hume and Mr. Keeley. That was great. Ladies and gentlemen, to open session 3, Machines, Converting Fuel to Affordable Power, please welcome Pierce H. Norton II and Scott Tinker.
All righty. Everybody get enough sugar for lunch? Caffeine, Pierce, it's great to have you.
Thank you, Scott. It's great to be here representing the midstream sector.
Yeah, it's important. It's an important sector, and I'm not sure everybody really even knows what it is. So give us a real high-level overview of what midstream means, what it does, what the function is.
Okay. I think we probably have all heard that quote that we don't make the products that you use, but we make the products that you use better. And I think a lot of people don't realize that when oil and gas comes out of the ground, you actually cannot use it in that form. Yep. That's what the midstream section does. We actually take those products and do some things that I'll describe in just a few minutes that actually moves those molecules from a place that they really don't have any value or less value to an area where it has greater value. So let me kind of walk you through several of these. One is there's actually 3 forms of natural gas that I think most people don't realize. There's what they call dry gas, which does not have any liquids in it. It's primarily methane, which that methane is then moved through pipelines. Some is put in storage, but it primarily ends up in the utility space either to generate electricity or to be used in the natural gas distribution space where it's used for residential, industrial, and commercial customers. Then you have your wet gas, which has some forms of liquids in it, but you got to get those liquids out before it can then let the methane go on and be used to the things that I just said before. And then the third piece is associated natural gas, which comes with the oil. And that's the one that has quite a bit of liquids in it. And so you've got to compress that gas, you got to gather it, compress it, you got to treat it, you got to process it, you got to take the liquids, you got to put those in pipelines. That has to be fractionated. It goes to the petchem businesses, which all of us in here have some form of petrochemicals either we're wearing or it's on your tables there. So this is an industry that if we did not do what we did, then this energy would not show up where it needs to show up.
Yeah, I remember speaking to them midstream at Exxon. They felt like the kind of the abandoned child, if you will. Nobody appreciated them. Right. It's like 5% of the business, but without them, nothing happens.
Right.
At Exxon, I mean, you just have to have it. It's an extensive network. Then it's not just pipelines. There's pumps and motors and trains. I mean, how extensive is this U.S. and then globally? What are we talking about?
I like to say that the midstream industry in the United States is the envy of the world, and I'll give you some stats why. There's over 3 million miles of pipelines in the United States. And that's between the transmission lines, the oil lines, the NGL lines, and the distribution lines for natural gas. Just a little fun fact here is that's over 50 times the miles of pipe that we have in the interstate systems in our highway systems. Another fact is it also is the equivalent or a little bit more than actually the number of paved roads in the United States. So that's kind of it on the pipeline side. It takes a lot of compression, especially to move this gas. There's actually 35 million horsepower that's used in the United States. I always try to find a different way to explain this to people, and so I looked up what is the vehicle that has the most horsepower that's a truck, and I came up with the Ford Raptor R. Has 720 horsepower. So if you look at that, it would actually take Jim Farley over 20 years to build enough Ford vehicles or Ford Raptor Rs to actually equate to the same number of horsepower that's running. Then you got to look at, you mentioned boats or tanks. Right. If you don't have to do this now, but sometime before you leave and go to bed tonight, go out to it's a maritime app that you can download. And so rather than quote you stats, go out there and download that and just blow it up and see, put the toggle on there to reduce the noise on there only for energy tankers. You will be amazed at what picture you see of them going all over the world. So there's like over 100,000 trucks that are moving oil and liquids products around the United States. It's usually about anywhere from 70 to 90% loaded. So lots of equipment used to move this energy.
Yeah, and U.S. is only a piece of it. You mentioned transoceanic ships.
Well, and actually, the United States has over half of the pipelines in the world.
Oh, we do. 3 million miles is half.
That's over half.
of what the rest of it is in the rest of the world. So just kind of think about how large we are, but think about the rest of the world. That's the reason I say we're the envy of the world as far as energy infrastructure.
Right, yeah.
And we need more.
Well, I read somewhere that, not in Barron's, because they do good reporting, but I read somewhere that we're going to electrify everything. It doesn't sound like it. You know?
Yeah, when I hear we're going to electrify everything, I like to, instead of arguing with people about that, what I like to do is ask the questions. Okay, well, how are we going to do that? What is it that you have to do to basically electrify everything? So when you take natural gas and you look at what all it's being used for, which is primarily the residential load, the commercial load, the industrial load, and then a little bit on the transportation side, and then you got the LNG that goes offshore. But if you go and look at what is the market share, so when I look at businesses, I look at the strength of those businesses as to what is your market share and how diversified is that market share. So when you look at natural gas and the energy that's used in the home, it accounts for more than 40% of all the energy that we use. And it's primarily in 3 different appliances. It's in your furnace, it's in your cooktop, and it's in your water heater. And then sometimes people have a clothes dryer. If you want really hot clothes, use a natural gas clothes dryer. And then you go to the industrial sector. What makes it really difficult, it's about 40% as well, and the commercial load is about 36 to 40%. So how many other businesses do you know that has basically a diversification like that? And it also has basically 40% market share in every one of those markets. So to electrify, say, completely electrify our house, you've got to get rid of all these furnaces all over the United States, cooktops, and that is probably highly unlikely to do something like that. So, you know, I would say that I also like to say that there's 2 things that natural gas and and gasoline and jet fuels have going for it, because it's such a dense fuel, is physics and economics. And those 2 are pretty much undefeated in my opinion.
Right, right. Yeah, density matters. And probably confusing when you think of gas, it's not very dense, but it's by weight. So when you think methane's actually one of the densest fuels, denser than oil,
right.
Bang for the buck per unit weight that way. So it sounds like we're going to need the midstream for a long time. It's not an industry that's going away anytime soon.
Well, I've actually been in this business now for 45 years. I was very fortunate to come right out of college and go into the oil and gas business and lived all over the country. But I actually kind of went back and said, okay, what was the actual market share for fossil fuels in the United States back in the early 1980s? And it was around 88%. So, you know, through the last 30 or 40 years, it's been, you know, somewhere around 100 quads of energy, especially in the last 20 years of supply, and about 100 quads of energy on the demand side. Well, 88% of that supply side came from fossil fuels. It came from coal, it came from oil, and it came from natural gas. So you fast forward till today, 45 years later, and that number is 80%. So almost a half of a century it's taken to only lose 8%. Well, there's a reason for that, and it's physics, and it's economics.
Right. Yeah, and that percentage, even though it's gone down 8%, the actual units have gone up because of increased demand globally. So we're actually producing more coal, more oil, and more gas than ever before.
Right.
I think all 3 of those.
And to put a number around that, I mean, just 20 years ago, we had about 20 TCF a year that was being produced in the United States. Now it's over 40.
40 trillion cubic feet.
40 trillion cubic feet per year.
Yeah, trillion's a big number. But, in fact, electricity is, I just looked this up a little, 20% of end-use energy, 20% globally is electricity, 80% is something else. So that's and it's a long, slow transition. You mentioned industry and a little bit talent. Do we have the talent for the midstream, or is it being trained, or are we going to be struggling for talent?
Well, I think, you know, 10 years ago, I think the industry was, it was kind of being turned off, you know, to the youth of America.
but I think they're re-energized, to the energy sector, whether or not that's the E&P sector, whether or not that's the midstream sector. Frankly, I think artificial intelligence and the computing horsepower that we have is really exciting, especially to engineers. When I started, I'm sad to say this, we didn't have computers. Yeah. Today, we have computing horsepower that we've never had before. And you're talking about a data-rich environment. The midstream business has all kinds of data. You can get it by seconds, you can get it by minutes or hours, and that, to actually analyze that and make good decisions on it, we're actually seeing a lot of our youth, and especially in our colleges, coming there. But I think the most important part is, we talk about AI and everybody's worried about it taking your job. There's so many jobs that are good paying jobs in the oil and gas industry that just will not be replaced by artificial intelligence. I like to tell everybody that, an AI tool doesn't go out and do an overhaul on a compressor. It just doesn't happen. So I think there's going to be great jobs long term, and and all that's supported by the growth, I think, in the midstream business, which is basically being fueled by the demand.
Right. We had a good visit this morning with a friend of yours,
Senator Armstrong.
Senator Armstrong, and others, and we're talking about permitting and infrastructure. Permitting, it's a common theme throughout. When you think about the things we've already talked about here, the pipelines, the tankers, trains, trucks, other kinds of things, safety matters. I'm not quite sure why they're the opposition to some of these things, but kind of help us understand what's the safest form of moving molecules relatively, and this is a conference on affordability too. So what's the safest and what's the most affordable?
So this is actually a question in the midstream business that I get often, and I always like to try to explain anything that could be kind of a prickly topic. I like to try to explain that in a way of something that we all relate to. So I like to actually use medical terms to do this. The midstream business is like our circulatory system, where we have arteries and veins. You don't see them, but they're working every day. They never quit, which is the same thing that the midstream business does, unless you have to do some maintenance on it. Same thing with your heart or whatever. But we mentioned that there's 3 million miles of pipelines out there. But that's actually sitting there working every single day. The other thing I'd point out, it's kind of like being in ICU, where if you're in ICU, you're hooked up to all this stuff and you're being monitored 24 hours a day. The same thing happens in the midstream business. We have telemetry, we have points that we monitor every day, and actually safeguards in these pipeline systems that if you see a massive drop in pressure, then pipelines will actually automatically shut themselves in. Not all of them, but the largest ones will do that on the oil side, on the gas side. And then the last thing I would say is we've all heard of an MRI. We have all had one of those from some time. That's to actually see what's actually going on with your health. That same kind of technology is used in the oil and gas industry, especially in the midstream space. We have called ILI devices, which stands for Inline Inspection Tools. And since 1990, the robustness of these tools have been able to basically go through these pipelines and monitor for where there's a wall loss. And it immediately tells you where it is. And the accuracy is incredible as to where, because of geopositioning, the GPS, the coordinates, you can go exactly right where that either a dent or a loss of wall is, and you can go ahead and repair it. I'll give you one other statistic, though, and this comes from the National Transportation Safety Board, is as far as incidents in transportation in the United States, pipelines account for 0.01% of those incidents. And, they're down dramatically and getting better.
Percent of
0.01% of all the incidents of transportation-wise in the United States. Now that's including trucking, that's including, trucks, over the deal, and then the pipelines, trains, everything. Yeah.
Okay. So 0.1% of the midstream or all transportation?
All transportation.
Okay. But so midstream only, is it pipe? I think you're saying pipelines are probably
they're the safest. Oh, by far.
Yeah, by far.
If you can imagine, moving 13.5 million barrels of crude a day, imagine how many trucks would be on the road if you didn't have these pipelines.
Right.
It'd be incredible. And then you can't put gas, in the back of a truck and haul it anywhere.
Right. Well, and so far, won't be always, but humans drive trucks and trains still. They're becoming more autonomous, but pipelines are fairly well understood and well regulated, well monitored things.
Yeah, I always say the thing that's not understood about them is because you can't see them.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't ride down the road and just see 3 million miles of pipeline. It's because they're buried. It's the unseen highway that moves our energy. The biggest risk that you have in the pipeline sector is actually people digging into the pipeline. And it's because they don't call 811. We have an incredible network of knowing where these pipelines are, and it's just gotten better and better. If everybody would call 811 before they put the shovel in the ground, we wouldn't have near as many incidents.
Well, and some dig into them on purpose, and then they win the Darwin Award. But anyway, that's a different story. Who has the ultimate say over whether pipelines get built? I mean, how does this happen?
There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, is the way I would describe that. There has been kind of more and more agencies. The midstream business is not for deregulation. I want to make that clear. But as time has gone by and agencies have been added for good reason, then it has grown to the point where everybody is almost independent of one another. And so one of the things that I like about the FAST 41 is trying to put that umbrella over all these agencies to try to make sure that things are continuing to move along. I'll give you a stat. You can actually, this is a smaller line, a 12-inch line, 100 miles. You can do that. The physical construction of that, by the time that you basically clear the right-of-way, dig the ditch, bring the pipe out, string the pipe, weld the pipe, lay it in the ditch, cover it up, you can lay 100 miles in around, I'd say, less than 3 months. But that pipeline might take years to build. And it's because of all the regulation that goes with that. And again, we're not opposed to regulation. What we are for is modernization of the regulation.
Okay, got it. Yeah, what's the most important thing then policymakers could do today, or regulators, to help modernize regulation?
The midstream sector takes an enormous amount of capital, and capital flows to things that are more certain. So the more uncertainty that you have in this space, the less likely you are to basically incite the capital to come with it. And so I would say, if I could pick one thing, take out the stuff in the regulatory section that causes the uncertainty, and the biggest thing is time. And as the regulatory process has grown over the last 100 years, the element of time was not really considered. It was really focused on certain rules and regulations and safety and protecting the environment, which we definitely want to do that. You mentioned, Scott, who all is kind of involved in the regulation process of this. You can't forget the communities in which we serve. We like to say that our pipelines go through the communities that we serve, but our reputation lives there. And I think that's the mindset of the midstream business, is that we really do care about the communities that we go through, and we want it to be safe. We want to give back to those communities, and I think that's something that the whole industry does.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, but just closer, all this stuff we've been talking about, especially modernization, regulation, this is an affordability theme. It's got to help with affordability then for everyone, doesn't it?
Yeah. Reliability is affordability. And this is a business that is highly reliable, but we need more of it. There is 18 BCF a day of LNG that's actually going offshore right now. That's going to be growing to 30 BCF a day probably before 2030. And I just mentioned, well, I forgot to mention that 67% of all natural gas that's produced in the United States is either wet gas or associated gas, which means you've got to do something with those liquids. So if you're going to go another 12 BCF a day of natural gas production, there's a significant portion of that that's actually going to have liquids with it. So we're going to need more oil lines, we're going to need more natural gas pipelines, we're going to need more natural gas liquids lines.
Water pipelines.
Oh, yeah.
Water.
Yeah, every water lines,
Yeah.
everything. Yeah, you're exactly right. So, I think this is a really unique time, I think, for the United States is to prove our reliability for energy to the rest of the world. We certainly are going to take care of the nation that we have and the domestic need. But I think the world needs us right now. And we need to come through and be reliable.
Thanks for what you do.
One last thing.
Yes, sir.
The most costly form of energy is the energy that does not show up. Think about that.
Yeah.
All right.
Very true. Pierce, thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
We'll go off this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matt Neal and Mark Mills.
Well, it's the afternoon, circadian rhythms being what they are. I was going to get a paintball gun to shoot at people who fall asleep after lunch, or maybe to spice it up, I talked to Matt about doing a tango up here together. I'm not very good at the tangos. That's why I opted out. I know Matt's good at it.
Yeah.
So, this is the other end of the spectrum of my data center excitements. Is of course most of the news is, for proper reasons, has been about the turbine demands and gas turbine shortages, because you don't have to have an opinion, you just look at the facts. Invoke the Pareto rule, the 80-20 rule. About 80% of all the data center energy is being energized by natural gas, and of that, about 80+% of it is going through gas turbines. I think about 20% are going to go through gas engines. Yep. That's Caterpillar's business. Natural gas-fired diesel engines. So the center of the storm are a handful, literally a handful, globally. Mm-hmm. I mean, the three big producers of gas turbines have 2/3 or maybe 80% of the global market for big gas turbines.
Advanced class machines,
And they're amazing. This picture is, an artistic image of these turbines. They're astonishing machines. Converting molecules into electrons. I mean, it's utterly one of the most astonishing engineering accomplishments that's underappreciated to manufacture these things at scale. So I want to start with just the softball question before I try to trap Matt into saying something that's embarrassing. So how are you seeing the capacity to manufacture at scale and their supply chain, especially upstream, with these unique? They have unique alloys that I'm telling you, your business. So where is the state of play? Can you expand? Where are you expanding? How big is the demand that you're seeing, not that you're guessing, in terms of as a share of where you were 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me. I think I'm kind of the first kind of supply chain technology person to get up here that's not owning assets or talking about markets. So yeah, we're all that is definitely hitting us, right? We're kind of taking the brunt of this increase in demand, and specifically to gas generation. Why don't I guess one thing. Thank you so much for the lack of Q&A or killing Q&A, right? Because I can imagine all the questions that would come about.
Well, you get to hide from embarrassing questions.
Yeah, where am I in the list of when is mine going to ship? So yeah, just going back a few years, right? I mean, and I'll kind of speak just kind of from the very beginning about our overall capacity and what we've done to try to address it to meet the market, and then I'll talk a bit about where we see the market going. So, you know, we went through the boom in the 2000s, right? Which was also different because it was a little bit at the beginning of the technology of gas turbines, right? It was kind of as the technology was really taking off and becoming prolific, and so that had a different feel to it altogether. And then we just went through, you know, a decade plus of you know, a really, really low demand. And you know, specifically to Siemens Energy, you know, leading up into 2024, we had, you know, a stated manufacturing capacity of somewhere in the 20 gigawatts range globally.
20 gigs a year, right?
20 gigs a year of potential output through all the different frame sizes from small to large. And you know, we have been able to increase that closer to kind of high 20s, and then we look out to 28 and 2030, we're going to be somewhere between 30 and 40 gigawatts, right? So we've...
In context, the market's appetite is more like 100 gigawatts.
Yeah. But you know, you're a
big player in it. But
yeah, 30-40% player in the global market, which kind of correlates to our market share, right? And so so with that, you can see we've almost already doubled the capacity, and we keep in mind we weren't even building at capacity when we had the 20 gigawatts. If you looked at our annual output, we weren't building to that capacity. So we had underutilization for a lot of years. We were using that capacity for service business, and then now again we're investing just in the U.S. alone. We're spending over $1 billion in capex as a company. Admittedly, 60% of that's going to our grid business. But we are spending a ton of money to increase our capacity to get to that, you know, high 30 gigawatt annual output towards the end of this decade. If we look at where the market is going, I mean, we just keep repeating in all these settings the same thing, which is that beyond 2030, we don't have a strong demand signal that says we need to continue to do more. Even though the lead times are super long, after going through the history of 0% CAGR in energy infrastructure for 3 decades, it's hard to say that we need to go and invest another $1 billion.
But if you're not, so if I were flipping that, what I would say is that people who are ordering turbines, if they can get them by the early 2030, 2031, they're ordering them. If they can't get them, they're doing something else.
Yeah.
And so they won't order a turbine for 2035, which is obviously, if I'm on your end of the equation, that's a planning problem. Because the infrastructure, labor. But let me get to the what I would phrase indelicately is the Strait of Hormuz issue for the turbine makers, which is upstream in your supply chain, and you know this better than I do, are critical alloys, the critical metal alloy for the turbine blades. And every turbine maker I've talked to will immediately point to that and say, we can't get more of that class of beryllium alloy. It doesn't matter how much money I spend, and you don't do the metallurgy. You don't make the alloy. So and this is not just a Siemens problem, it's an industry problem. Is that getting fixed, and how fast does that get fixed? And
I mean, the yttrium is the critical mineral that we're most exposed to for coatings and the high heat applications, and to be able to manage that. I mean, we're doing recycling efforts to try to recycle what we have.
That's a hard element to recycle, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. We'll see how we.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty confident. I mean, not for our entire new unit and maintaining the fleet, but.
We could do like a test, have everybody put their hands up and know what yttrium is and where it is on the periodic table.
Yeah.
It's not a rare earth, it's a rare metal, and it's a tertiary metal, right? It's not, you don't mine for it.
Yep.
It's a consequence of mining for.
Yep.
Typically in South Africa, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, you probably know more about this than I do, even, right? But it is something that we're stockpiling, and it's something that I mean, the other, just kind of the supply chain aspect of what we're doing. It's The amount of long-term contracts that we are having to place out years. And
you have to place long-term contracts.
Exactly.
But your customers don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. So again, it's another reason why this like, you know, everybody asking, why don't you just try to double, triple, quadruple your capacity? It's very complicated. And I would say that before the question comes around workforce versus supply chain, I do kind of agree with your comments that workforce is more adaptable. And I do think that we will get adaptations in the workforce that allow us to increase with the increased capacity. But supply chain is, I mean, it's a global supply chain. Yeah, exactly. Right? And this is also largely an American topic, this AI energy demand outside of China. And so it is hard to go around the world and explain to global suppliers that this is, you know, like you said, a lot of Americans don't understand it. So imagine going around the world and asking a supplier that 20 years ago you already had one kind of bust market, you know, asking them to triple their output is tough.
It is, and you can only do that in the old-fashioned method, which is commit capital in a hard way, which, of course, you're running a business, and that affects your bottom line. Although, on the margin, Yttrium's cost, even if you, not telling your suppliers they should double their price, but if they increase prices, it doesn't ripple through. The absence of it is the critical thing. It's a have-to-have.
Yep.
Price always matters, but it's a have-to-have, as opposed to get it at a price. But you do something else, though, that's really important that I think is dramatically underappreciated to meet the short-term demand, which is re-ratings, up-ratings, refurbishments.
Yep.
I mean, there's a massive, you know, not gigawatt, thousands, terawatts of generating turbine capacity sitting in the world that are older machines that can still operate, because these are not airplane engines that have to operate at that level of reliability. They have to operate at ground level reliability. So what's that business look like? What's the capacity to add gigawatts per year? Just operating, re-rating, repairing, and harvesting old machines and bringing them up to snuff.
So we were saying at the beginning of really this just drastic demand spike in gas generation that there was probably 5 to 6 gigawatts in uprates and upgrades that could come out of the existing fleet. Now, because the new unit growth has just exploded, we need the same parts to do upgrades that we do to build new units.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of creative minds out there that are trying to, you know, find pieces and spares and the ability to refurbish older equipment to try to get electrons. But yeah, we did that, and we continue to look for it, and we have to constantly balance. Should we, you know, is there more impact of getting these parts to a service opportunity or to a new unit? So
let me switch gears, because you guys are a much more of an integrated power business than just doing turbines. And the conversations I've had with both the analysts and the data center companies and with providers like you often circles around to two things: the absolute scale, it's stunning, and as we've heard now through the conference continually, and I keep beating this home because it's people underappreciate how different it is to build and power assets that are 200 megawatts, 300 megawatts, gigawatt. You can do that once, but you're doing this serially. All right? The other thing that's going on, as you know, is that the actual asset has high power volatility. That is, it doesn't consume power at a steady state. Some data centers do, but AI, inference, and learning can be highly volatile. So the analogy I would use in a ham-handed way is that imagine, we know we can make airplanes that fly like F-18s, and we make airplanes that fly like 737s. But if you fly a 737 like an F-18, it's not really designed for that. Yep. And the F-18 behavior is much more like what data centers are migrating to. So how do you fix that because the power demands are pushing into the engineering and the costs? What do you do? And without getting too deep into electrical engineering 101, which we don't want to abuse a Washington audience with.
I'll mention two important topics here. So the power quality topic around the training data centers and the pulsing of the chips that are required to create the model. So there's really kind of no way around that. I mean, we have solutions for that, and I would compare it to, you know, folks that ever lived close to an arc furnace in parts of the country, right? We put technologies on the grid that made it so folks' lights didn't flicker. Well, these are now like standard arc furnaces times 50 from a power requirement standpoint. So we have been able to take some of our technology out of our transmission business and be able to put that at the grid level that will mitigate that flicker that would happen. And this isn't so much just turning people's lights on. I mean, if you drop 300 megawatts off of anything, anywhere in the country, it's going to have effects, right?
Well,
so,
as you know, because you've seen it on the receiving end, so you get out, one gets outages when grids operate in this very delicate harmonic balance, and there aren't flows, and not to get in the weeds of the physics, but what happens physically is that if you create a invisible electrical disruption, you can physically light up transformers that go on fire, they blow up, or you break turbine shafts.
Yep.
Now, this has already happened.
Yeah,
without naming names.
Yeah, I mean, there are, that's the fear, right? We've done studies. I mean, the good part about being a big transmission solutions provider with some of the highest technologies that you can get, and also being a gas generation manufacturer. We've done our own studies, and we're confident that this solution will protect the generators and then protect the grid. I did want to go back though. The second thing, from just a grid asset standpoint, putting these mega consumers on the grid and then the generation, and the grid's going to get bigger and stronger, and that's a good thing, right? So I do think there's a positive from an operational standpoint, long term, to having the scale that we're going to build the grid at. I mean, just the fact that it will get bigger, it will naturally become more interconnected. 5-10 years from now, we'll be talking about lots of optimization opportunities to, and the part of the grid that will be the residential load will get smaller,
right? Just
naturally based on all these gigawatts, right? And so there is an inherent kind of, I think, system reliability benefit, but it has to be done very thoughtfully. Actually, the Nat from Meta, I really liked the way that you see the thought and the forethought going into that, right? Yeah. And I don't know if the traditional energy landscape would have put that thought into it the way that some of these hyperscalers are doing it. So,
well, so I mean, your business doesn't make the political decisions, the policy decisions, the negotiating. I mean, once those have all been done, you do the engineering. Mm-hmm. But I think one of the interesting things that Nat talked about, and you implied, and again, you don't want to be mean to your customers, so you don't name names, but the data center industry has not, over its history, its operating management, has not experienced power at these levels.
Yep.
They haven't had buy power at those levels or build systems. And they're very smart, they're learning really fast. But when this bizarre connectivity between this odd large language model rendered into trillions of tiny transistors can actually physically, by its behavior, break a giant turbine shaft.
Yep.
Because what it's done is echo upstream a power problem, a power factor problem that causes a harmonic failure, dislocation. So that industry is learning fast, but you made an interesting point by implication. So in 5 or 6 years from now, we'll get, A and B will happen, we'll get integration, but between now and the 5 years, the velocity of this construction for engineers means you are figuring out, as an engineering matter, you're telling a customer which is going to be faster and which is going to be easier or harder, dollar terms, to integrate with the grid with this massive load and keep the grid reliable, or not connect to the grid and keep the power reliable and not break my turbines that are isolated. So again, this is my over-under bet that I'm going to start a betting pool on. Over the next 4 to 5 years, do people, as an engineering matter, at that velocity, do most of them go grid? Do most of them go private grid, maybe connecting to grid later? By that I mean public versus private.
I mean,
how does the engineering reality play out?
I mean, I think that you can draw some similarities to what companies like Siemens Energy have done in Europe, where we connect countries and we connect islands to mainland, right? I mean, there's examples there.
You didn't do Iberia, did you?
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You all know about the Iberian blackout.
Actually, but we helped restart Spain when that happened.
You fixed it when they broke it.
A lot of our technology was the black start technology that allowed it to kind of get going again. So, but again, I think that's, the technologies are there to connect gigawatt grids together. But the interesting part about the U.S. system is now they call them microgrids. I think private grid is much more realistic of a description, right? Because a 10 gigawatt microgrid,
it's not micro.
It's not micro at all,
right? It's a country in most places.
More than a lot of states.
Yeah, it's more than most countries in Europe, actually. Yeah.
So, but I think the technology's there. I know the technology's there. I mean, we do gigawatts of power transfer with HVDC technologies like that, and we haven't really seen them like proliferate the U.S. system because the market drivers were maybe different than they're going to be in the future. But I think those technologies will come up as we need it.
For the acronym and challenge, high voltage DC.
High voltage direct current.
Yeah. So direct current. So and of course the grids are alternating current. And what Siemens and ABB, your competitors, have done is figured out how to convert high voltage AC to high voltage DC and then back when you need to. It's magic technology. To your point, it's been deployed in Europe for all kinds of.
We have them in the U.S. too. We have
we have a few of them. Yeah. Oh, the ERCOT connection.
We've got. We have Siemens Energy has about 10 of them, so it's not. But they're big.
I'm not trying to promote ABB on you. It's okay.
No. But they're a huge part of the China system. If you look at China, true. And so I mean, there's maybe some credence there that.
Well, China is run by engineers, so they like to chase good engineering solutions. Yeah. So I'm not going to take you down the space rabbit hole because the last I checked, that you're not doing space solar power.
I would just say it takes a lot of energy to get things into space.
Exactly.
So, and we're okay with that too. Yeah.
You're playing that game because the turbines are needed.
You need a lot of fuel and a lot of energy to get to space.
Well, if you look at one of the starships, and you know this, many people may not, you use big turbines to move the fuels, you use big turbines to create steam and move water. And of course, Starship is an LNG-powered spaceship, for those of you who didn't know that. It's the first liquid natural gas spaceship, and that might explain a lot about why Elon Musk's in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, this is, I appreciate you coming, and I'm glad that you guys are successful in the United States of America, and you're going to bring your European experience, not you personally, but the company, into the United States, and you're building factories here, which is great for America.
Definitely.
And thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Nicole Holmes and Terrence Keeley.
So thank you for your indulgence. What you're going to note today is that somehow I got 4 of the best straws. So natural gas, pretty hot. I finished with Dan Yergin. But before that, we are going to do nuclear energy.
It's the best.
And Nicole, I am so grateful. I loved our briefing session, and I came away so much more informed. And what's very clear, I think, to everybody in the room is nuclear is having a moment.
Yes.
Right? You have support globally for nuclear. It's now 65-35 in polls. That's always flopped around relative to various. You are part of the World Nuclear Association, so you're part of an international consortium that thinks of where's nuclear going globally. And it is your own forecast, that association, that nuclear energy will triple between now and 2050. Globally. And in the United States, you've been ordered by our current president to quadruple it by 2050. So clearly, stars seem to be aligning, but we have always had these problems with nuclear, which is it takes too long, permitting, and it cost overruns. So tell me how this time is going to be different.
So I think we're doing a lot of things different. And we've never built small modular reactors before. And I'm part of GE Vernova, and our small modular reactor is under construction in Ontario with Ontario Power Generation. We had a couple of big milestones last week, and that reactor is up and going. And here's one of the things that's different. When we think about doing nuclear previously, it was large plants, gigawatt scale. We have about 60 gigawatts of installed base. We have licensed 67 reactors in 10 countries. This time we're doing a 300 megawatt small reactor, but it's the 10th generation of the same technology.
10th generation.
Yes.
Okay.
So what you're looking at is a chance not just to do economies of scale, which we've typically done by making these machines bigger and bigger, but you've got modularity in how you put them together. Mm-hmm. So for example, OPG, right outside of Toronto, the Darlington site will have 4 of these 300 megawatt units.
So 1,200.
1,200, yeah, 1.2 gigawatts. So what they'll be able to do is build the water and intake structure and support systems up front to support 4 units and build them one at a time. So it's a completely different risk profile for the capital. It's completely different in optionality. You bring these units on. If conditions change, you can change directions. And you get to learn very quickly because you build one 300 megawatt unit, and then 12 to 18 months later, you bring another one online and another and another. You're not waiting till the end of a huge bespoke mega project to get the output that you're looking for.
So if we're going to triple, quadruple, what percentage of that do you see as SMRs? And what percentage of that is
It's
sodium?
a good question. It's a good question. So when we look at the World Nuclear Association report, it's showing going from about 450 gigawatts of nuclear globally today to about 1,200 or a little more
triple.
Globally. Now, there's no split that's specified. There are a lot of people that have opinions. How much of that will be gigawatt scale reactors? How much of that will be small modular reactors? And even within the small modular reactor world, you have light water reactors, which is what we have today, cooled by water. And then you have generation 4. Some people call that advanced nuclear, that's cooled by something other than water. Could be sodium, lead bismuth, could be lots of different things. I think there will be some of all of that. And I'll tell you how we think about it. So with GE Vernova, and our nuclear business is a joint venture with Hitachi, we're thinking about choosing the right projects and the right partners. And so for us, Wave 1 is really focused on what we're doing in Canada with OPG, also with Sask Power, a neighboring province or part of Canada. And then we just announced with the Department of Commerce in the US, investment by Japan for 3 gigawatts split between a site in Tennessee and a site in Alabama. And then other Wave 1 will be Europe.
Japan is paying for those?
Japan is investing
Okay.
in the US in SMR with GE Vernova Hitachi. So DOC just announced that $40 billion investment maybe a month ago.
And if I recall from our discussions, you're also in Estonia. You have something going on in Poland and Sweden. Share with us some of the international lessons. You know, who's been easier? I had this wonderful quote from you when we were briefing.
Oh, no.
No, it was a good one. I asked you, where are you most optimistic? And your quote was, where experience matches government support.
Yes.
So why don't you decode how you're thinking about how experience and government support matching is the right mix?
So I'll mention Canada again because Ontario really made the bold move to go first. And the Ontario government, the Canadian federal government, put support in place, debt at a very affordable rate, and they did a long selection process looking at, I think they started with 30 to 50 technologies and going through a couple of years. They have nuclear today. They have a strong regulatory structure. They have a great workforce, and OPG has experience doing very large projects. So that's a very good match.
Including hydro, including
refurbishing and rebuilding some of their CANDU style nuclear reactors on time, on budget. So that experience and the government support is critical. In the US, that's what we're seeing with these projects that will be starting in Tennessee and Alabama. That's what we're seeing in Sweden. Sweden has boiling water reactors, which is the GE Vernova technology, operating today. We are in a bid, and we're in the final down select with hopefully beating Rolls-Royce to win that work for 1.5 gigawatts, so 5 of our units on the western coast of Sweden. They have a strong regulatory framework. They have experience operating these reactors, and they have the government support for Vattenfall and for the project, which is called Vitaberg.
Okay. Well, bon chance avec ça. I hope that works out well.
Thank you.
Question, though, relating to the affordability still. So you still need some government support. When do these things start paying for themselves? And importantly, with the SMRs, as we've discussed, the real societal advantage will come in the nth adoption. People don't know, but I think there are only 2 SMRs operating in the world today, right? 2. One's in China, one's in Russia.
Yes, none in the Western world. So our contract with OPG was the first commercial SMR contract.
Well, think about that. So there we are, number one. what is genuinely, Nicole, how long do we have to, and how many of these projects will we have to do so that we develop the confidence that the scale and the affordability is really going to kick in?
Yeah, and that's a topic that we talk about often.
Yeah.
Because most people have said, we see this as sustainable, we see the energy security benefit, so affordability, can you finally be on budget, on schedule? And when you look at the history of nuclear and the projects that were built, many times it was a one-off or two-off, and then what you had were units that were dramatically different. So with a small modular reactor, SMR stands for small modular reactor, but the S also has to stand for standard. We have to get good at doing one thing over and over and over again. I'm an engineer. Engineers love to engineer. But we have to say we can't keep changing this because it affects the cost to build, it affects the cost to maintain. We want these to be exactly carbon copies. And what you get when we think about just the 3 gigawatts, the Tennessee and Alabama sites here in the US, you have the opportunity to build 10 units. How do you get good at something? You do it over and over and over again. How do you stand up a sector? How do you get people excited in the workforce and in the supply chain? You show them a path for a long-term viable industry.
Yeah.
And that's something we haven't had before. So going back to your first question, that's part of what's different right now.
Yeah. Well, SMRs are said to be 24 to 36 months to completion. They take 1/10 the size of a typical very large Georgia plant and 1/2 of the amount of concrete. So that's very favorable. You've got those, but there's still permitting processes. And I do want to go to this Georgia, frankly, catastrophe. I mean, it came in was priced at 18 billion and it came out at 36 billion, and took what, from start to finish, 11 years. This will not happen with SMRs.
So in that project, a lot of things happened. That was not our project.
I know, I'm sorry. If it was, I wouldn't have brought it up.
But I respect Southern Company a lot with the way they handled it, and they ultimately finished that project, and it's operating well. We have units that we built and operated with Southern Company, and so we see this firsthand. So we are cheering for nuclear at large as an industry.
Of course, of course.
I think one of the things that we can look at when we think about SMR, you're going to have a couple of years of permitting. Just like if you were doing a gas plant, even a solar plant, you're going to have a permitting time. And we're estimating that's about 2 years. The recent executive orders by this administration took some of the regulatory permitting period from 3 years to 18 months, and they're making good on that. TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, had submitted a construction permit application last May, so May 2025, and the NRC is committed to having that finished no later than the end of this year. Now, that ought to be a fairly doable job because this is 10th generation technology, so we're not doing something incredibly new. But I think that is a key part. Then when you look at final investment decision and going from permitting to construction, we have a history of being able to do this. If you look at the last reactors that we built, the advanced boiling water reactor in Japan, they were gigawatt scale, and the best one was 39 months from nuclear concrete to fuel load. So it's doable. The thing we've got to do is keep the machine turning. Like, we can't build one, stop. Wait 10 years, build another one. We need to keep this going. I say, just in its most simplistic sense, it's like building a neighborhood. You have your foundation people, you have your framers, you have the bricklayers. You get the people who do the first house, and then you go to the second house. So most of our BWRX 300, you're looking at putting 4 or 5 on a site. So you have that chance to take an experienced crew and do the same thing over and over again and get the learning and the economies of scale. So I would say that's not that we can't do it in nuclear, we've never had the chance to do it. And this really is our moment.
Where experience matches government support. I think that keeps coming back. So I thought that was, let's talk a little bit about Japan, Fukushima, and then they're back. I mean, is there some kind of lesson for other countries on how you properly atone for a sin, forgive yourself, and move on into redemption?
Yeah. So I've spent time in Japan. Like I said, we're a joint venture with Hitachi. I have so much respect for the operators who manned those reactors during Fukushima. It was
They
it was
to their
a
posts.
natural disaster. And so we can't think about all natural disasters, and like a reactor can't be responsible for that. They handled it very, very well, and they've come through it. And now they're restarting some of their nuclear power plants. And I think you will see, and you do see, the public opinion in Japan improving. You will also see in the US and in many countries, the people who are most pro-nuclear are the people who live closest to nuclear plants.
Yeah,
I live within about 30 minutes of a nuclear plant that's owned by Duke Energy. And people, when I was in Poland, we have a partnership with them. They have a decision in principle for 6 sites and more than 24 SMRs to be built there. And I was on a panel with basically like the county commissioners of the area where these will be built. And that was the fact they were most interested in. They were most interested that I lived within 30 minutes of a nuclear power plant and that I had taken both of my kids to nuclear power plants. We're so nerdy, we go to nuclear power plants on vacation, and they're fantastic. So I think showing people the recovery from tough conditions, natural disasters, and showing just the resilience of these machines. I think people keep talking about innovation. I just want to say we ought to be pretty amazed that we successfully split the atom all the time.
Right.
We get 20% of our energy in the US by splitting the atom. That's incredible. Where we need innovation is in execution. So I think it was John from MISO that said, we want the grid to be boring.
Correct.
We want the nuclear power plants to be boring.
As well.
So
aren't they pretty boring in France?
They're very boring.
Yeah.
They're very boring almost everywhere they exist today. I started working at a power plant when I was a college intern in 1992. So the amount of relentless optimism you have to have started this journey in 1992 and still be excited about it is pretty big. And I think then and now, these plants operate fantastically. Greater than 90% average capacity factor.
Sure.
I mean, it's like nothing else.
And
the power
reliability
density,
like nothing else.
Reliability like nothing else. I want to say just one of the things, and this is something I get asked a lot, is an SMR going to come on the back of a truck? You know, how big are they? What are they like? And so BWRX 300, which is our SMR technology, stands for boiling water reactor, X, 10th generation. 300 is 300 megawatts electric. But that's 870 megawatts thermal. That won't come on the back of a truck. So from the reactor all the way through the turbine generator, it will fit basically on a soccer pitch. And if you put 4 of those on a campus, you're looking at 100 plus or minus acres of land. So it's very, very power dense. To get a little more than a gigawatt of solar, you would cover the entire space of Washington, D.C. So 100 acres, 120 acres is a pretty great bargain.
You win the density award for sure.
Yeah.
The one thing that you shared with me, and I thought it was so good to be you and GE, is your backlog on orders is crazy. So billions of dollars, I think. It was just so great to be you. People lining out the door, waiting for you to serve your ice cream. And that's it. You did, though, express one other cautionary tale, or you wanted to spend a little bit of time on fuel, Nicole. So what don't people understand about fuel that they should? And is this a constraint function that you think will matter?
So I think one of the things we have to think about is there's a huge advantage in nuclear. There's so many. You can tell I really like this technology. But the uranium, the fuel cost, is only 5 to 10% of the total levelized cost of electricity in nuclear. Other technologies like a gas plant, it's more 40 to 50% of the cost, the LCOE. And so fuel's very important, but also if you don't have the fuel, you don't have the steam, you don't have the power. And we use low-enriched uranium in our BWRX 300, and that is widely available. That is what's used in all the plants operating in the US today. There are some technologies that require higher levels of enrichment, and enrichment meaning enriching the uranium to a type of isotope that wants to fission or split more readily. And that comes from other countries right now. So DOE is spending a lot of money and investment to bring that technology and increase the pace, accelerate that technology development in the US. So I think we have to think about the entire value chain and having that all ready. And I think one of the reasons we are first out of the gate, and we see that as a huge responsibility, is the fuel that we're going to put in this reactor that's under construction in Ontario is the exact same fuel we are using in the reactors that we already have operating.
Understood.
So you're talking about 240 fuel bundles of a type that makes that reactor that creates 340 megawatts, and we've made more than 25,000 of that type of fuel. We're headquartered in North Carolina in Wilmington, and we make the fuel there. We make the fuel in Spain. We can also make that fuel in Japan. So that is a huge risk mitigant.
So that sourcing, you said you're not so worried about getting rid of it.
No.
No. Just dispel whatever myth needs to be dispelled on spent fuel.
How I talk about spent fuel is used fuel. And you mentioned France. France has been reprocessing, recycling fuel for a very long time. It is one of the many things in the energy challenge that isn't a technical problem as much as a political problem. There are many ways to reprocess and recycle nuclear fuel. They are widely known, widely understood. They're pretty expensive because we don't do them very frequently. They were even outlawed in the US for a time in the 70s. But it is not a technical challenge. And so I think when we decide as a country, as other countries have decided how we want to tackle that challenge, we have many choices.
So we're going to go rogue here. Our audience has been, they've been absolutely docile all day, and they're not allowed to ask any questions. So I'd like a show of hands. Who thinks the world needs more nuclear? Show of hands. Okay, who thinks the world should not have more nuclear? Show of hands. Because you are going to be asked to ask a question.
Yeah, I have teenagers. You cannot scare me.
Well, I think we can conclude other misconceptions, Nicole, that you think are out there that are easily skewered. 100% support for nuclear in the room. Give them some tools to defend their.
So I think when you look at nuclear, and when you look at GE Vernova, we are a fan of an all-of-the-above strategy, and I've seen most of the speakers today also say we need all of the above. So I am not advocating one to the exclusion of others, but I think nuclear has a special role to play, and if we want grid stability, if we want sustainable, firm, dispatchable energy, nuclear will have to play a role. The hyperscalers believe that, we believe that, I think most of you believe that. And so I think getting away from this either or, my analogy is always we're not fighting for crumbs in the desert any longer. There's plenty of load growth. There's plenty to go around, and we need to rise to that occasion. So to go to World Nuclear Association, their slogan this year is ambition to action.
Ambition to action.
And that is what I would say we need to do. And I want to leave you with one story. If you go to the Department of Energy and you go to the Department of Nuclear Energy in that building near here, you will see a picture in their conference room, and it's Eisenhower giving the Atoms for Peace speech in 1953.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah.
And it is moving. It takes up an entire wall. And that was their moment. And he said something like, atomic energy is not for the future, it's now. That was 53. In 55, we got critical patents for boiling water reactors. In 57, we started up the first boiling water reactors in this country.
We were moving.
We did it in that moment, and I feel like now is our moment to do that same thing, and the world needs it. I think it would be an incredible travesty if we don't meet the moment.
Well, I think everybody in the audience wants to have U.S. dominance in this space as well, certainly U.S. presence.
Let's go.
We're counting on you, Nicole. Okay. Please thank Nicole Holmes for.
We're going that way?
This way, yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a short break, 15 minutes, and please be back in your seats by 2:40 p.m. For our online audience. We'll resume shortly. Thank you.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume momentarily. Please take your seats. Our program will resume momentarily.
All right, we're about to start session 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for Upstream Materials and Labor Reality, we have Jesse Ozabel and Scott Tinker.
Alrighty. Who had the chocolate-coated pretzel stick? That was just too good on the break. So, welcome back, everybody. Really happy to have you here, and thanks for being here this afternoon. Jesse Ozabel, known Jesse for a quarter century now, and some, I would guess, those of us who've been in this industry a long time have been heavily influenced by Jesse and his thinking. And I'm talking about the folks that I respect as well. Just, he has led in so many different ways, but I'm guessing not everybody here knows you. Some things that I've learned about Jesse through the years: he's a deep student of Da Vinci. He's led a marine census of marine life for global. He's formed and worked in the Deep Carbon Observatory, looking at abiogenic carbon, which I used to laugh at, now I don't. And other things we're going to dive into today. So I'm really hoping for this 20 minutes that the audience can have the benefit of what many of us here have had, of your wisdom and your knowledge and the way you think. And I think of you as kind of a true environmentalist, Jesse, I really do. You lead a center on that at Rockefeller. And to me, there are 3 big areas of your work that have influenced energy broadly. And I'd like to just kind of dive into those if you're able and willing. First one is decarbonization, a term I think you helped coin that many of us just use like it's a normal word, but you kind of invented it. And talk about decarbonization a little bit and what it means and how we should think about that.
Okay, Scott, but since maybe we could start with nostalgia while a few more people filter. And one thing you may not know about me on the green side, I actually spent a week working on the Chernobyl cleanup still in the days of the Soviet Union. And it's an anecdote now that has some relevance to our conversation. We were out there, I brought along my own radiation monitor from Rockefeller University. Out in the dead zone doing all kinds of things, making all kinds of measurements. I don't speak Russian,
but a couple of, I was just on my own, not part of a delegation, working with the Russian colleagues, and some of whom spoke English. And after a couple of days, the end of one of the days, we were having a conversation about what had gone on, and one of the Russians turned to me and said, in a wonderful Russian accent, "Jesse, do you have mud in America?" And I looked at him and I thought, well, actually, we don't really have mud in America in the way that I had experienced it in the previous 3 or 4 days, because almost all the roads are paved, and if you need to move heavy equipment around, it's, for the most part, it's not a problem. Now, maybe parts of Texas after the heavy rains the last few days, I shouldn't say that, but of course, it's that kind of thing which can make an enormous difference to environment. The details matter, the specific conditions. Right. The specific conditions matter. So that was something that stuck with me from that experience. Yeah, decarbonization. Back in the 1980s, together with colleagues from YASA, Nebojša Nakačenović and Ralph Grubler, whom some of you may know, and Cesare Marchetti, an Italian physicist, we started plotting these curves, not so much focused on, well, the idea was very simple, that over the course of about 300 years, there's a gradual substitution of H's, of hydrogen, for C's, for carbon. And if you put all of the primary fuels, all the wood, hay, oil, gas, coal, into a blender and mixed it all together and assayed it every year, you'd get a changing ratio of hydrogen and carbon atoms. And it turned out when you did this, you had a monotonic decrease in the carbon relative to the hydrogen. And you can think of that as just a succession from charcoal or carbon black to coal, which is, let's say, 1 carbon, 1 hydrogen, to jet fuel or kerosene or gasoline, which is 1 and 2, to methane, CH4. So the essence of decarbonization, it's not so much an anti-carbon, it's a pro-hydrogen position. That gradually over time we've been favoring fuels where the combustion is of the H rather than the C. And in the projections that we made starting in 1983, 85, and we published the first papers about decarbonization in 1989, 1890, we projected that around 2070 or so, first we projected a methane century, which we are in. Toby Rice is right. Methane will be the most important fuel for the next 30 or 40 years. But then later in the century, as you go even beyond CH4, and of course the way to go beyond CH4, the primary way, as the previous speaker, I would say, implied, is through nuclear. So you'll go beyond CH4 to pure hydrogen or some mix of methane and hydrogen, I'll say, manufactured by nuclear energy in the course, so let's say by 2070, 2100, hydrogen will really be running the show. And I guess to say one more thing, and this is important because I think there's been a very misguided conversation about hydrogen the last 10, 20 years. In the end, hydrogen is a way to store nuclear energy, full stop. That's all. That's, storing electricity is very hard. Storing electricity is going to continue to be very hard. Batteries are getting a little better. We all pray for a breakthrough. There are press releases all the time from University of Texas at Austin and from MIT and from different companies. But if you actually look at the real performance of batteries, they're only improving a little. And it's for a very fundamental reason, because batteries have to be good in 6 or 7 different dimensions, in weight, in volume, in number of recharges they can take, they don't start fires. So if you improve it in 1 or 2 ways, it gets worse in the other way. So so batteries it's just a really hard thing to store electricity, but hydrogen's the obvious way to do it. So with nuclear power plants operating at very high temperatures, it will become possible to produce hydrogen thermochemically without electrolysis, which is a very clumsy procedure. And so decarbonization eventually will occur, and we'll have after this long, graceful transition with methane, we'll have, I think, a nuclear and hydrogen economy. And of course, this is finally, from an environmental point of view, this is very desirable.
Yeah, yeah. It's so say more about hydrogen storing electricity. What does that actually physically look like?
Well, it could just be in scuba tanks, so to say, for smaller applications. I continue to be very interested in fuel cells as an alternative to the batteries and the kind of EV vision that has tended to prevail. Fuel cells are fundamentally, again, from an environmental point of view, they're fundamentally more favorable because they're just much lighter. In very round numbers, let's say to have a vehicle with batteries, you need, in roughly, let's say, 1,000 pounds of batteries. So it's like a horse. If I want to ride a horse, the horse weighs 1,000 pounds. I put the rider on, I'm moving me, I weigh whatever, 180 pounds. But I have to move the horse. Most of the energy goes for moving the horse. And if you have an EV in which you begin by loading it with 1,000 pounds, we're no better than the horse. Fuel cells for the same power output, let's say, may weigh 400 pounds, something like that. So hydrogen, of course, is famously light. It's hard to store. We're going to need more decades, really, to get good at it. But fundamentally, you could have a much, a transport system, a mobility system that's, let's say, twice as efficient from the point of view of weight immediately by shifting from batteries to fuel cells. So I think batteries they're wonderful for very small power applications. Mm-hmm. We love our cell phones and watches and whatever, but as some speakers said this morning, for the larger applications, I think we should continue to take fuel cells very seriously. And as hydrogen, really when we speak about energy abundance, we want I'll say, my vision of an abundant, we want a world of neutron abundance. There's been talk about electrons, but really we want the neutrons. The neutrons create the fission. And finally will be responsible for most of the energy. And then we want hydrogen abundance. Mm-hmm. So I think when we and that's again a truly green vision, a vision of enormous amounts of mining for copper and nickel and lithium and rare earths or yttrium, take your pick. Where we have an enormous amount of the crust being ground up and creating these very, very heavy and clumsy batteries, that's not a green vision to me. Whereas a nuclear hydrogen vision with fuel cells can be really, one in which, in terms of decarbonization and dematerialization, that we don't need to weigh ourselves down with so much stuff. I think that's the way to go.
I don't want to oversimplify that, but basically I think what you're saying is you're working with physics instead of against it.
That's a very good way of saying it.
And what does that do for affordability?
Well, red ink is not green. And I think what we've learned over and over in the energy industry, and especially with the so-called renewables efforts over I'd say primarily the solar wind, they lose money. They require very big subsidies. I think this is again a very important point. We want profitable crops in agriculture, and we want profitable energy industries. They pay taxes. In the US, a back-of-the-envelope calculation is that Americans pay about $200 billion a year in carbon taxes already, in gasoline taxes and related taxes. The amount in Europe is about the same. So in fact, the people worry about subsidies in Texas for the oil industry, and maybe the oil industry and the gas industry get $2 or $5 or $10 billion a year in so-called subsidies. But the net is that they contribute $200 billion to the public sector in taxes. So, and the same again in Europe. So you want to be in the black in order to pay all that tax money. One of the real questions, I think, if we continue to try to restrict the oil and gas industries, is how are the governments going to make up the lost revenues that they've been collecting? If any of you have rented a car in Europe in recent years, you know you're still paying an enormous amount for the benzene or whatever it's called in the country you get it, and so where let's say $500 billion a year globally, something like that, are being collected already as carbon taxes. That's because the industry it's lucrative, it's profitable, and so if we take that away, but if we put $500 billion in taxes on solar and wind, suddenly they're not so cheap. They're not cheap to begin with, actually, but if they already are losing money and then we have to find another $500 billion in revenue, they don't look so good. So,
your environmental perspective seems to be driven by protecting the land and water.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yeah, my fundamental credo as a green is very simple. 3 words: no new structures. Or be very, very careful in adding structures. Add them into already existing footprints. And I think that's I'm very much a believer in the late Edward O. Wilson, E.O. Wilson's vision of half Earth, where we should try to leave sort of half of the terrestrial Earth, half of the sea largely undisturbed. I think I don't believe in trying to micromanage ecologies. I'd rather just leave lots of it just with little disturbance and sort of let it go on for itself. And so in order to do that, we need to shrink the human footprint, or at least not expand it. Agriculture is the greatest rapist of nature. It has been for 3,000 years. But high yields are the best friend of nature. We can produce enormous amounts of calories and protein on small acreage, or we can produce it through fermentation and produce wine and whiskey and beer and cheese and bread with the processes, with microbes. We can also change diets, or we can 30% of the food in the world that's grown is wasted and thrown away. So we actually there's no food problem in the world. There's too much agriculture. Agriculture is insanely successful and vastly overproducing the amount of protein and calories. Whenever you read articles about the climate, it's a threat to food, there should be about 1/3 less agriculture in the world today already. If we stopped wasting the 30% that's thrown away, if we stopped putting all the ethanol, Kiefer's terrific new NCEA paper about the biomass diversion, basically an area the size of Iowa or Illinois in the US is used to feed cars. It's absolutely stupid. Brazil has that problem as well. So if we reduce and if we with some changes in the diet, we could shrink global agriculture, I'd say, by 1/3, and allow a huge rewilding, a huge regrowth of nature. And I hope I'll have a chance to say something about the oceans too.
That's happened, and you mentioned Chernobyl to start. Didn't know you were going to go there, but that's happening there without humans.
Chernobyl is now a fascinating example of ecological recovery, and quite successful, by the way. There are some oddities, but for the most part, what's happened is a very inspiring regrowth.
Yeah. And this hydrogen to carbon ratio, increasing hydrogen, lower carbon, that's really an energy density driver. Is that what's driving that? Is more bang for the buck?
Well, that's been my primary thesis for many decades, that energy density at the level of the end user is really what drives the system all the way through the back. to what one exploits. Finally, one way of saying that is that cities drive the system, or the densest cities. So if you ask, how are we going to now power tens of cities in China with populations of 20 to 30 million, or Singapore, or all the growing cities in India, which are essentially skyscraper cities, which have to run, of course, on lots of electricity. If you're going to run them with solar and wind, you need these huge hinterlands. So you need to cover the area with either with wind farms or photovoltaics. New York City would require an area the size of Connecticut to run on sort of solar wind batteries. So I don't think it's a horrible vision from an ecological point of view. It's death for nature, but it's also unnecessary. Again, nuclear at the other extreme, as again was hinted by the prior speaker, nuclear is, let's say, 10,000 times as dense. The amount of fuel you need for a year of nuclear, let's say it's the size of an aspirin for a person. Whereas again, if you're using hay, it's immense. And I don't like the idea of putting a Tesla Powerwall in every apartment in a multi-story, an 80-story building in Hong Kong or Singapore. I don't think that's a very attractive or safe vision either. The structures will be it's adding a lot of weight. It's like adding a waterbed in every apartment. Goes from my generation. And that
had other benefits.
But basically, yes, we've had this progression again from hay to wood to coal to oil and gas, and with greater energy density, and I think that's finally what drives the evolution of the system.
Right. Shockingly, we are out of time. Just one kind of quick last thing, if you could. We talk about affordability like it's for this one set of stakeholders. Affordability varies, doesn't it, depending on who you're talking about, or what the affordable to who or what?
Yeah, I think someone this morning said affordability is in the eye of the beholder. So I think that's very much different cultures and subcultures will have different ideas about affordability. Some people in our society are overwhelmingly concerned about the survival of the collectivity and existential threats. And so that's one way of measuring affordability. If you're actually operating a business, of course, you don't want red ink, because then you can't keep your employees and you can't keep the lights on, so to say. So I'd say the notion of affordability is it's an elastic one. Finally I would come back to this. The societies now overall the planet is very rich collectively. That's not to say there isn't a lot of heartbreaking poverty still. But collectively, we have the wherewithal to do all kinds of amazing, wonderful things, to go around the moon again. So I think the kind of positive vision that's been presented here today, I think it is affordable. And the high-tech industries, the massive amounts being spent on the data centers so far, they show the capital is there if the good ideas are there.
Yeah. Well, Jesse, you've had a profound impact on many of us and continue to. So thank you for what you do, and thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zach Dell and Peter Bryant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Zach, welcome. 3 o'clock Friday. Wow, that's a tough.
Yeah, we got an interesting slot here. We're like one of the few things in between the audience and the weekend. So
exactly. So
we better spice it up a little.
We'll spice it up a little. Yeah. So quick opening remarks, and then we'll jump right into it.
Let's do it.
So, I mean, we've all talked about it. You know, US has to double energy in the next 25 to 30 years. The one thing we kind of forget is there's kind of 1 billion plus people that don't have electricity in the world. So they actually want to get electricity. So it's hard to see this all happening when you think about it without distributed energy, microgrids, you know, long duration storage at a scale that we don't really experience now to make this all happen in an affordable, sensible way. You know, and we see, you know, because of the slowness of build out of a lot of things, you know, I think the push for distributed energy is going to get greater and greater. And, you know, Zach is going to deep insights on long duration storage because that's a big part of the future. You know, we've got competing technologies in batteries, lithium, iron, air. You know, we've got pumped hydro from a storage perspective, not a battery, I know, but still an alternative. And I believe there's a new project being approved in Washington State for pumped hydro. And then we haven't talked about minerals here much, but the minerals famine that's coming, I mean, it's coming. There's going to be a worldwide massive shortage of copper, has the opportunity to really help derail some of this momentum that we're having. And that's before China kind of applies its choke points across the different minerals that are key. And it's not, don't talk critical minerals. Every mineral China has a different choke point, which they can apply. So Zach, when you kind of look at this landscape and what needs to happen and where technology's at, how do you see this all playing out in terms of both technology, business model innovation? You guys are doing some really amazing things, so I'll hand over to you and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think that, you know, everyone in this room and everyone in this industry has realized that we are in a once-in-a-generation demand spike. And I think none of us, when we started the company, certainly in 2023, we saw an opportunity to build a technology company oriented around energy. Admittedly, we did not foresee this massive demand. I won't even call it a wave, I call it a tsunami for AI and AI compute and what that would do to the industry. And maybe we should have seen that coming, but what we actually saw was just an opportunity to build technology to serve the industry, to add capacity to the grid, and really be a partner to utilities in a vertically integrated way. And that was really where we focused, but now we find ourselves in this very unique moment in time where the whole industry needs capacity, and we have these two tools in our tool belt, which are technology and vertical integration, that we use to deploy megawatts faster and more cost effectively than existing solutions. That said, to your point, there are a bunch of technologies across the stack, and you know, when we think about the power stack, it's really four things: make, move, store, and sell, right? You have to generate electricity, you have to move it because it's not used where it's made, you have to store it because it's not used when it's made, and you have to sell it. That's really it. And
simple.
Across those four parts of the stack, there's a bunch of technology to build. Now, we've decided to pick store and sell as the place to start, and so we have this vertically integrated technology. We build our own hardware and our own software. We deploy these assets ourselves. We own them ourselves, and we hold them on our balance sheet. We finance them. We help with the regulatory work to get them deployed in the most cost-effective and efficient way possible. And we do it really in two ways that are defined by the regulatory construct in the geography we're in. So we have a Taylor model in the competitive markets, and we have a utility partnership model in the regulated markets. And those are two sides to our business. But there's a bunch of different ways to approach building technology in the industry. And I'm sure there will be many success stories that look like Base, that look like some of the other companies and technologies that you were kind of alluding to that we've seen. And the reality is, given the amount of demand that's coming for the sector and the rate of change, we're going to need all of it.
Yeah, I mean, when do you think long duration storage is going to get to the point where it's, I mean, there's still a long way to go to get to that meaningful level of storage, and both in time and capacity.
Yeah.
How do you see that playing out, and what technologies do you think will dominate, or will it be just a mix?
Yeah, I don't think that there is a single right chemistry or form factor for storage. I think of it more as a kind of menu of options for different use cases. Said differently, there's not one solution for transportation. It's not that the SUV or the sedan or the truck is the best option. Trucks are really good if you need to go put a bunch of stuff in the back of your truck, you know, and haul it to a work site. Sedan is really good if you've, you know, for a certain use case in a small city where there's not a lot of places to park. And if you've got a family, you need a minivan, right? And so energy is a similar thing. It's geographically defined. It's very nuanced. In certain parts of the world, you have natural resource. You can use, you know, pumped hydro. You have a water battery, or really a gravity battery, right? And that's super effective. And in other kind of grids, in other geographies, you'll have the math will pencil for different chemistries, different form factors, different configurations, and that's a good thing, actually, because you have a bunch of competition, you have a bunch of different companies with different solutions that will bid against each other. And at the end of the day, competition leads to lower prices and better services for customers.
Yeah.
And so you should have a bunch of different companies that are working on different chemistries, different form factors, competing for the business of the utilities, of the homeowners, et cetera.
Yeah, and I think if you go to the supply chain de-risking strategy, I think that's necessary as well, so we don't get locked into one technology. Talking about innovation, I think one of the interesting things about your company, I want you to talk a bit more, not only about your company, but the importance of it is, sometimes people think innovation is just about technology. And I think what you guys are doing in context of battery storage is doing a lot of business model innovation. And just so you know, the definition of innovation is creation of new value. Okay, not new technology or anything, new value. So can you kind of expand just on the importance of business model innovation and what you're doing?
Yeah, 2 points I would make. One is the kind of architecture innovation around the business model, and the second is from the capital side and the capital structure. So on the architecture point, utility scale storage, batteries have been around for a really long time, and they've been a great asset class in different geographies, in different grids, for different utilities. And if you go look at the capital markets and you see the big private equity firms and wealth management firms, many of them, they have a storage platform, right? And we can list the names, and you're all familiar with that. And that has existed for a long time and will continue to exist. But the fundamental constraint of that architecture is really twofold. One is transmission congestion, so you can't put these utility scale kind of shipping container in a farm field batteries in places where you actually have these densely populated load pockets. And the other is interconnection, right? You don't have the capacity to interconnect at the rate that we need to. And so you have these long interconnection queues. And so what we said is that, okay, well, let's resolve those two constraints. Let's go put the batteries where the interconnection already is, co-located with the load. So that's the first, more of an architectural innovation than a business model innovation. And then on the business model side, if you go look at home energy over the last decade, home energy has been this premium product valence industry, right? So you look at the products on the market today, they look like an iPhone strapped to the wall. They cost $20,000 and they're made of glass. Home energy products are not a premium product. Your home battery, you can't watch it, you can't play with it, you can't drive it. It is an efficiency box. It is a savings machine. It should be designed, installed, owned, and operated as such, right? And so we build infrastructure. And to build infrastructure, you have to actually own the asset, you vertically integrate, you take cost out, you finance it like infrastructure, and you pass all the benefits onto the customer in the form of higher reliability and lower prices, right? What people want, I think, is their lights to stay on and their bills to stay low.
Yes.
And with an infrastructure business, you can actually deliver that, right? With a premium product business, you're just trying to convince someone to buy the thing that you're selling. And that's way less compelling than, hey, we can save you money, we can keep your lights on. So that is the approach that we've taken, and we've been able to scale faster than anyone ever, candidly, because of this approach. So we'll deploy 1 gigawatt hour of capacity this year.
Sure.
We launched our product less than 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. 3-year-old company.
We're
cool.
Not even 3 years old. We incorporated in June of 23. We launched our product in May of 24. We're doing about 40 megawatts a month today. We'll won the year around 100 megawatts a month. And I think our speed is really a function of this business model innovation and then the execution of our team.
That's impressive, really impressive. So obviously, the energy system is getting more complex. It used to be just big power stations, a grid, bang, substations, et cetera. Now you've got microgrids, batteries. So the intelligence in the grid has to be way more than what we're seeing today. And you guys are doing things like speed to power. And how are you thinking about the whole smart grid? What's your contribution? Talk a bit about speed to power as one of those.
So our contribution is to be the technology vendor to the utilities, be the preferred technology provider. So if you come to our factory in Austin and you look at our hardware, so we make batteries and power electronics, and we write all the code that runs on the system, that runs in the cloud, that manages the system, that runs on the consumer's app, and then we deliver that. Let's use the utility example. We deliver that to our customer, the utility, in the form of a fleet of storage that they can buy. Either they can kind of rent it from us in the form of a toll if you're a co-op or a mini, or you can rate base it in the form of a build transfer if you're an IOU. And what we're saying is, hey, we have megawatts and we can deliver them to you faster, cheaper, and specifically exactly where you want them, right? And that is a very compelling offering. And we are the builder of that technology. So if you come to our factory, like I was saying, you see we make the module, the pack, the power electronics, we design it all, we manufacture it all in-house, we write all the code that runs on the system, and that vertical integration allows us to design it for the use case. So our battery is built to be a grid resource, a accredited capacity resource for the utility, which we are doing in Texas today. We are the largest we're the largest accredited fleet, distributed accredited fleet, I think in the country, potentially in the world, in Texas today. And ERCOT can see our resource in Texas. And that is the value we provide, is this reliable resource to the utility. But the point I want to make, and forgive me, it may be a long-winded way, is what works is when we actually have a partner in the form of ERCOT or El Paso Electric is one of our partners, or Farmers Electric, or CoServe Electric, or any of these utility partners who come to us and say, hey, we want to work with you, we want to partner with you, we want to sit down, whiteboard, be solutions-oriented. That's what it's going to take, because as everyone in this audience knows, we are in unprecedented times. Things are changing incredibly quickly. So we are really coming at it from this perspective of, hey, we have 400 of the best engineers and operators on the planet who spent the last 10 years at companies like SpaceX and Tesla building mission-critical hardware and software that are now 100% of the time, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, thinking only about how to solve problems for the power grid. And then we want to come sit with you, and we don't want to tell you what to do. We want you to tell us what to do. We want to listen, and we want to partner, and we want to think through these problems together and be the best partner that these utilities could imagine. So that's really our role, is to be the R&D center for these utilities, and really come in and be in listening mode and help solve problems.
I'll be a bit provocative now. So obviously a leading battery company was Northvolt, and we know what happened to them. So how would you, I mean, two-part question. One, I mean, differentiate, but how do you avoid because they probably had a similar message, but not quite as vertically integrated as you, but they went belly up. And well, just because the Western cost models. So how do we avoid?
Well, I think it's quite
that happening
simple
again?
In the case of Northvolt. So Northvolt was a cell maker, right? And cells are incredibly low margin, high capex. And that's a game of fixed cost leverage, right? Fixed cost leverage means you deploy a bunch of dollars, and you're loss making for a long time, and then once you reach a certain scale, you're incredibly high cash flow. They just never got to the leverage part of the fixed cost leverage, right? They just got to the fixed cost part. So they built these big factories, they couldn't get them turned on fast enough, they couldn't get the utilization high enough, and they ran out of capital. We are a highly capex intense business, but at a unit economic level, increasingly, incredibly attractive unit level returns, right? And so if you start from return on invested capital, IRR, asset level unit economics, you have a business that can generate really high cash flow and be self-sustaining, not one that requires billions and billions of dollars to be invested and be loss-making for a lot of time. So yes, we will invest billions and billions of dollars into the grid and into this technology, but it'll be in a way that at the unit economic level pencils and is not one that requires on this kind of massive leverage point where you're loss-making for a long time and then you make a return. This was kind of hard for investors to wrap their head around early, and I think now is well understood. Our assets at the unit level are profitable. And so it's not like, well, you need a million of these things for it to make sense. Like, well, actually, at the single home level, unit economics makes sense. I think that's the difference between us and Northvolt.
I'm going to pick on minerals for a minute. I mean, because obviously your batteries, do you worry about a minerals famine? Not enough copper, not enough lithium, but at a scale that's pretty intense, that's going to drive cost and availability up. And that's before China applies any leverage it has into these supply chains. So do you worry about that at all? Or
I worry about short-term commodity market dynamics, right? Where you have, a bunch of demand shows up really quickly, the supply isn't there in time, you have price spikes, those price spikes kind of lead to shocks downstream. Long-term, I don't worry about this. Turns out these, magnesium and cobalt and nickel and iron, these things are incredibly abundant in the Earth's crust. They exist, we're not going to run out of them. Now, they're more and less expensive to mine, extract, refine in different kind of geographies at different scale, but they all exist in great abundance. And so we just have to put in the capital to go pull them out of the earth and refine them. So on a long time horizon, no, I don't worry about the availability of these minerals. Sure, there will be supply-demand kind of shocks in the near term, like there are in every industry where there's kind of commodities that are an input to the end product. That's kind of how I think about it.
Okay. We'll talk about it another day. So there's plenty of it, and it's in the ground. That's the problem. But anyway, you're talking about your battery storage in homes. Do you think we should imagine a world and encourage a world where every house has a battery, every facility has a battery? Because it's kind of interesting, because I'm not sure we leverage battery storage, whether it's in cars or houses, as much as we can today. I don't know what you think about that.
I think that every building in the built environment should be intelligently load balancing with the grid, and it requires a technology solution of hardware and software. And by the way, innovation on market design and permitting, and there's a bunch of kind of policy-related things that have to go right as well. But of course, your home should run on 4 a.m. power, not 6 p.m. power, right? And for the grid wonks in the room, that's obviously a dramatic oversimplification of the problem, which I obviously understand. But you should be able to use hardware and software to manage load at the home and save the system a lot of money. And what I'm really saying is increase capacity factor, like just increase utilization. And that is like obviously net beneficial for ratepayers and for everybody involved. So I think the answer is obviously yes. It's just going to be a matter of time. We have to develop the technology, the market design, and we have to get to the scale. And it just takes time, right? I mean, home batteries are, depends on who you ask and what math you do, somewhere around 1% penetrated in the US. I think quite well below that, actually. That's far too low.
Yeah, and what do you see as the different dynamics? Because, we always talk about the US, but the states are very different. And you're operating in more of an unregulated markets right now, but moving into regulated we're talking about. How do you see those differences? And can you help the regulated markets get more innovative, if you like?
Yeah, we love working with regulated utilities because they have every tool available to them. Right? Especially the vertically integrated ones. And the co-ops and the munis are great to work with too, but they have all the data, they have all the visibility into the system. You can kind of, blank slate, white piece of paper, whiteboard, whatever you want to call it. You can go and say, hey, look, we build technology. We got batteries, we got software. We're working on other technology that will get announced soon or in the coming months. That is we can put in the tool belt of these utilities, and it's really fun to work with them because it's not that they don't want to solve problems. It's just that they are not designed to be R&D organizations, right? That's not how they're incentivized. That's not how they're set up. And so we show up and we say, hey, we are your outsourced R&D, and we're the engineers that listen, right? We're not the engineers that tell you what the answer is. You know the answers. We don't know the answers. But if you tell us what to build, we'll build it, and we'll do it aggressively and thoroughly and reliably, and we'll take your feedback. And that's a lot of fun. And I think that's the way to make progress in this industry, is go and sit down with the utilities and be solutions oriented and help them get them to help us know what to build and how to build it.
Yeah, and one other thing before we wrap up is, and it's been a consistent theme, I think, for a lot of speakers, is, we want to maintain affordability of electricity in the US. We need to maintain our competitive advantage. And more I'm hearing that scale is increasingly going to become important to delivering that in the future. And a lot of the there's some large-scale utilities, but a lot of the utilities are not large. So how important do you think scale is going to be as we move further and further into the world that you envisage?
I mean,
or you can be the flip-flopper as well and say, no, that's the point.
There's a couple ways to think about it. One is that, electricity is a commodity, and in a commodity business, cost structure wins. And if you want to win on cost, you have to get to scale, right? And so if you're going to build technology solutions in a cost-driven business, you want to be scaled. That's why we're building, a 4 gigawatt-hour factory in Austin. We have a 12 gigawatt-hour factory coming online, right behind it. That factory will be expandable up to 20 gigawatt-hours. And we raised $1 billion last summer. You're like, well, why'd you raise $1 billion? Because we have to get really big, really fast. We have to win the cost game.
Speed.
Right? It's like that's the only way to do it. And so for a technology company, our scale can be leveraged by a subscale utility. As our landed cost per kilowatt hour goes down, we deliver that to the utility, and they benefit from our scale. So our job as the R&D house is to get to scale and drive cost out. The utility, if you're a 100,000 meter co-op, there's nothing you can do to become a 1 million meter co-op, right? But what you can do is you can work with technology companies that have scale to deploy those solutions. So from the utilities perspective, the scale, you could make an argument that scale is good. You can make an argument that scale is bad because it's complexifying and it makes the problem more difficult. But it just is, right? Because there's not like a growth dynamic. You're not like, oh, how many meters can we add this year? Right? And so for us, we see scale as an advantage to drive cost out that we can share with the utilities.
The smaller utilities, makes sense,
Exactly,
So they can leverage scale. Perfect. As the clock runs down, Zach, one last takeaway for the audience at 3:30 on a Friday. One last takeaway for them.
Just open-ended? I think that I, for one, just feel grateful and lucky to be working in an industry that is so positive-sum at a time like this. I mean, I came from the finance world, a college kid who was kind of obsessed with energy, went to Wall Street, got to work on a bunch of interesting energy investments, learned, studied, and kind of entered this industry 5, 6 years into my career, and have just had the benefit of working with a bunch of like-minded people who care about the same things. I mean, the energy industry, you all don't realize it because you live in it, is so much more mission-oriented than most parts of the economy. Yeah. And that's a really fun place to be an entrepreneur and go build things, because everyone in this room is here because they care about the problems that are being worked on. And that makes getting up every day, 7 days a week and working your butt off to actually create solutions like way more fun, because you work with people that are super mission aligned, and all of you are very passionate about the work that you do. Yeah. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to work alongside you all.
No, it really is. Zach, congratulations on building an amazing company in 3 years, and good luck on everything, and thank you for participating today.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Damian Shelton and Mark Mills.
All right, I'm tempted to say I'm back. So, for those of you who know on the program where Damian is from, you might wonder why we have a roboticist on the stage at an energy conference. And I'll give you the clue, which should be self-evident by now. You've heard a lot of talk about supply chains, construction velocity, skilled trades, the challenge in getting enough people. I indelicately said we're stealing talent from A to B. And in the history of technology, one of the things that engineers have always wanted to do is automate things. They've been automating since the time of Alexander the Great. Automation velocity picked up in the 20th century. And the idea of having untethered automation, robots, is not new. What's new is the combination of labor shortages and skilled trades and the ability to make untethered robots that actually work, not science fiction anymore. And a lot of the supply chain involves moving goods and materials, picking things up, storing them, getting from a warehouse from A to B. So in a remarkable feat that's unheralded, the company that Damian co-founded has working in a commercial market, in a warehouse, an anthropomorphic robot, not in theory, not science fiction, not CGI, but actually doing a job in a warehouse. This will go down in history as a pivot in history. It's not that it's going to take over the world. It's not Terminator. We'll talk about that. That's really an astonishing achievement that's been underappreciated, especially given why you did it. So tell us a little bit about Digit, what it's doing, the robot, and why you picked the warehouse market, and then we can talk about how the warehouse market migrates.
Sure. Yeah, also a note about robots, because there's a lot of, let's say, alternative videos that you can find on YouTube. So Digit is about the same height as a person, so call it 6 feet, about 200 pounds. It turns out physics is just physics, so if you design something with about the capability of a person, you get about a person-sized robot. Some of the other robots, I won't pick on any particular Chinese company, but some of their robots are designed more, we were talking backstage, they're designed for parkour and demos. Digit is designed to move stuff around that people don't want to move. We actually got into the warehouse space accidentally. So originally, the robot was really looking at outdoor last mile logistics, and specifically, we had a term that we used called curb to doorstep. So the idea was that if you had an autonomous delivery vehicle, the delivery vehicle hopefully is not off-roading through your yard up to your front porch, and so you would need a way to get the material that you're purchasing up to a covered location. This is actually still an unsolved problem, but fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, there's no autonomous last-mile delivery vehicles yet, although there's been a lot of recent progress with Waymo and other providers for passenger vehicles. So we were looking at this circa 2018, 2019. We had a partnership with Ford Motor Company looking at this outdoor problem. Eventually, one of our investors sort of pulled me aside and said, why are you making your startup dependent on a different startup? I was like, oh, that's probably not a really great idea. I wonder what else the robots could do. And that's when we actually started talking with Amazon, that became an investor of ours large in 2022, and we really started looking at indoor applications for the robot. It turns out that there's not actually a ton of difference between moving stuff around indoors and outdoors, so we do hope to get back out into an outdoor environment eventually, but the stat that we always use for this is just in the US and just looking at unfilled manual labor jobs in warehouses, so these are jobs that need a person and there are no people, is 1 million positions. So this is a very, very severe underemployment situation just for those tasks.
And importantly, the tasks that I gather you target with Amazon are tasks that are, to put it indelicately, dreadfully boring, that's hard to keep people in them because it's just not it's not that it's a dangerous task. Danger is a different metric. They're just dreadfully boring. So it doesn't matter really what you pay people in those kinds of environments. They just don't want to keep the job for very long. So I thought it was brilliant to pick an underemployment area. If the person you try to induce to go there could be trained to do something more useful, the robot can do that job. So that job, which is in a warehouse, moving stuff, is identical to any warehouse, any supply chain. And the only issue is how much weight can the robot carry? Yep. What does a robot cost per hour all in? It runs more hours than a human, by definition. So just order of magnitude in terms of where we are in capacity. So Digit can pick up 10 kilograms, 20, 50,
yeah, the newer
10,000.
The newer versions are targeting the OSHA single man lift limit, which is about 25 kilograms, about 50 pounds. That's what you're allowed to require someone to lift all day.
Right. So that way, you're replacing a human in the same envelope. The hours it can run, it has to recharge itself, go park. Yep. As I like to say, robots eat too. They just eat different things. So operates 20 hours a day, give or take?
Yeah, actually a little bit more than that, but that's conservative, yeah.
So, and obviously Amazon thinks that all in, because I don't think your pricing is public. So
it's not, no.
But all in, they believe that this can get them to a serviceable product, an automation machine that's at least cost competitive with putting a human there.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you some numbers if you're curious. So using public estimates, there's a Goldman Sachs humanoid report and a Morgan Stanley humanoid report. A lot of the estimates that you see there suggest that single unit pricing in small quantities, let's call it $200,000 per robot for, again, not a toy robot, but a full-size robot that's doing work. Over a 20,000 hour useful life, you get a $10 an hour depreciation cost, which is quite a bit lower than human labor rates in most markets.
And then presumably Amazon is looking at all the other features, the overhead costs, healthcare, injury.
I mean, not just them, all people who utilize human labor. Yeah.
So if you're looking at where it can go next, not just for you, you have dozens of competitors that make stunt robots, but there are some real competitors making serious robots. Kawasaki has an effort to make an autonomous AI-driven welding robot to do the complex welds for ships. And of course, robots began in the great DARPA contest to try to put fires out in ships to keep sailors from going to dangerous places. Turns out that's still very hard. They haven't. So where do you think the market's next? So warehouse, I think, for a company, if I'm your investor, even if I discount the million to 10% of that, that's 100,000 job opportunity or product sales for one robot. But where does it go next? What can the technology migrate to next? It's not going to be the robo-butler. We're not talking about you can buy a Digit and it'll follow you to the grocery store and carry your bags back. This is a different problem, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. Yeah, where does it go next?
I think where I personally have a huge bias is the simplest job possible with the highest possible duty cycle. That's with most technologies where you get the highest return. It's part of the reason why I do not own any airplanes, but I fly on a lot of 737s. It's because I get to pay for the fractional piece of that on an amortized basis. And so when you look at how you think about this as an industry, what you really want is a very, very high duty factor on the robot. So where do you go to get that? Largely commercial or industrial environments and largely simple tasks, as you were saying. That's really where if you offer a person a choice, and I'm perennially battling the roof on my house. If you offer somebody a choice between would you like to carry shingles up a ladder on top of the roof, or would you like to actually do the copper flashing around somebody's chimney, people are going to pick the copper flashing, not the shingle carrying. So there's just a lot of people moving stuff around the world, generally, even outside of these warehouse environments.
Yeah, and this is the distinction that you've made, which is underappreciated.
you're having robots do tasks, not replace jobs.
Correct.
And so task replacement is a job amplifier because, at least in my lexicon, that means the person that's being amplified typically is upskilled or doing a more skilled job, more difficult, and paid more. So you'll remember when the longshoremen's union struck recently, and they demanded a contract where there's no automation coming to the dock fronts, except they got it backwards. But then we're short people in those domains, and the robots will allow them to get higher. They should be helping you figure out where to put more robots to de-risk boring tasks, and they can get paid more. I mean, that would be the logic, I would think.
I mean, the best example I have from my own life, my brother and I redid part of our basement as a gym during COVID, like it seemed everybody else in the world decided to do. When we got materials delivered for that, Home Depot dropped the stuff off with an off-road forklift, parked down by the street, drove up our driveway with an off-road forklift and dropped the materials down. You don't hear people making arguments, oh God, people are gonna be out of business if there's nobody who has to like hand carry stuff up driveways. And somehow I think the wires get crossed. People are really good at the high skill tasks. It's largely uneconomical in most cases to try to automate an extreme diversity of tasks, which you really want to focus on. Again, to come back to sort of the brass tacks business fundamentals is do the same thing at high duty cycle, that's where you make your money.
So I'm sure you've done this internally, but setting aside your internal guesses, but back to, there's a lot of public literature on this now, especially since, I mean, I would guess order of magnitude, there's a dozen robot companies that I would put in the, quote, serious category, that they're designing robots for tasks, not for stunts. And that's a non-trivial number. There may be more than that I'm not aware of. But so what do you think the velocity of opportunity is in the real world? You've got to prove this, Amazon's got to do this, they'll expand. Are we going to see hundreds and thousands, not Elon's million robots, but he likes to pick high targets, we know that. But what is the timeline? Are we talking decade? Are we talking a few years before we begin to see the market adopt robots essentially doing what Deja's doing, but in other similar, domains?
So I think the timeline is going to be sooner than people expect, caveated that it's going to be largely in these industrial-focused environments.
Exactly.
A bunch of our competitors in the last couple of days have announced the beginning of scaling on their side. Agility built its RoboFab factory a couple years ago. I think we opened it in 2024, and we were targeting with that facility a 10,000 unit per year capacity out of that. I think that's very achievable within the next couple of years. The higher numbers are really gated around two things, the most important of which is safety. We don't want to repeat the mistakes of the early rollout of self-driving. There's a number of companies that had one bad accident that got bad publicity, and it revealed a completely broken safety approach within those companies, and they closed up shop. So right now, the humanoid industry, as far as I'm aware, has a perfect safety record. We don't want to step on that, and the rollout around humans and keeping the humans safe is more important than the scaling of the robots themselves. The second piece of this is task relevance. It's very important the robot be doing something useful. This is actually why I'm not bullish on robot butlers as a general class of tool. In a home environment, it's very hard to find a way to monetize the robot other than to find a high net worth person who wants a robot to show off to their friends. The reality is most of those are not going to make any money. So those are the two things, a task the robot can do that makes money and doing it safely.
So going back upstream to the enablers, what was different? So if you think about where we thought about robotics 10 years ago and when you began studying them, and why are we where we are now that people have in fact missed? Because what you just said, and I think given that what your business is doing is credible. You're building a factory, robots are, as everybody, I keep reminding, there's real commercial robots operating in a warehouse now. So it's not theoretical, it's not a beta, it's a product. So I think the market's underappreciated that, but to know why you could scale, sort of go backwards, what were the key things that changed in the last decade that's made it possible for autonomy of this class? I mean, what was, I have my own theories, but I'm curious what you think. What are the 1, 2, or 3 key enablers? And then therefore, how those parts
can scale.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the elephant in the room is, of course, AI. That has evolved so much just in the last 36 months. I mean, from the standpoint of robotics, virtually all of modern AI has happened in the last 36 months, and there's very few points in my career when I can say that there was a 3-year window where as much has changed as has in the last 3 years. Notwithstanding that, though, interestingly, most of these commercial deployments don't rely heavily on AI, precisely for the safety reason. If you ask ChatGPT why it's done something weird, it will usually make up a lie and sometimes happen to get it right. You don't want that in your robot. You want your robot to always know what it's doing and why it's doing it. And in the context, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Terminator problem, but go ahead.
Right. So for these commercial deployments, there actually wasn't necessarily an enormous software barrier. But 3 things have changed. The e-bike market has really driven a collapse in the pricing of extremely torque-dense motors and extremely efficient power amplifiers. And of course, batteries are so different than they were 10 years ago that you can actually get a usable runtime out of a robot that can actually carry its own battery.
So I mean, you picked the 3 that, of course, were in my head. You have to feed it as the power source, not connected, and you have to have actuators, the muscles, and of course, it has to know what it's doing. And of course, it's not AI so much as software enhanced by AI, much as the robots enhance tasks, because I'm sure you guys use AI to do the programming, but you don't let it free roam in that sense. There is a certain delicious irony to the fact that a toy drove the industry to make power-dense motors that become cheap enough and literally power-dense enough that you can put them in a frame and that won't, you'll have scale. So the continual trajectory towards better batteries at lower cost, and they don't have to get 10x better. No. Talking about 20% better is meaningful because then it's 2 hours off duty instead of 4 hours off duty or whatever. Right. The power density motors looks like it's going to continue following the curve. Yeah, we're close to the physics limit there as an industry, probably 20 to 25% off of what is possible based on what physics allows. So not necessarily a lot of low-hanging fruit on that front. Yeah. So but you're at a point where the cost and performance are in play. So it sounds to me like the principal impediment is that you're waiting for AI to get good enough not to hallucinate, in effect, that it's more accurate so that...
For the very broad-based deployments, yeah. But keeping in mind, again, to come back to the warehouse number, there are some number of millions of units that don't require any of that.
Because the task, once the task is learned, the task can be repeated.
Right. But then, and where you don't want the robot getting creative.
So the other quote elephant in the room with the robot is it weighs 200 pounds, and if there's a manufacturing defect and it just stops and falls, which it's a manufactured product, right? You don't want it to fall on somebody who's having a cup of coffee.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about how you guys think about safety operations, because you're now moving into OSHA class environments. You're interacting with humans. Initially, you're in cages, if I understand correctly, but to get out of the cage, what has to happen?
Yeah, that's actually work in progress. So we've been working on that with other US robotics companies like Boston Dynamics, trying to push to a unified safety regulatory front. There is existing legislation around autonomous mobile robots, which humanoids are a subset of, but most AMRs have wheels. If your wheeled thing is misbehaving, you hit the big red button and it stops rolling and you're typically fine. If I'm walking on the stage and I hit the big red button, I fall over and fall off the stage, which is good for comedy, but not so good for the robot. So that's really the trick is, and then we have some unique IP about this, as you might guess, that helps the robot solve the problem of how to shut itself down rapidly without falling.
Well, that's shut down rapidly without falling is an interesting challenge. Like this,
it is.
Freeze in motion. We're back to a physics problem for that.
Well, you can't do that. Most of these are pretty floppy.
You want them to sit down.
Yeah, well, sit down or lie down, depending on what the situation is. But yeah, I mean, the problem is, the term that we would use is these robots are not statically stable. And I have a whole host of funny walks that I can do to show this off, but I'll spare you. The idea is at some point, a table, if it's walking, can turn into a table and it just stops. It is statically stable. Right. A kid running across your living room, if you just cut the power to their brain, is going to roll and tumble. That's a dynamically stable system or a dynamically unstable system. And so that's really where you have to be careful with these robots, is they are dynamic systems, not tables.
You know, this feels like an industry, of course, that's very much at the same kind of inflection point, and I think the analogy is roughly valid. Well, the automobile industry was, we'll say, circa early 1900s, before a lot of safety features were designed. People could use them, but they were pretty limited use. And then you had this fast acceleration in designing safety, control systems, ease of use, and for all the same kind of reasons. So I think it's going to be very interesting, because I think it's going to play a larger role in accelerating the ability to do supply chain manufacturing, or rather supply chains in manufacturing, than most people realize, in the sort of 5 to 10 year time frame.
Yeah, probably less than that.
That's very exciting. It's great to have you here. Damien, I'm glad you could come. My only regret, as you know, Damien and I talked about this, I wanted his robot on the stage. Not to fall, not to do the Ministry of Silly Walks, but they're in short supply, so maybe next year we can get Damien back and we can do a tango with a robot.
Yeah, we do have a YouTube channel. If anybody, I mean, just search Agility Robotics on YouTube. You'll find a whole host of blooper reels also. Some of those are pretty good for a laugh.
The bloopers are the most fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Damon. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special guests Daniel Yergin and Terrence Keeley.
Wow, wow, wow. We've had so many wonderful speakers today, Dan, but we're really finishing on a high note. So not only thank you for being here, but thank you for all you do, Dan. It's extraordinary. If there was one person appointed the global czar of energy, it would be you.
That's a dangerous job.
Well,
czars don't last.
and we know that. Listen, you have, you're just coming off of Sarah Week, but you've also been here most of the day. And I'm sure you have your own reflections on how the day has gone. So why don't we just start with those and give you as much time as possible?
Sure. Well, first of all, this is the third year. This is a rich conference, very rich in content. So I've been making notes all day. So to simplify the job for all of you, I'm going to share some of my highlights that I've taken away.
And I can give you a photocopy if you need it.
So first, I was very struck by, right at the beginning, Mark's comments that we have 2 energy shocks, because I've been thinking that in electricity, people talk about reliability, but it's really energy security. And that energy security had been oil and gas, and now it's electricity. Of course, it's back to oil and gas as well. But I think that was very helpful to think of the 2 shocks. But I was thinking about it, that one shock is a downer for the economy, and the other is very much an upper for the economy. And why haven't we seen more effect so far of this 2-month crisis is because $700 billion is being spent this year on AI and data centers. So that was kind of my first takeaway. And then it was also pointed out, this is not the first time we've had $100 oil. And we had it in 2012 to 2014. I think it was Mark's numbers too. If you put that into inflation dollars, it's $175 a barrel. So we're not there yet, but just to kind of get a perspective on where we are. When we got to the question of US shale and in general production in this country, that simple phrase, which is known to every investor in every company, that phrase, can't handle uncertainty. You can't make multi-billion-dollar investments and have the rules change every 4 years or every 2 years. And that's a problem whether you're talking about conventional energy, renewables, and we see that whether it's Keystone XL or offshore wind. One of the things, I think, again, it was Mark's phrase, the data center resistance movement, I think he called it, something like that. And I was listening as Chris Womack was speaking about kind of price stability and the degree to which things are being attributed to data centers, which really haven't happened yet in that scale, which are the result of other things, investments, requirements, and so forth. So that was a carry away for me. Then, did you do Toby Rice?
I did do Toby.
Yeah, so I love the...
I wouldn't phrase that quite that way. I interviewed Toby Rice.
You interviewed Toby Rice, so let's get it straight. But I love the shale 1.0.
The audience is still alive, I can see.
They're listening, making notes. 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0 that increasing. And I think that was one of the big takeaways for me for CERAWeek was the debate between, in a sense, Ryan Lance from ConocoPhillips saying, things are getting ready to flatten out, and that's why 4 years ago we launched a strategic program to do to go for conventional energy, which has a different time frame and different permitting problems. And then we heard on the other side, I remember from ExxonMobil at the conference, that technology is going to raise the output from 7% to 10 or 11%.
10, 11,
yeah. And I think that, very much that's where we are in the 4.0. But what it has done is it meant that there is this renewed focus on exploration. And for some companies, that has not been an issue for 15 years when you've had shale. But it is on it, and where do you go in the world, and where do you find the next Guyana was something that I took away listening to that conversation.
Yeah.
Around data centers, certainly this question, again, I think Mark coins these ideas, but the public grid and the private grid, trying to change the vocabulary, but this question of, and it's kind of permeate the discussion, how is this going to be, how is this possibly going to be implemented at the scale that's required in the time frame with all the regulatory problems. And at CERAWeek, Brad Smith, who's the CEO, the president of Microsoft, kind of went through comparing all the different infrastructure booms in American history and developments and put them into real dollars. And this one is just bigger than any one, even when you correct for inflation, the scale of it.
Inflation, well, just to put a point on that, the first quarter GDP number, which was 2% above, 1.5% of that, 75% of that was AI related.
Yeah.
So we, without that boom,
without it, we would be looking at a very
flat. The economy would be flatlining.
I found the discussion about MISO. I actually found a lot of that was interesting because one of the issues is about what do you build? Do you build gas? But his number, which he mentioned that wind has been up here and now wind is up here, but solar's catching up and is going ahead. That solar's the fastest thing you can do, but it doesn't give you what he called the accreditation, the 100% or the 95% that you have with nuclear. But that solar is going to, whatever the policy is going to play a bigger role and help address it. And then, the question for me was very interesting, the concentration risk. Do you build a 7 gigawatt facilities or do you spread it out? And I think, and Mark has convinced me today that there will be data centers in space. So I'd learned from that.
Data centers, but no power plants. No. Because we can't get the power that's up there down to Earth.
There.
No.
So the last thing just to talk about, which was Mark Hume talked about a lot of sectors, but that one fund, you said a third of it is on mining. And we've just done this study on copper, which is the metal of electrification. And it takes 17 years to bring on a new copper mine, but we see copper demand growing by 50% in the next 14 years.
Yeah.
And just how's that going to happen is such a big struggle. So this whole issue about minerals, which goes back to the fact that energy transition is mineral intensive. And I'll just mention in that regard, one of the things we've been working at S&P is with DARPA and the Department of Defense, Department of War, on the question of rare earths.
Very politically correct you are today.
Well,
you've got both those in.
Yeah, exactly.
Defense and war.
Just got to get them in the right order. But I would say that if we went back to just almost exactly a year ago, actually, Liberation Day, there was a panic here about when we discovered about rare earths and the high degree of dependence. We had started working in 2023 with DARPA on trying to understand what is the real cost of developing rare earths and minerals in general at each stage of it. It basically, because there is this very big need, an urgent need to diversify supply chains away from overdependence on China, very challenging, and it's something that cannot be done just by the United States building things here for many reasons, but also you need to do it with like-minded nations. And I think that's something very much on the agenda if you really want to shift these supply chains in a way that creates more resilience and more safety. So those are just some of the things that I've taken away in my notes to simplify it for all of you as you think about today's conference.
Well, I think that's so helpful, and your perspective on it gives it that much more weight. When we were speaking backstage, Dan, we were also talking, though, about some of the Iran, let's say, wargaming. And you've been very public since February 28th about this being a new world and a new reality, perhaps the biggest shock that we've ever seen in the oil markets. We heard from Mark Hume that almost a base case is to have a shoot up to 150. How are you seeing this crisis playing out? Do you see it playing out in weeks, months, years, and how you are advising?
Well, I start with a comment that Winston Churchill wrote, that once the war begins, whatever the master policy or plan was goes out the window, and he said events become unforeseeable and uncontrollable.
Yes.
And I certainly think we're there. It was not, I think there may have been a belief that this would be sort of like Venezuela, it would get resolved pretty quickly. And I don't think there was an expectation of that we're now in 2 months. And also, for like others had thought for a long time, what I called the nightmare scenario was the closing of the Strait of Hormuz. And maybe it was thought it wouldn't happen. The question, why wouldn't it happen under these circumstances? And of course, also the attacks on all the Arab Gulf states. So I think it is a really different world. What it's going to look like when we get out of it, we don't know, because people will make decisions. There will be pressures of all kinds, including the November election coming up, gasoline prices ticking up. But it's also striking how disparate the impact has been, because it turns out not geographically, but economically, the Strait of Hormuz goes east, 80% of the oil, 90% of the gas. And so Asia is in crisis. Rationing, businesses closed, restaurants closed, gas stations closed, flights canceled. It gets to Europe, and we'll get into Europe's problems.
Yes, we will.
But jet fuel particularly affecting things. And here, the U.S. is benefiting from the fact of being energy independent and dominant.
Yes.
So it's really such a disparate impact around the world. I won't say a base case, but kind of the assumption we're looking at in our numbers is that the strait remains closed for another month or so. That can be proved wrong tomorrow, or it can go on much longer. And then it would take about 7 months to recover from it.
7.
And we are moving into a more dangerous and difficult phase, because all the tankers, except those that slipped through, have arrived. Inventories are being drawn down. And particularly products, jet fuel, LPG, diesel, those are...
Diesel.
Yeah, those are really sensitive right now. And so I think despite that big boost from, over, what did you say, 75% of our growth coming from that, that if we remain where we are, this is going to get to be a more difficult situation. And I think one of the other takeaways from CERAWeek was that, the sense that the financial markets responding to narratives, to news, confidence, things are going up, it's going down. But what I was hearing from the senior, the CEOs of the companies, was that risk was being underpriced, was not being reflected in the price of oil. It certainly, as of now, is being reflected much more than it was a week or two ago, when people thought, oh, this can just end.
Yeah. I think we're all struck today about the blessing of America being energy independent. It is absolutely clear that this crisis is hitting other countries differently than it will hit the US, and we'll be able to be more patient as a result. But it does draw into stark relief, Dan, what's going on in Europe and how much of Europe's excessive energy prices are self-inflicted. We were talking backstage, we were left-hand tail risks, well, right-hand tail risks. Could there be a breakthrough with Ukrainian discussions and Russian oil and gas turned on much more quickly to the West, to Western Europe? How you're seeing that whole Russian situation, because there's an energy giant that has a lot to offer in terms of, frankly, every energy source.
Right, and of course, can I say one other thing about the Gulf and then come back to that?
You can say whatever you want.
No, I wanted to say, I think one other thing, if we had this meeting on February 27th and would say the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed, we would have thought about oil. Some in the room would have thought about gas. Nobody would have thought about aluminum, fertilizer, sulfur, all those other products. And I saw an LNG project in Louisiana is now worried that it may not be able to go ahead because it can't get the steel that it was going to get from Abu Dhabi. And then, of course, the sovereign wealth funds as exporters of money.
Right.
So just to say that I don't think people understood how integrated those Gulf countries had become in the world economy. And that's something. Helium? I mean, helium.
Right.
Who thought about that?
Right.
To go to Russia, another bottled up country, it's going to be in law in the EU that you can't import Russian energy. Laws can be changed.
Correct.
But I think there is this deep-seated sense that it's not just about energy and economics, but that there is a hybrid war going on with Russia in Europe. And I think that makes it more difficult. And so I don't think so unless, for instance, other people are not seen as reliable suppliers in the situation.
Right.
But I think, Putin, I know from personal experience, because I had this experience with him in 2013, where I was speaking at the St. Petersburg International Forum, and he was up there with Merkel, and they said to me, okay, you can ask the first question, and it was going to be about, oh, your budget is too dependent upon oil and gas, what are you going to do? But I mentioned shale, and he started shouting at me, and how bad shale is. And
I've heard you tell this story.
But what was striking is he knew it would, A, this would benefit the U.S., and B, it would threaten Gazprom. He never thought it would be in this form, but that's what's happened. And but I think for him, a deal clearly would have to be as part of a deal that Russian gas could go back to Europe, whether that would be acceptable or not. But the sense is that the Russian economy is also facing more and more difficulties.
Yeah. So the National Center for Energy Analytics, as you know, is all in favor of energy abundance, resilience, affordability. But we also spend a growing amount of our time, Dan, on the issue of, let's call it in general, environmental sustainability. It is very clear to those of us who have been involved in this institute for some time that climate catastrophism has been an extremely unhelpful paradigm that has infected Europe in particular. And one of the things that seems to give climate catastrophism oxygen is this concept of transition. And I know you use the word transition. I think many of us affiliated with the center believe that that's an unhelpful term, because we're not really transitioning. Jesse gave a wonderful speech just beforehand, and there's a great deal of hope for denser energy for sure. But oil and gas are here for a while. And for us to be talking about how we are weaning ourselves from them is quite misleading, don't you think?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think the phrase, certainly my colleague, Atul Arya, was the first one I heard talking about it, but energy addition.
Yes.
That's what we have, and you look at the numbers around the world, that's what's unfolding. And so the notion of transition, that you're going to go from here to here, and by the way, you're going to do it in about 25 years in a $120 trillion world economy, was never realistic.
Right.
And I think part of the thinking was congealed during strengthened during COVID when demand went down and prices went down.
Right.
And it just became, it became a belief thing. And people would say, you don't believe it was a belief thing. It was not a factually based thing.
Right, right. Well, COVID showed that you can completely stop the global economy and send your energy use down 3%. Right. So it was a. You asked me to do a couple of what I would call lightning round questions. Are you done on copper? You have a big report out on copper. Did you want to mention anything else about copper?
No, I think that's just it, that this is, that it's so interesting that if you do talk about energy transition, you've got to talk about minerals.
Right, right.
And just the ability to produce them and what a constraint it is. And then it all is tied in with the geopolitics with China.
You wanted to highlight the role of U.S. LNG. Is there something special you wanted to say about liquid national net?
Well, I think that what's not recognized is the economic significance of it. Mm-hmm. And it's the work that we did with the Chamber of Commerce on it that, in the study we originally did, it was like U.S. LNG exports are like 50% of all of our semiconductor, greater than soybeans, twice all the entertainment, Hollywood and everything. Just what a big business it's become. But it is interesting, if we had had this meeting in the first 3 weeks of January, we would have been talking about, where's all this LNG going to go? It's going to be so much oil. But now we just see the criticality of the development of U.S. LNG and the significance it's taken on for the world.
Yeah. People have been talking about Guyana, but we haven't spoken much about Venezuela today. So how are you seeing developments in Venezuela? How it seems that companies are getting a little more friendly faster than perhaps?
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, I think everybody is reassessing their strategy after this 8-week war. And the question of where resources are going to go. And so people who may have thought it's not so investable are now going to look at it and say what can be done there. Mm-hmm. But it's still, you still need to go back to predictability and be able to get a return. Mm-hmm. So I think there's sort of 3 classes of things. There's the things you can do. Well, first of all, there's the entrepreneurs and the wildcatters and the independents who will go in there and find something to do. Mm-hmm. Some of them will be Latin American, Colombian, for instance. The second is where larger Western companies, international companies, have a position where they can develop. They have gas in Trinidad, and next door, same field as gas from Venezuela. That will be developed over a couple of years.
Couple of years.
Yeah, but I think the big investment, you're talking about conventional resources, will take time, and there'll have to be confidence that you know who the government is, what the law is, and is it going to be durable? I mean, if you've been nationalized twice, you're going to be careful. Mm-hmm. But I think there's, thinking has gone from here to there about how do we diversify resources?
Yeah.
And that feeds into this need for this renewed interest in exploration.
Yeah. So I notice about every 10 years you come up with a pretty important book, The Prize, 1991, The Quest, 2011, The New Map, 2020. You're going to be having to come up with a new book. Do you have a title for it yet, Dan? Or?
I do, but I'm not going to tell anybody.
Well, the other thing
At least I think I have a title, but the question is it going to have 2 words in it or 3?
Well, we're all waiting with bated breath.
Okay.
One last thing before I was watching one of your recent interviews, which was with Odd Lots, the Bloomberg team.
Yeah.
And they dangled the possibility of you doing a cameo appearance on The Landman. And you were very excited about it.
I'm all on board. Does anybody have a phone number to call?
I do have Billy Bob Thornton's phone number. Right. I do have Billy Bob Thornton's phone number, so I'm going to give it to you backstage.
Or the other alternative is to have Billy Bob Thornton at CERAWeek and interview him.
Yeah. It's been great to be with you. I know we have a few closing words, but how about some words of thanks to Daniel?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your conference host, Marty Durbin, and conference co-chairs, David DesRosiers and Mark P. Mills.
All right. We talked about what we should talk about at this point because it's finished. Thank you all for staying. It's great to have Dan back after last year, and it's an honor and a pleasure to have my co-conspirators and co-chairs here on the podium. I liked all the guests. I don't know about you, but I'm biased. They were great. And for me, a measure of a conference, the conferences I like to go to, is I want to learn at least one or two new things that I didn't think I knew before. And that's really been our objective, and I hope that we achieve that for you all. That was the goal. Not everything new. And I could say a lot more. I'm not going to. I'm going to hand it off because this is a subject that, as you can probably have guessed, I enjoy, I love. I like the people, the players, the companies. I mean, I think there's a great renaissance going on. Despite all the chaos in the world, political and wars, there's an underlying remarkable efflorescence of technology, which will play out. It takes a little bit of time. So we live in exciting times. So let's off to my co-conspirator, colleague. Yeah, hi. It is.
Earlier this morning, I kind of mentioned that this is a product of indulging Mark Mills. I think he is the best intellectual stock.
I had to hand him like 3 or 4 Benjamins before I came out here.
No, but it's
to say
like,
that.
But I think he's the intellectual stock picker on this issue. And I think Marty and I, like at the margins, we may have had a small effect on this conference, but you take a guy who looks at the future and sees it in the businesses of today, and you give him a stage, the Carnegie Hall of Capitalism, to come and do it, and I think it kind of showed its fruits. I mean, I don't think anybody here is going home with 1 or 2 things that they've learned. I mean, I think everybody here should get a continuing education credit. I mean, because it is like going to school on the future that's around us right now. And on the one thing I would kind of like bring up is that, there should be a lot of optimism of what we could accomplish. But I mean, if there's something that's very clear that comes out through this stuff is, the scarcity of not human ingenuity, not for the materials and the science, but of time. Right? Time is the biggest enemy I think that we have, and one of the things I think it was Toby Rice who said it. It's like, politics do matter. I mean, you like to live in a world where you think that like politics should get out of the way. Yeah, but we have to make sure they get out of the way, and then once they get out of the way, they don't come back and they defend what we've actually done and what we're trying to build, because I think our economy, our way of life depends on it. And but I want to thank you for doing it. But everybody here in the thing, this is gone. Like this is like going to school and like for long days, right? This started early. It's going late. You guys have been great. I've seen the bar. I haven't tasted it yet.
It's time to drink.
It's time to drink. And I'm going to pass the mic to Marty. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you to David and to Mark. It's been a great partnership. And before I go any further, I just want to special thanks to the team at the Global Energy Institute, and especially Heath Nachmus for the work that he put in to help make this happen.
Second, the emotion on the entire team, Real Clear team behind the scenes, our team. They've worked seamlessly together. Well, pretty close to seamlessly. But thank you.
Oh, and by the way, and the events team and the AV team here, none of this happens without them. So thank you. I started things off this morning by talking about one word we needed to focus on, and that word was more. Now at the end of the day, that word is wow. I mean, I think it was content rich. We started at 8:30, and here we're past 4 o'clock. You're still in your seats. That shows you that there was just there was a lot to learn. You guys said that. We're proud to be partners with both RealClear and the National Center for Energy Analytics, and we certainly hope you will join us for next year's Energy Future Forum. We don't have a date yet, but this is a really great opportunity and a venue. And with that, it was already alluded to, but I started things this morning. I'm now adjourning things and inviting you to join us in the briefing center for some beer and wine.
Thank you.
See you next year.